Hey. The show is starting. It's about to show us. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode. Episode 2? Have I been on all the episodes? You guys got to tell me if I'm not on all of them. Red Star Social Live. We are broadcasting live, Burn It 183 from my favorite Central Texas Poker Room, Red Star Social. Hi, it's Jason Dick. How are you doing tonight? And we are very, very ambitious in the... what do we name it? The Dusty Nuts Poker Productions. We are going for a deuce to 7 episode on our second ever episode, and I will tell you that I'm happy to be here and announce the cards on the screen. There's going to be a lot of cards on the screen, but let me introduce my deuce to 7 expert. Neil is in the studio with me today. Hi, Neil. How are you, buddy?
Hey, Jason. What's up? Neil here. This game's kind of been exploding in popularity in the past couple of months, and I'm pretty excited to have a stream that we can actually showcase a game.
Yeah, Neil. I asked Neil, does he Neil have a last name? Neil expert. Neil deuce to 7, and he said I won a tournament the other day, so I'm definitely the. So it's Neil tournament winner. Neil, tell the people at home, and I know we have our first hand underway here. But deuce to 7. The point is to get to the end of the hand with the lowest possible, the lowest possible hand, right?
Yeah, exactly right. So this is called deuce to 7 no limit single draw. So the object of the game is to make the worst possible hand, that being no pair, no flush, no straight, low cards. So you get dealt 5 cards, round of betting, single draw, last round of betting. There's no flop, no turn, no river, no exposed cards at all to work with.
And the first hand is underway, and if I believe the graphics here, seat 6 is Don. Does he have a steel wheel here?
That's a straight flush, so that is not a good hand.
That's bad, right?
That's extremely bad.
So you would ditch the 5 of clubs, or you're going to snow, or what's going to happen here?
So he did race a 15. I assume that if you were to play this hand, you ditch the ace of clubs and you go for a 5-5 holding.
Excuse me, deuce to 7. Deuce to 7, yeah. So he would ditch the ace of clubs.
Yes, but even that's a bit ambitious because even ditching the ace of clubs, you're left with a straight flush draw, right? So any 6,
Right.
any club, any other ace, you'd be left with a very bad hand. He dishes 2, looks like.
And his opponent in this hand is Papa G.
Oh, I think we might have. There's
Oh,
another straight
okay,
flush, so I
okay.
think we're just trying to get the right cards.
The graphics are coming in late as we. It appears we may have multiple straight flushes coming at us.
It's possible, but that's a very unlikely occurrence.
Definitely
So
not.
we're gonna have to fix
Executive producer Dustin is going to figure this out for us for a second.
Yeah,
here, but
deuce to 7 is definitely a novelty. There's not been many live streams at all, except for I think maybe tournament occurrences at World Series of Poker or Poker Go. So definitely some kinks to work out. Okay, those hands seem a lot more reasonable.
yeah, you're right. These look like real hands.
Looks like Don drew 2 into a 7 high.
But you know what? I'm gonna say I'm unsure if we should commentate on those hands at all or not, because we're gonna figure it out. But this is a perfect opportunity, a perfect delay at the beginning of the program to give people a more in-depth, explanation of what is deuce to 7 single draw. Neil, what is the how does the game work?
Yeah, right. So going off what I was saying before, it's very simple, the rules at least, compared to like, let's say, Hold'em or PLO, where there's 4 rounds of betting, flops, turn, river, community cards. In this game, you're dealt 5 cards face down, and that's all you have to work with. You're allowed to make an initial round of betting, and then after that round of betting, you get 1 drawing phase. You're able to discard between 1 and all 5 cards. So if you want to, you can full mulligan, get a new set of 5 cards entirely, and then play the hand from there. And then following that, there's a final single round of betting, and that's the entire game. Then you go to showdown, and we see who has in this game, the worst possible hand.
And yeah, we should remind the people, if you are a deuce to 7 expert, you probably know, or just a aspiring deuce to 7 player, Red Star Social, Burn It 183. have multiple opportunities throughout the week to play No Limit Deuce to 7. Just check the Poker Atlas. That's what I tell people. Look at the Poker Atlas. They're going to have all the details on when and where the game is happening. Neil, what is? Can I get just some rudimentary, baselines for ideas of how to play? If you are not in one of the blinds and you're dealt 5 cards, what is sort of the starting standard of I'm gonna get in this hand versus you know what, I'm just gonna muck.
So let's first say this game is very similar to Hold'em, where there is 2 blinds. There's a single small blind, big blind.
Yeah.
Action starts from under the gun.
Yeah.
So let's say you're from an early position in this game. Obviously, you want a stronger range of hands that you want to continue with. I'd say from that point, you want some sort of hands that are either pat or ready. So in this game, pat means that you've got a hand that means no draw. You will be standing pat at the drawing phase. This is usually left for the really strong hands, like let's say you have a 9 high holding, 9, 8, 7, deuce 3, for instance. Second, you like a 1 draw type hand, where you are drawing 1 card to a possible strong holding. Let's say you've got something like 8, 7, 6, 2, and then an ace. So currently you have an 8 high draw. You can discard the ace at the drawing phase, and you've got a good chance of hitting an 8 high, maybe a 9 high, or a 10 high, which has a good chance at showdown. I will say that in this game, it's very, very variable depending on the player's left to act behind you, the stack sizes, but a good default strategy is try to play for the pat hands or the 1 draw hands.
So if you're dealt a 9 high, that is a pat hand for you. That's a good hand.
Yes, 9 high is an extremely good hand.
A 10 you would break.
Again, this is very variable because 10 eyes can be good at showdown given weaker action from your opponents. Maybe they're just calling and trying to hit, like let's say they draw 2 cards. Against that sort of action, a 10 draw or a 10 pat hand is very likely to win at showdown.
Right. Is that even correct to say a 10 you would break? Is that the right
so that is terminology. So
did I do that correctly?
So that is right. So go a little bit deeper into that. If you have a pat hand, let's say you have a 9 pat, a 10 pat, a jack pat, the idea of breaking a pat hand would imply that you think your current pat hand is not going to win at showdown.
Right.
You think that given the action from your opponents, that your 10 high your 10 high pat hand, or even your 9 high pat hand is not going to win. So you're going to break that by drawing either 1, maybe even 2 cards, depending on how strong your opponent is at that moment. So breaking, that is a very, again, opponent-dependent decision that you've got to make a judgment call based on how strong they are in the betting phase.
Okay, is everything on track? Are we ready to go? I'm going to attempt to commentate on this hand as if it's a real life hand. And, everybody can see the right cards and everything is good. Yes. Okay, good. Welcome down, boys and girls, to Red Star Social Live. We're going to be here every once in a while. Please click the subscribe button there, and you can get more details on the live games that the live shows that we're going to be putting on here, and of course Red Star Social open every day of the week, ready for your action. No Limit Hold'em 1, 2, No Limit Hold'em happening every day. Starting at noon-ish, going until the game breaks, but there are specific nights where you can play some deuce to 7 single draw. And we're going to follow this hand, probably, maybe.
These hands so far look legitimate.
Okay.
Let's see if we can find a good spot for someone to put in some chips. Not yet, looks like.
Appears that it has folded to Victor on the button, who has Queen 10, 9, 8, 6. And if I know things about Victor, yeah, he's going to crank it up to 160 right here.
So that's a big size. I'm wondering if there's a straddle. Looks like there's chips in front of E. So this is a 5-5 game.
Yeah.
Most stacks between 500 to 1K. So this size definitely... Oh, okay. It looks like there was a straddle from E to 20 bucks. That's what I'm seeing now.
Yeah. That's why Victor's raise to 160 is only sort of way too large. Only big, sort of way too large.
More
but
acceptable.
For those of you who play with Victor, you understand.
Yeah, you understand what's happening.
Problem.
But so as of right now, Victor does have a pat hand. He's got a queen high. This is not one of the better hands we can have. As you look at the other players' holdings, they've got very good draws. They've got a 7 high draw for Pip.
So it looks like Pip is drawing 1.
Yes, he discarded the ace, as he should, to get 1 card, and he's got a nut draw. If he drew the 9, then he's in an extremely good spot. Oh, actually, wow. For E, the same. E also drew 2 cards into a 9 high draw, but his, of course, is inferior, given that you will play down your hand down to the last card if you guys have the same hand strength initially. Like, they both have a 9 high draw, so... Or, sorry, they both have a 9 high hand, so you play the next card, which is going to be an 8 for E versus 7 for Pip, which would just, of course, win the hand.
It appears here that E drew as well, and he is unfortunately on the wrong side of a 9, right?
This is definitely a cooler spot. Yeah, 9 high hands in general are going to win at Showdown much more often than the 10 high and jack highs, of course, and then 7 highs and 8 highs are very hard to hit in general. So when you get a 9 high versus a 9 high, you kind of just have to accept it, rebuy.
Take your medicine, and that's what happens.
Go on to the next one, because that's just going to happen.
Victor cranking it up with the Pat Queen pre-flop there. You like that? You don't like that? Or what do you think?
So I don't like that. He made it such a big sizing as well that he's going to get action likely from...
You said that. I'm going to tell him.
Thing is,
he's gonna hear.
He's
it's
very
okay.
Victor definitely gets in there with a bunch of hands, so he'll do that with some weaker hands like the Queen 10 that we saw. He'll do that with his strong draws as well. So if you mix it up, of course anything is justifiable. In that very spot, though, if he gets multiple callers like he did in that spot, you really can't expect your hand to be good at Showdown against 3 or 4 people with a Queen high.
Right, and that's why he didn't put any more money in that pot. So.
Yeah, he got out of there relatively unharmed, so it wasn't that bad for him.
Who and who?
Just a note for the people at home. Raising to $160 and getting out is unharmed to Neil. He's doing all right. He's doing okay.
This game gets very big. You'll see. Like, as of right now, we're hovering around $500 to 1K stacks, but we will get up to maybe 3, 5, 7K stacks at some point in the game. And the bets will get very big at that point, of course.
Okay, Victor has raised to 75 here.
This is a much, obviously, better spot
He's
for
got
Victor.
a 10 pat right here.
Exactly, yes.
All 75.
It looks like Pip has called with the Jack 8, 7, 6, 5. When Pip calls here, is he looking to draw, or does he think he has the best hand?
So this is a good spot to showcase a Deuce 7 concept called convertible. So right now, Pip has what we call convertible hand. If he's facing heavy action, and he knows that his Jack pat is not good, he can convert, which he probably will do in this spot, because Victor did send pat. So he did convert. He broke his Jack high pat. So when I say convertible, that means you go from a pat hand to a possible drawing hand, based on the action that you face. So in this spot, he knows Victor stood pat with a better hand, the 10 high, so he can get rid of his Jack high correctly, and draw to his 8 high draw. The obvious problem here is that he's got an open ender. So both a 9 and a 4 are not good for Pip, of course, as that would give him a straight, which is the case here.
Yeah, so E is in this hand. He drew 2, and I believe has landed the best hand here, if I'm reading the graphics correctly. He checks, Victor checks, and Pip is behind with. Is that a straight? Yeah, a straight. He's gonna have to just give up, and it's gonna go check, check, check to the end. And E, who started with the worst hand, says, "I own this club. Give me all the money, please."
Yeah, a bit of deja vu
money
here. Once again, E drew 2 cards. Once again to a 9, but this time, of course, a 9 is good enough, as it will be in most spots, because the 9 has a very good hand in this game. The one interesting thing that I will highlight in this hand is that he checked the Pip, and with a straight in his hand, he has no chance of winning a Showdown.
Fire it off.
So this is a spot that you should bluff. You've got good removal in your hand, given the low cards. So that will mean that there's less probability that your opponents will have those low cards. And knowing that you will never beat a single hand at Showdown, like you will lose to trips, to 2 pair, to 1 pair.
Right.
This is a spot that I would recommend going for a bluff if you think the spot is right. Maybe he thinks it wouldn't have worked in this spot, but it's definitely a consideration for him.
I am, of course, an absolute noob when it comes to Deuce to 7, and basically all poker games for anybody who's played with me. But I would say that when you have a straight there, you're at the absolute bottom of your range, and so if you're ever going to bluff, this is the time that you are supposed to bluff, right?
Exactly right, yeah.
Take that, Pip. Jason 1, Pip 0.
Yeah, we'll keep a running tracker of that. But like you said, pretty much, you're at the bottom of your range. You will lose their missed draws. You'll lose all of their paired hands that they cannot call a bet with, and you can just put them in tough spots if they have a hand like, let's say, Victor, like a 10 high or even a jack high.
Yeah.
Because you're betting into a pat hand, which would of course convey a lot of strength.
All right, let's jump into the action here if we can do it. It looks like a raise from seat 2. Snag. Do we know anything about this player? He's got the ace 10 7 5 4.
Let's see.
Has raised to 20. That might just be a straddle. That could have been a straddle because, yeah, he's out of there. E has 3 bet it to 120 with ace king, king, jack 4. How do we feel about that, Neil?
Right. So hand choice-wise, not the best hand, right? You want lower cards in your hand that could possibly block cards that your opponents might want in their hand to continue with. He's got ace, king, king, jack. So this is a pure bluff hand.
Yeah.
In the eventuality that he got called, he would have to pitch either all of his cards or continue the story and then pat his entire hand and then try to represent a strong hand like he did for the draw. That is definitely a very aggressive play, which can work in the right spot, as it obviously did here.
Looks like he got a fold out of Papa G, which, am I to believe that that's George?
That is
Papa
George.
G? Okay, good. George, when I was showing up at Red Star Social every summer during my unfortunate unemployment, was saying, you still hadn't found a job yet? And I'm like, no, George.
Some tough love for you.
I have not. But you just laid down I don't know if it's the best hand, but he bluffed you.
Yeah, he didn't have a great hand by any means. He had pocket queens with a 9-7-6, so if he wanted to continue, he'd have to draw 2 cards, which is not a great spot to be in out of position, so I definitely respect the fold.
When it comes to pre-flop strategy, and I'm going to say pre-flop even though there's no flop in deuce to 7, how correct is it basically just to play tight? If you don't know what you're doing in Hold'em, play tight and you're going to be fine.
That's a pretty good fundamental strategy to have in all poker games, I'd say. Like, you can't lose money you don't put into the pot, right?
Yeah.
So while you're learning the game, you want to maybe start from a tighter standpoint, try to figure out which hands you can continue with, either for drawing, for value betting, and of course for bluffing. Once you get better, I will say this game is definitely better for the looser players. You can play a lot more hands, and then you can put a lot more pressure the more hands you play, of course, and this is a no-limit game. That is, I think, the major draw for this game. You can bet any amount at any point. You can apply immense pressure on your opponents if you have the right holdings, the right stack size, the right position to do it.
Papa G, who I was just busting on, I believe, took down that pot pre-draw. Is that how I should say it? Pre-draw?
Honestly, pre-flop, we use that as well. Like,
You say pre-flop as well.
we say it as
All
well,
right.
but of course
Okay.
pre-draw is more correct in this game. But we do kind of view the drawing kind of the same thing as getting the community cards in regular Texas Hold'em.
Could we get, Neil, some more guidelines on what are good pre-flop hands, what are hands that you just want to fold immediately, what on that line of thinking?
Yeah, sure. So I'm going to introduce another concept as well called snowing. We'll get into that in a second.
Yeah.
But first I'm going to say that, like I said before, you want good hands, which are pat hands or one draws, right? Like, those hands either are already extremely strong at showdown or they can become extremely strong if you hit the right card in your one draw. Now, beyond that, we're going to go into bluffing. You definitely want some bluffs in your range at all times, just not only for balance, but to get paid in the future. If your opponents know that you're capable of bluffing, they'll be more likely to pay you off as well. So, going into bluffing, this concept called snowing is a concept where you are going to raise before the draw with an extremely bad hand, kind of like E did right there with ace, king, jack. Generally, though, you want hands that will have a lot of lower cards because, as I mentioned, you want cards that will have removal to possible strong holdings from your opponents. So have hands like pocket twos, maybe trip twos, maybe 2-2-2, 3-3. Hands like that make it extremely hard for your opponent to have a good nutted hand. So going back to snowing, let's say we look down at 3-3-3, 2-2. So as of right now, we've got a full house. This is not a good hand in deuce 7. Good hand in Hold'em. So this hand we can choose to use as a snowing combination. This means that I'm going to 3-bet this hand, I'm going to re-raise before the draw, and then when it's my turn to draw, I'm going to draw 0 cards, conveying that I have a very strong pat hand. Now my opponents have, it's kind of like a leveling war at that point. They've got to decide, do I actually have the hand I'm representing, or do I have a bluff, like let's say a snowing hand, with a bunch of low cards that I can be using for removal purposes. What is it? So if you have the 2-2-2, 3-3, This means that you're telling a story before the draw, and you've got to continue that story after the draw. So after the drawing phase, you'd have to make a very big bet and try to take the pot down at that point.
Look, for those who love to bluff, maybe myself, maybe none of your business. Deuce to 7, a great game to do so because there is less shared information, basically no shared information than any other game, right?
Exactly right. There's no community cards at all, so you have no information about their hand except for how much do they draw during the drawing phase.
Right, right. So if you are new to the game and you learn about this concept of snowing, you could just snow every hand and win all the money forever, right, Neil? Is
That theoretically
Oh,
is
that's
possible,
not correct?
but
That's
it's harder to put in practice because, of course, your opponents will adjust to you. At some point, they'll start calling you wider. But yes, I would definitely recommend putting snowing into your arsenal for this game.
Yeah. And when you have an opponent who you think is playing wider than usual, I'm totally not filling because we just saw our producer Dusty Nuts out there testing out a new deck. When you are playing an opponent who you think is playing wider than optimal, you call them wider than optimal?
So there's multiple ways to adjust to an opponent that's playing too loose, too aggressive, too passive, whatever the case is. Number one would be yes. If they're bluffing too much, they're too loose with their betting after the drawing phase, you would adjust by calling wider. So for instance, we talked about good pat hands, good, post-draw hands like 10 highs, jack highs. Maybe they're playing so wide that you've got to start even widening that further. Let's say queen highs, let's say king highs, maybe even pocket twos. Could be a call against the right opponent. Conversely, another way to, counter very aggressive opponents would be to give more aggression back. If your opponent's always betting when he is check to at the very last stage after the drawing phase, maybe you have to start check raising him. Maybe use some of your value range. You could go even wider. Like let's say your 9 highs, you maybe just call some of the time. Use that as a check raise for value. If you do this, you give yourself more of an opportunity to bluff because as your value range widens, your bluffing range can widen as well.
Okay, let's jump into this hand where I believe Pip has raised it up with a queen 8-8-4 deuce. He has been 3-bet, got a call from George with a pair of threes, 9 high draw, and it looks like E has 3-bet it with. Would you consider that a king pat, or is E going to draw here?
That's definitely just a one draw. You can never really hold on to the king, and if you get rid of the king, you can see that E's left with a very good 7 high draw. Unfortunately here he paired, but as you can see, everyone drew one card, and I will say, just odds-wise in this game, a one draw versus a one draw is virtually even in odds. So the best draw would be a very slight favorite. In this case, the best draw was actually Aaron, but it looks like E definitely paired his 4, George paired his 4 as well, and Aaron's king eye is actually going to win this pot. Unless someone bluffs, of course, E did go for the bluff.
Yeah, E has bet 225 here into a pot of, that's going to be, I know 500 is the total pot. And he's going to take it down here. So
very nicely done by E. We talked before in that first spot where I think it was Pip who didn't bluff with the straight.
Right.
In this spot, E did take initiative. He did have a pair in his hand. Knowing that that's very likely to lose that showdown, he decided to turn it into a bluff, and he took it down there.
So how much, as a experienced deuce to 7 player, how much when it gets to the final bet, which I guess is just the second after the draw, do you factor in the numbers, the odds, and how much do you factor in just, I think this is why some call it the most pure form of poker, is because you can just bluff with anything. You can just, either your opponent has it or they don't have it. How much do you factor each of those in?
Yeah, exactly right. This is why people do love this game, because by the end of the drawing phase, you can effectively do anything. You can go all in, you could check, and you could justify it because there are so many spots where you should be going for value with certain hands that you'd be checking back against certain opponents, just depending on how the betting and the drawing phase went in that exact hand. So, going more into detail for your question, in that spot, E was against 2 opponents who both drew 1. He was a 3-better, and in that case, he did luck out because one opponent paired, one opponent hit a king high, which are very hard to call with. So in that spot, he bet about half pot, I believe, which does look value-y, and he was able to take it down. But the funner spots in this game come up when you can start overbetting.
Oh, let's get to one of
Yeah,
those.
so there are spots in this
Let's get
game,
to one of those, baby.
right, where you have, let's say, 500 in the pot, 600 in the pot, but you have $2,000 back.
One.
And in a no-limit game like this, you are capable of making the entire bet for the full stack and putting the ultimate pressure on them if you are sure that either your range is ahead of his range or your hand is just ahead of his hand at that point.
Right. Okay, let's jump into this hand that's going to be difficult because I believe it looks like a limped hand that's going 5 ways with at least a couple players drawing 2 here. And
So we see Pip as a 10 high, but George as well as a 10 high. So George is currently winning with this.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised there's not more money in this pot given how strong those hands are, but
So George is going to go for the bet here with the 10-5-4-3 deuce.
yep,
And
totally
value
recommend it.
town. That's what he's looking
Yes,
for
and he
here.
will get called by Pip, of course, who has a 10 high as well. Yep, not much you could do there.
Pip, just a perfect sport, is going to show 2 of his cards, muck, and say, "Good job, George. I don't totally hate
Yep.
you.
He showed
and
the 10-8.
everything about you."
Yeah, he showed the 10-8 basically saying like, hey, I had a 10 high as well. I couldn't do anything.
No, we get it, Pip. You
Yeah.
play good. We all understand that you don't goof around. All right.
Yeah, but in that spot, he could have lost a lot more if it was 3-bet before the draw. So I think overall he did fine, given the way the
I
worked out there.
I barely followed the action here, but it was not 3-bet. I don't even know that it was raised. What are the stakes that we're playing? That's an
Yeah,
important thing to
let's-
point out here on hand number 11.
Yeah, let's talk about the betting a little bit. So this is a 5-5 game, and a $5 ante on the button as well. So this means that the small blind $5, big blind $5, and then $5 on the button bring us to $15. And in this game, there's no limping. You cannot just call the blind.
So when you enter the pot, it has to be $15.
It has to be $10. It has to be
$10.
double the big
Oh,
blind.
Okay.
So let's say hypothetically we straddle the $10. They've got to come in for $20. That pot was $80. So I'm assuming that there was a straddle to 10, and then the 4 of them came in for $20, and that's how that pot was played. But most pots that are straddled, you'll see people opening to 3x, 4x, even 5x the blind.
So for those my no limit soldiers out there, represent Moneymaker fam, who you should probably just never limp. Do you limp in deuce to 7?
So you cannot limp. This game, the limping is effectively
Well-
called the bring-in.
Right, but do you ever just have a medium hand that you're like, let me get in here for as cheap as possible?
Yes. I will say that when I say you cannot limp, I mean, I don't mean like strategy-wise it's bad. I mean you physically cannot limp in this game. You have to come in for the $20, so that we call the bring-in
okay.
in this game. So if you want to enter the pot and there's been no action before you, no one opened the pot, you will have to come in for the $10 in this game. And yes, to your point, there are hands that you want to come in cheaply. People might try to take advantage of that by just coming in for the minimum $10, but they might get punished by, of course, stronger hands that would make it more expensive to see the next card or the draw for them.
All right, let me see if I can figure this out. Don opened to 20, was called by E and called by Pip. Pip drew 1, Don drew 2, E drew 2 behind as well, and E has drawn the best hand here.
Yes, exactly right.
Pip has a pair of 5s.
2 of them paired up. Don actually paired up twice, so he's got a very bad hand. But again, that's a good
that's
bluffing
not-
candidate, which he will go for.
He is gonna
which
bluff.
I definitely recommend, but it's not going to work. But with 2 pair, he has no chance of winning the pot at showdown, and this is a very good combination to put into your bluffing range, knowing that they have less 7s in their hand, less 6s in their hand, even less 5s.
Yeah.
And you can never
E's
win a
gonna
showdown,
call.
but of course E drew 2 into a 10 high, which of course, again, we'll take this one down.
He's going to call. He's going to say, good game. Get this man a Diet Mountain Dew. That's what...
Like you said, easy owner. He can
Yeah.
draw 2 into 10 high whenever he wants.
That's
and
what he
Don-
says when he
Don
beats
just has to
me.
suffer the consequences.
Get
there.
this man a Diet Mountain Dew and charge him $1, the market rate for a Diet Mountain Dew. That's right, ladies and gentlemen.
It'll
The,
help with the pain a little bit.
Red Star Social has Diet Mountain Dew in the fridge here. That's one of my favorites about it. Again, open 7 days a week here, noon-ish until the game breaks. Come by and hang with us at Red Star Social. And we will be putting on live YouTube programs at a regular-ish frequency, including games like Deuce to 7, single draw.
Looks like a double straddle going on here. We got 10 then 20 from E, which should definitely generate some action.
When there's a double straddle here, what does that do to your range when you're behind them? Do you have to tighten up? Do you say, hey, there's a bunch of dead money out there? What do you do after that, Neil?
So some players, of course, have different approaches, but definitely the latter for me. More money in the pot, more incentive to play the pot, right? I want to win the free dead money in the pot, as you said, and with a $20 straddle, everyone's gonna be battling for that money. So you can start coming in for $80, $100, and try to isolate maybe one person heads up.
We need a couple more Neils to table number 1 because I think he just got a walk in the double straddle.
Oh, did he really? Yeah, that is very unique.
Yeah.
I guess the hands were just not cooperating for the players there.
Right.
One quick thing I do want to highlight for this 2-7 game. So this is a rule that we kind of implemented in our private games. It's definitely not in the official rule book. You're not going to see this at World Series of Poker or anything. We call this the book. So we discussed before the concept of drawing cards. You can draw between 1 and 5 cards. So to incite some more action, we gave the opportunity to book. This means that you will discard all 5 of your cards. You'll receive back 6 cards as a result of that. And then at this point, you can discard 1 card of your choosing to make the best possible 5-card hand. Yeah, so definitely process.
That sounds
process this a little bit. This is definitely a very unique rule.
If you're dealt an absolute disaster of a hand, you're able to just redraw the entire
mulligan
thing.
Everything, exactly.
Yeah,
Let's say
and get a bonus card.
Exactly right. So this, because obviously a 5-card draw is not.
I feel like you're after me here, Neil. I feel like
this might get you in a little bit more, a little bit more invested than you were before. But if you have a total disaster hand like Ace, King, Queen, Jack, 10, like total high cards, that is a really good hand to book because there's no low cards in your hand, meaning that there might be more low cards in the deck. So,
all right, that seems real smart. But I'm going to work on this hand for a second. It looks like C2 Snag has opened it and got 3-bet by Don. Snag drew 1 and has a 9-6-5-4-3. That's good, but Don is here with the 8-6-5-4-3, and it's going to get ugly here?
It's 100% going to get a lot of money in that pot. It looks like there's 240 in the pot, 430 behind for Snag. I'd be surprised if it all didn't get in. It might just get called. Actually, it just got called.
Yeah, so Don led for 225, and you just call here in C2 with the 9 high.
You could raise against certain opponents. That was a very big bet by Don. And definitely calling is respectable because you might be in a spot where all the value from Don would beat your 9 high, your 9-6 holding.
Right.
And you beat the bluffs. So calling would pretty much accomplish the same thing as raising in that spot, which is what Snag ultimately decided on. But definitely with those holdings, you're going to see some blood.
I know we're early in the action here, Neil, but with the no shared information, with the no limit stakes, it seems like a game that can absolutely get out of hand. And you mentioned the possibility of overbetting. We're looking forward to that. But is it possible that players play more carefully because they don't know about because they don't have any information there? Like you said, a player with a 9 high there is not going to put in a raise.
So to these players' credit, I will say that we kind of play the same game with the same people, maybe 3 to 4 days a week, I'd say at this point. We run games, of course, at Red Star every Monday and Saturday for those interested. So it's definitely not a lack of information opponent-wise. These guys, Snag and Don, they know each other very well. They definitely have their own, reads and their takes on each other's play. Going back to the lack of information regarding the hands, so there is actually a wealth of information just from the initial betting phase and the drawing phase. In those 2 steps, you will know exactly, is your opponent playing a pat hand that he's going to be value betting, or is he going for a draw just based on did he raise or did he call? Most of the time when raising, like this is kind of elementary, of course, but most of the players that are raising, they are more likely to have the pat hand versus the player calling is trying to run down the pat hand with a draw. Again, that's very general. That's not always going to be the case, but it's a good, I guess, fundamental viewpoint to have in this game. Now, the real information, of course, is in the drawing phase. At that stage, you're going to know exactly what your opponent is trying to do. Is he saying his current hand is good enough to go to showdown? Is he saying that he needs to draw 1 card to possibly get there, 2 cards, etc.? And you will have to pay attention. This is key when there's multiple players, exactly what each player did. Because without that information, you will not know what to expect when they possibly lead out on the final betting phase.
All right, if we can get back to this hand, Aaron in seat 1 drew 1, and I believe That's the best hand, at least according to our graphics.
Pip actually drew 2 into a 10, looks like.
Okay.
So the draw 2s can be very strong. I don't know if he's going to get much value in this spot. Let's see if he goes for it.
When you have an opponent who draws 2, again, totally don't know what I'm talking about, but I would say that this guy has a pretty weak hand, or has a hand like Pip has here, a 2-3-5 that's just drawing 2 cards.
Okay, yeah, let's talk about drawing for a second. So generally you want to draw 1. Drawing 1 will give you the best probability for hitting your 1 draw, less probability of hitting, an ace, a king, a queen, or a pair. Now, when you draw 2, of course, that's now twice as bad, right? Not only can you possibly hit, or have double the chance to hit your pair, you have another pair possibility with the second card as well, and you possible backdoor straight draws, etc.
Right.
So, I'd say draw, again, the math is somewhat unclear to me. I'm also very new to this game, maybe like 2 to 3 months I've been playing this game for. I'd say drawing 2 is exponentially worse than drawing 1. You want to go for a 1 draw. Drawing 2, you will very likely not hit a good hand, and it's very difficult to bluff because representing a strong hand when you draw 2 is, of course, a very difficult task to undertake because your opponents will know that you're representing that you drew exactly to let's say a 3 and a 4 consecutive, which of course is very hard to do. So drawing 2 is kind of something you can go for if you close the action, maybe not a big bet, but again, not always recommended.
Just to be clear, ladies and gentlemen, that's correct. You can have no knowledge of deuce to 7 today, and in 3 to 4 months, be the expert on the live broadcast.
This is Texas poker,
of a deuce to 7 live game. So I'm just messing around.
Oh yeah, of course,
Hopefully
of course.
You understand. Get it.
No, I totally agree. I'm still a student of the game as well.
Yeah.
We definitely have played a lot more deuce to 7 in the past 3 months than I think every player here has played their entire lives. It's kind of exploded in the Austin poker scene.
Yeah. And not in small part due to the efforts of our friends here at Red Star Social Poker, because they're putting it on a couple of nights a week, and that's what I think people want to play. New games like you can play No Limit all across town, and everybody's got a PLO game now, but how many places can you play the deuce to 7? Red Star Social, certainly one of them. Okay, looks like we have a lot of action here. The pot is up to nearly 185 bucks, and we've got a couple of hands drawing 2 here.
Look at this. All 3 of them have 10 high.
All right.
So this pot went open 3-bet, call. So 3 ways with 1 draw, 1 draw, and then a second 1 draw. So with this exact configuration, I don't expect a huge pot with 3 players with 10 high holdings, but at the very least, you might see a bet from George with the best 10 high.
Did George draw 1 or 2?
George was the one that drew 1.
Okay, so when you're the player who draws 1, you have a significant range advantage against your opponents, right?
Exactly right, yes. So Sam, you can see, drew 2 here, and Sam's going to lead out actually with his 10-9. He'll probably get called in 2 spots if I am right about... Yeah, Snag drew 1 as well, so I expect Snag to call, and then, of course, George has to call as well. But like you said, when you draw 1 versus drawing 2, of course, the player drawing 1 has a very significant advantage into, of course, not pairing or hitting a high card. And looks like Snag, I believe, made the call, and now it's up to George, who will, of course, call as well.
Call 150, showdown, 10-9.
So actually pretty, again, for a 10 high, we get a $600 pot with, by no means, a nutted hand, a very strong hand, but just with the way the action went, I don't fault any of the players for their play. Yeah, as the game goes on, we'll see the stacks start to get up there, and then we will see more likelihood of the big bets, the over bets that we all, of course, are dying to see.
How much does that affect the game, Neil? Because obviously in No Limit Hold'em and other games that people are more familiar with, if you have a player who's super deep behind you, you have to be more careful with your sort of medium hands, or at least hands that have some showdown value. Does the same principle apply in deuce to 7?
Definitely. I would say stack size in every game of poker, every form of poker, is of paramount importance. You want to know exactly what you stand to win, what you stand to lose.
We have not seen a big bluff yet, but that seems like something that is. I mean, this game is just ripe to have that, right? With no exposed cards, that you can pour it in at any time if you think your opponent doesn't have it.
The nature of this game does definitely encourage bluffing. It's no limit game, and a lot of spots where you are either in position against players that are not, excuse me, not conveying much strength, or the opposite. They're conveying a lot of strength, but you want to try to get them off that hand because you have so much money that you can possibly bully them off the hand. That is where the stack size will come into play, because as strong as, let's say, a 9-high holding is, a 10-high holding is, there are possible 7 highs and 8 highs, and do you really want to call off $2,000 all-in shove with just a 10-high?
Well, I'm here for this $2,000 all-in shove.
I'm pretty optimistic. We'll see something. This lineup of players is definitely not afraid.
Loosen up, guys. Loosen up. I hear him.
Yeah, these players are definitely not shy to put money into the pot, so I'm expecting some, definitely some big pots as we get later into the night.
All right, we're going three-handed here. Don has raised it with the King Queen 7-6-5. He drew 2. He's called by Victor and Sam. Victor has drawn 2 as well, and
a 3 draw. Wow,
Sam has drawn 3, which is
that's the first 3 draw we've seen.
I'm new to this game, but I'm gonna say not optimal.
It is again. This you got to gamble it up sometimes. We saw Sam hold on to the 6 and the 4. He actually got dealt. I mean, relatively for a 3 draw, a very good hand.
He did it. He made it.
And he actually won the hand. Yeah, he actually has.
Ladies and gentlemen, draw 3. It's going to happen.
It's the wave. Yeah, I guess he drew into a Jack 9, which is good right now, unless he does face a bluff. Looks like from Don.
Well, Don has a pair of 5s and was the aggressor pre-draw. He's bet 60 into $100 here.
Oh, we see Sam stack. Actually, Sam's very short, only $50. So
okay.
He might be committed. In
he
his
just
mind.
has to. Yeah, you don't.
You don't draw 3.
You don't see the draw
and
and then draw 3 and then fold when you have 60 remaining. So yeah, unfortunately for
he
Don
does make
here,
the call. Yeah,
he's going to get drawn out on with his pair of 5s.
Yeah, the draw 3. So we did discuss booking earlier, where you draw 5 cards, and then you get, of course, 6 cards, and you get to make the best 5 card holding from that. With some, with a lot of play actually in the past couple of months, I believe the book, the drawing 5, getting 6 is actually better than a 3 draw on average.
Yeah.
Because when you draw 5 cards, you get to cherry pick the exact worst card in your 6 card holding.
Oh, yeah.
And on average, this is a lot stronger than you would think. The average 5 card hand, I believe the average book would be about a queen high, which is actually slightly better than drawing 3 most of the time.
For those setting up a deuce to 7 game at home, how dare you knock it off? Come to Red Star Social and play the game. But
You can't book anywhere else.
How
I'll say
does
that.
the blind structure work here? We're playing 5-5. Is it just the dealer button moves like it does in Hold'em, and then it's to the left of that?
Exactly the same as Hold'em, yes. We have the small blind, big blind, both 5, and then in this game a little bit unique, we have a button ante as well. A little more money to fight over, which is of course good. And then, of course, with multiple straddles and no limping, there usually will be a lot of good action before the draw. Yeah, it looks like a $10 straddle here, actually. And bluffs-wise, I'm trying to remember what we've seen. I believe Don has tried to bluff twice. Both have failed, but both attempts were very respectable, given his exact hand combination. Beyond that, I think it's been relatively tame so far.
Early in the action, we're letting everybody feel each other out. Though you say these guys, we all play together.
Oh yeah, these
pretty
guys
frequently.
hours upon hours of action with each
Yeah,
other.
yeah.
I think we had a game last night actually with about 7 of the people here right now, maybe 6 of them.
Call 30, fold.
And we've got actually some very good drawing hands.
Call 30.
Yeah, it looks like Don has raised here with the King 9, 8, 6 deuce and is going to get called all over the place. 5 ways to the draw. We're going to go.
Every player seems to have a one card draw. Multiple 7-high draws. Or no, we got 1 7-high, 1 8-high, 1 9-high draw. It's like, so very, very good draws.
The graphic here says C2 snag draws 5. That surely is incorrect, right? Maybe not. Pip is drawing 3. He may have been in the blind over there as well.
So this is the first book we're seeing. I believe Snag's holding it was incorrect initially because he would not course, book with a 7-6-4-3. So
Oh, that's a yeah. You're correct. That's a great hand.
that would be a beautiful hand to
Yeah.
continue with. But he did book. Let's see what his new. Maybe
Okay, we're gonna have to.
delay.
Yeah, we'll have to just pause a moment and see what's going on here.
It's gonna refresh his hand. The other players, though, I think their play was relatively. Oh, I think that's his hand post draw. He was
Okay.
left with an A7-6-4-3. The remaining players, of course, they drew 3-1-1-1, and in the end, we have, of course, Sam with an 8 high. And once again, okay, George is gonna bluff here with a straight, which will not work against
But
Sam's 8 high.
But a great hand to bluff with when you have all of
Yes.
those low cards. You absolutely cannot win at showdown,
Exactly
and you're
right.
blocking all of your opponent's great hands.
Exactly right. It just,
I see George turning it over confidently. I know that look. I know that look.
you've got to own it sometimes.
You know
gotta own
what?
the bluff.
Excellent way to balance your range, George. That's the same look that you have when you drag all of my chips into your stack. I know
Very
that one,
balanced
so-
from George.
Yeah, good job, buddy.
Just a bit unlucky that Sam he drew 1 into the 8-7-6-5-3, which is, of course, a fabulous hand in this game. But as we have seen so far, the best bluff combinations are pairs and straights, which would make sense theoretically, right? Given how they're the lower cards that block your opponent's good hands from calling.
Right, lower pairs.
Lower pairs, yes. One good thing about this game is if you're running bad at Hold'em, you're getting a lot of bad cards. Just bring it over to this game, your bad cards suddenly become good.
Feel like that's a trap, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I feel like that's an expert deuce to 7 player saying, saying, "Don't worry, you get 5 cards here. You get to play.
Water's
every
warm
time,
over here.
whenever you want." The water is always warm. Red Star Social, burn it in 183. Please join us. Get yourself a membership. Sign up. And hang with the fam here at Red Star Social. Okay, we have action here. It looks like a raise from early on, if I am to believe this number.
Once again, Don is driving the action. He's got a very good draw. He has currently a jack.
that is
Pat.
what we would call a convertible.
Exactly right.
I
yes.
look at
Nice.
that.
There, yeah.
We
already
did
figured
it,
out.
Neil.
Yep, we're
I
good to go.
learned one thing today.
And that's, yeah, if one thing to learn, I'd say it's definitely that. Convertible hands are, of course, extremely strong. They're versatile, both going straight to showdown or maybe hitting even a stronger hand.
Yeah, Don
more
raised it
money.
with a Jack 6 5 3 deuce and was called in 2 spots. Both players drew 1, so he's gonna break. He's gonna draw 1 as well. Is that the
This-
correct play, or
so
what do you
this
think?
So one thing to consider is that his Jack Pat is not going to win a huge pot at showdown because this hand is not going to have to value bet for a big sizing
Right.
or call a significant raise. If you want to go for all the money, you can go for the convertible hand, maybe get like a 7, 8, or 9, and then maybe go for even money if your opponents hit something as well.
Because yeah, right. Having the 6 5 3 deuce is basically one of the best draws that you can possibly
Exactly,
have.
yes.
Unfortunately, Victor, it looks like, outdrew him and is going to win this pot with a 9 high.
No, Victor, he paired.
Did I not say that correctly?
No, you said it right.
Did he bluff?
He had the check mark, but I believe he paired. We do see Don taking down the pot.
Oh, okay, okay.
I wonder. I think there's just a bit of a delay because Don definitely drew 1. It still shows the Jack high.
He broke the Jack.
He did break the Jack. I believe we saw that. So I'm assuming he hit either 7, 8, or 9, and called the bluff from Don, or from Victor rather, who definitely paired.
Ladies' Night, Red Star Social, the entire month of October, 50% off on Fridays and Sunday nights here at Red Star Social. I don't know about you, Neil, but I come up here on the weekends. I don't play poker. I just hang out and try to meet nice ladies. Is that-
Definitely possible as well. There's a lot of good promotions going on over here. One fun one for this game I'll mention is if you ever chop a hand with a 7 high holding. 7 high, of course, is the very best hand you can make in this game.
Yeah.
You will get, I believe, $50 of free time, 5 hours worth or
Ooh.
so. Which, of course,
Okay.
another good incentive, you know. If you just get unlucky and don't win the big pot, you get a little bit something back from Red Star. And to your other question, I pretty much exclusively play this game nowadays. So you'll see me here on Monday, on Saturday, and even Thursday we run a round of each game. That would be Deuce to 7, Big O, that's 5-card Big O, and PLO as well. So it's a 3-round game that we run every Thursday, which of course is a great bit of action where you have to switch
Right.
gears every different round.
Right. Pretty sure I'm not supposed to say, but we should just put the Gambler's Anonymous number on that table. That is our. Hang on, say that again. Deuce to 7 single draw, Big O.
If you're playing that game, you definitely are a rare breed of poker player.
You're willing to get it in, man.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
willing to get it in, which is what we do here at Red Star Social. Monday through Monday. Open at noonish and continue until the game breaks. Come down and hang with us. And if you would like to play, if you would like to be famous on the internet like all of these guys, you could do so. So we're going to have
Great place to kick off your poker career for
regular
sure.
streams.
Oh, wait, live
I think this
battles
game
on
and Hold'em
play.
will be running here. There's not a set schedule yet, but definitely look for us at least once a week, maybe Thursday. We're going to look for a more finalized day in the future. But I definitely would like to see more of these streams. Looks like we have finally some big action before the draw. Looks like an all-in from both Pip and Sam.
I'm going to say that you're definitely watching the wrong screen there, Neil.
Oh, okay, I jumped the gun.
Gotcha,
I got
buddy.
A little bit ahead of.
Gotcha, no problem.
I'm looking for the action anywhere I can.
It's
know,
all
get.
good.
I
Meet
spotted
us.
some.
Meet us here in 15 minutes for
Yeah, so that's just a little bit of a
Yeah.
spoiler for you guys. We got some big action.
We
coming up soon.
are broadcasting on a 15-minute delay to be fair to all players involved. In this hand, it looks like a raise from Aaron in seat 1, $40. He has the ace 8 6 4 deuce. He's going to be
Great draw.
drawing 1. There's a Sam called with a
Sam loves the 3 draw. He's gone
gonna
there
draw
once or twice
3.
before, but this time, unfortunately, he did not get there with the ace king.
and Don stood pat with Queen Jack 7 5 deuce. Is that correct? Do you call and stand pat with a queen high?
He is out of position. I think it's a very optimistic play because with this exact hand, you are to the mercy of your opponents. If they bet big, your queen jack is often not good enough to call. So you kind of are praying that your pat will scare them off betting, or that your hand is just good at showdown.
Perfect opportunity to pile in money on a bluff, right? When you
I
can
mean,
win-
yeah, you could definitely
Maybe
go
not
for
perfect opportunity, but
If you have to go big though, that's the one thing because
Yeah.
you know that Don has some sort of hand that has showdown value immediately, most likely a jack or a 10. That's why queen eye is a little bit optimistic, but of course there he faced some heat from Aaron and
Yeah.
made the good fold.
And yeah, excellent draw from Aaron, who made the 8 high there, put money in, and took down the pot. But I mean, Aaron was the pre-flop, pre-draw aggressor there, and continued. If you face a hand who stood pat from you before the draw and then pours in money, you kind of hate it with 8 high, right?
So it's a bit of a mixed signal from that opponent because if he had a really good hand, he would not have just called before the draw, right?
Okay.
He wants to
okay.
pump money in there. He wants to get more value from your drawing hands. Maybe even your pat hands can pump more money in the pot. So it's a bit of a mixed
Excellent
signal.
point. He would never just flat pre-draw with an 8 high or with better than an 8 high.
Yes, I will say you can really never say never in this game because, of course, it is very dynamic and opponent-based. So he could do that knowing that his opponents are going to think that he doesn't have a good hand because he would have raised before it's a 11 war. But on average, it's like, I guess like a Hold'em analogy I'll make is if you get pocket aces before the flop, you're going to 3-bet. You want to get money in the pot. You want to possibly narrow the field down. You want to get some action. Just flat calling might induce more players to come in that might outdraw you, keeps the pot smaller. Similarly, in this game,
Right.
you want to get money in the pot with your 7 highs and 8 highs.
Okay, we have a 3-bet here from Victor pre-draw with a 10-8-5-4-3. It looks like he is going to be called by Sam in seat 9 with the Jack 10 high. That's going to be it. It's going to be heads up to the draw. Victor with the advantage here.
He's got a pretty significant advantage as well. He's got position, which is, of course, very important. He gets to see what Sam does with his drawing phase before he can even act. Against a 1 draw, a bit of a fun fact, against a 1 draw, every Jack pat is always going to be a favorite, meaning that a 10 pat, which of course Victor has here, is an even bigger favorite. So he can pat very safely here, knowing that on average he will win at showdown, and he does in this spot.
Yeah, Sam drew a king. I'm going to write this down. Every pat is
I've got a ton of little
jack
fun
pat.
facts.
Hold on. Every jackpot is a favorite. How
Even-
can that possibly
Even the
be
worst
true?
jack pat. Let's look at an example here, right?
Please.
Let's say we have Jack 10, 9, 8, 6. This is the worst
Okay.
possible Jack hand.
Yeah.
Right? There's no worse Jack that you could ever have.
I follow.
You're against a one draw. Let's say the very best one draw. 2, 3, 4, 7. This is the best one draw because, of course, you're drunk to the nuts, which is, of course, 7, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you have no gut shot straights, which would dilute possible outs you could have.
Right.
So if we just do the math, very, very like caveman-like, right? With your 7, 2, 3, 4, what are your outs in this spot against the Jack 10, 9, 8, 6?
Wait, hang on. That was a real question, right? I
Yes, not
understood your
rhetorical, not
point and then
rhetorical.
stopped paying attention. I will say caveman style. I don't know. I'm gonna put it in, man.
That does have. That's possible.
Hi-ya!
That is actually a legitimate thought process some of the time in this game as well. But to answer the question, if we have 7, 2, 3, 4, we're against Jack 10, 9, 6, right?
Mhm.
This means that a 5 would give us a better hand, right?
Right.
So that's one possible out. A 6 gives us another better hand, right? That's a
Right.
second out. 8 gives us another hand, right?
Right.
Then 9, 10, Jack, right? That brings us to a total of 6 possible cards that would give us our out. How many cards unique are in a regulation size deck?
52.
52 divided by 4 would be 13, right? So this means that
13.
as of right now, we can hit 6 cards,
Six.
which means that 7 cards are bad for us, right? That is
Right.
why a Jack is the favorite. There are just simply more cards that are bad for you than that are good for you by that smaller margin.
I'm gonna ask the watching audience to pause that, rewind it, listen again, because I'm pretty positive that was expert analysis from Neil, but my brain
All of this stuff is
my brain
available.
works slow, and yeah, if you tell me let's do it caveman style, I say just bet the pot. All right, just put it in, man.
I have done that as well, but like for that entire little diatribe I had, just take away that a Jack pad is always a favorite against a one draw
Right,
in every
right.
scenario. And know that if your opponent drew 1, you can pat the Jack knowing that you're a favorite, unless there's other, of course, implications in that hand.
Seems like lots of implications in this hand, and we're gonna show something.
Looks like Victor's just going
down.
to take it down with a 10. I don't think anyone even tried to bluff at it. Again, Don has a good hand to bluff with, but you can't bluff every hand, right? And Don decided not to go for this one. Don has been very active, though.
You
to his
can
credit.
bluff every hand.
Oh, I know.
depending
I've
on your
tried.
bankroll. It is definitely an option.
Your bankroll may dwindle as a result, but
Yeah.
you will get, you'll get some street credit. at the
I
very least.
assure you here at Red
And what's more
Star
important?
Social, there's no sign on the wall that says you can't bluff every hand. It is
It's encouraged.
without a doubt allowed. Okay, so
And it's an investment into your future, of course, too. That's the way I look at it. Someone catches you bluffing once, they're going to call you again, and then you might have
Right.
it, right?
right.
And you make all the money back, maybe even more.
Is Neil, is Deuce to 7 your is it your new favorite game, or where do you rank it in amongst your favorite games?
So about myself, I am definitely a Hold'em player. I played Hold'em for maybe 15 to 20 years. Seriously at times, not so seriously at times. But as of right now, I would definitely consider myself a Deuce to 7 specialist.
Okay.
I play this game probably 90% of my entire poker play
Yeah.
nowadays.
All right, let's jump into the action here. It looks like Pip has a King 9-7-6-3. He's gonna raise it up. That's gonna be a one draw for him, right?
Exactly, yes. He's got... So keep note of his suits as well. Like, flushes are bad in this game.
Four hearts,
Yes. So...
but he's gonna discard the King of Hearts. He's fine on that.
Exactly right. So in this case, he can discard 1, knowing that he is not at risk of a flush. He has a very legitimate 9-7 draw with his hand.
Papa G is gonna 3-bet him to 95 with a. It looks like a Pat Jack, right?
Yep, this is another
Jack 8,
convertible.
6-5-4.
Exactly right. He's got another convertible hand if he faces opponent.
But oh no, he might be in trouble. As seat 2
Yeah, snag goes on
snag
Pat 10.
has the 10-9-7-4 deuce. And do you 4-bet? He does 4-bet here to 225.
This is a very hard spot because
Hard
where do
spot
you-
for George. for Papa G?
For
or,
Papa G, no, it's a very straightforward call.
Oh, okay.
Because
It's
his,
hard for Snag, you're saying.
Yeah, because he's got a 10-9. That's not the greatest hand. He could already be drawing dead against a lot of hands if George already has, like, let's say a 9 high.
Okay, this is good because he's 4-bet it and then stands pat, and George is going to bet 130.
We got there. Wow. So we discussed convertible.
Okay. George did draw. Excuse me. Papa G did draw. That's a convertible.
Yeah, poor Snag.
He ditched the jack and got there with a deuce of clubs.
Exactly right. So George's perspective, he faced a 4-bet, then a pat, which is very strong action. He knows his jack high is no longer good. So he very smartly gets rid of the jack, and then he draws the best card he could possibly draw, the deuce. He now has an 8-6 against Snag's pat 10-9. Snag has checked it over, letting
this is
George
very
bluff.
interesting to me. And George is going to, it looks like he's going, he's going to bet 570.
He goes all in. So again, this is not an overbet. It's very,
but this is a spot where you're going to polarize and just pour it all in. Bet
your
as much
only
as you
size
can.
here should be all in. Yes, like your bluffs would take this size. Your value has to take the size as well to be balanced. That is what George does, and Snag does make the call, knowing that he beats all bluffs. He can beat, if, let's say George paired, if George decides to turn an ace or a king into a bluff, but that is obviously not the case here. Yeah, like these 4-bet pots get very, very complex very quickly. You have to make a on-the-fly read. Is your hand good? Is your hand
I can't tell. Is George indicating that he was sweating it out there? Is he congratulating himself?
I don't think George is the type to sweat very much.
George, I tell you, that was definitely that was a better play than I expected you to be capable of. All right.
He definitely played that one right.
Because I know you'll never watch
strong.
this on YouTube, George. I'm going to say that I never suspected you to make every possible perfect play there. But also drawing the 2 of clubs is pretty fortunate.
That was probably the best play in that entire hand.
Drawing the 2 of clubs.
Draw the best card, you will do well in this game.
Yeah. Come down to Red Star Social and sign up for Neil's Draw the Perfect Card class.
I teach a class, yeah.
Yeah. Always just draw the deuce of clubs, ladies and gentlemen.
It takes a lot of talent that you're born with, though.
Obviously kidding here, but for real, man. Such a fun poker is the most fun game, and
it's a love-hate thing for most people.
Yeah, the more you play, the more you learn.
Yep.
And I would say for sure that is that's my issue, is that I love playing strategy.
You hate that you love it so much.
Yeah, and it's fun to learn more every day. So hold on, Neil. You're usually a Hold'em player.
Yeah, I'd say I play Hold'em maybe 99% of my play prior to the past, I'd say 3 months or so.
Yeah.
I've dabbled in PLO. I actually won a Big O tournament, not to brag, but
brag it on,
I'm
man.
terrible at Big O. I did not deserve the win. I just kind of shoved all in every hand. I pretty much went caveman style, like we discussed earlier.
That's a good strategy in Big O.
Yeah, and it worked out that time, but yeah, I'd say 99% Hold'em for me.
Right.
And you as well, Jason, I'm guessing, just Hold'em?
Well, and I dabble in the PLO streets, but maybe you just answered my question. I was going to say I'm ashamed to admit I have no idea. Have we played together before? Do you have any of my money, Neil? Do you have any of my money? Tell the truth.
I don't. I play 1-2 on occasion here at Red Star.
Yeah.
It might have happened, but
depends
pretty
on
unlikely.
What time of day you were here.
I'm a late night player.
Whether or not
I'm a night
you
owl
got
for
any
sure.
of my money, but
it could go the other way too.
Let us know in the chat. Do you have any of my money? You probably do. You guys
don't tell me you don't want to.
I see you Red Star warriors out there. You guys got my money. I know what's up.
So far we're about how many hands in? Looks like I guess about 20 to 30 hands in. So Jason, what's your first thoughts on this game? Like, are we going to see you in this room at any point? Possibly jumping in?
Look, no, I love Deuce to 7. I think it's a fun game because as here, I'm going to tell you, this is a not expert opinion. I think it's a fun game because you have more opportunities for creativity. You have more opportunities to play more hands, as where I wouldn't call No Limit Hold'em a solved game necessarily, but there's definitely hands where I'm going to the flop. I'm like, well, I'm definitely negative EV on this one.
Yeah, I had the same kind of issue where, like you said, it's not necessarily solved, but there are a lot of charts. There's a lot of information out there.
Yeah.
There's solvers that will tell you how to play a single individual hand in exactly the sizes in that exact hand for every street, which is a bit insane to think about. There's none of that for this game. There's no solvers. There's no like GTO charts. It's just the man versus man.
Yeah.
Just,
particularly if you know your opponents and their tendencies, you have an ability to really realize a big equity advantage if you know how they play. Did I just see? Is it seat one, Aaron? Did I see? What do you call it? A book? I think
we saw the book from Aaron. Yes.
I know he got a whole bunch of cards there.
Yeah, he drew 5 with Queen 10 9 8 7, which is a very good hand to book with. A lot of high cards, and then you can't really draw because you have an open ender with your 10 high. So this is a very good book opportunity for him.
Yeah.
The only issue is that Pip has.
I think we're.
Look at this.
We're a little behind here, but Pip has the
look at this
8
cooler.
high.
And then if you look at Victor's hand, so we have terminology in this game where we refer to the best hands as number 1, number 2, etc.
Right.
We
That's
currently have
number
Victor
1, right,
with
bro?
number 1. This number 1, yes, it's the best possible
Victor.
hand in the game.
Of all the
And,
guys
yeah.
to get number 1.
Oh, and look at this. Sam has an 8 high as well. So Victor is just going to clean up over here.
Okay. Yeah.
This is the hand I believe that I might have spoiled a little bit.
This is the
10
one where
minutes. Yeah.
right, you said there was going to be action on action on
Yes,
action.
and I totally see why now. We have a
And
number
yeah.
1 versus 2 8 highs. There's no way out of this pot for either of them, to be honest.
Right. Even if you are, especially actually, if you are in Pip's situation here, yeah, you can't ever really see this coming, even though you have the third best hand.
He actually does, yeah. The thing is, 8 highs are so rare, and they're very difficult to hit. You want to focus more about getting money in the pot to get value. You want to extract from the 9 highs to 10 highs, which just combo-wise are way more likely than the 7 highs. There are only 4 possible 7 high combinations, of course. This is number 1 of them, meaning that there are infinitely more 9 highs and 10 highs that you can get value from.
That was Pip reaching into his wallet for more money.
That is the reload.
That is an action I have not seen from him enough times. But hi, Pip. I know you will.
Doesn't happen very often.
You will watch this again. Hi, buddy. How are you? Are those my hundreds? I think those are. Those are
I think I see your name on one of them.
Those are my hundreds. What so far, and again, I know we're early in the game here, Neil, but do you anticipate as the stacks get bigger to see it opening up, loosening up a little more, as we're going to see 2 rebuys on this hand here? Is that Sam in seat number 9 who's rebuying as well?
Looks like Pip got the 500 initially again. Sam's going to go for, looks like 300 or so. And to your point, this game is kind of fun because it is actually a match to stack game. This means it's, of course, a Texas thing. You can buy in, also not just Texas, but mostly Texas thing, where you can buy in for any amount up to the biggest stack of the table. You can effectively match the stack. So as of right now, Victor has the biggest stack with about, looks like maybe 2K, maybe 2,500 or so. So if a player wanted to, he could buy in for that same amount and go for a very big pot with Victor right now. I think they run this in Florida as well, the match to stack.
I'm pretty sure Texas invented match to stack.
I agree.
No, never before.
No one else has it.
Yeah. Are you a native to Texas, Neil? Where did you come from?
I'm relatively new. I moved here about 2 years back for a job from Connecticut, actually. So a bit far from my hometown.
Right. Moved here for a real job or for poker
Real
reasons?
yeah.
What is the poker scene like up in Connecticut? I know that's the Foxwoods neck of the woods, right?
Yes, we have Foxwoods, Mohegan Sun. We have some other casinos. I think there's Wynn Encore in Boston. Some New Hampshire casinos, and then of course Atlantic City's over there too. Only problem is that pandemic kind of killed a lot of those venues, at least tournament-wise. So I'm definitely happy I'm in Texas, where there is no end to the action between the big 4 cities, of course. San Antonio.
Pandemic just invented, if you ask me, Neil.
It definitely helps some things here.
What's
between
that? That's not the content you wanted here? That's not? Okay.
No,
yeah.
I think
I was just
summed it up
kidding,
for
Neil.
me. But between San Antonio, Houston, Austin, Dallas, we are definitely spoiled for poker action here.
Yeah. All right. Looks like there's going to be an open here. Don is raised it to 20 with ace, queen, 7, 6, deuce. He's going to get called in a couple of spots, including by Sam here, who has pocket aces. This is a game where you don't want to have pocket aces.
Ace is no good in this game.
No good.
So I believe Sam is going to be going for a 2-draw, maybe a 3-draw here.
And Aaron has 3-betted in seat 1. He's got a pat 10, 10, 8, 6, 5, 4.
Yeah, so this spot I do want to use to illustrate the power position. So Aaron here has ultimate position. He will see everyone's action before he gets to act at all. And right here, he's able to 3-bet a 10-8-6-5-4, which is, of course, a 3-bet in a lot of spots, but especially so here.
Because he's going to be last to act after the draw.
Yes, so he will know for a fact, does he want to convert, does he want to pat, does he want to go for value, depending on how much they draw. In this very spot, I think this hand is actually straightforward. It's a very easy pat, and then likely check back sometimes, probably value bet sometimes.
Right.
But having the position is just always an amazing advantage to have.
And he was called by Papa G, by George. He was called by Sam. And do we see the hands here?
So George did pairs 4, and Sam drew 3 into a queen 8, which is not great, of course, but honestly above average for a 3 draw.
So Sam had the pocket aces, drew
He did.
3.
He got rid of the jack as well.
You would just ditch the hand entirely, right?
I think you can fold some hands in this game, believe it or not. Obviously, you want to give action, you want to get involved, but some hands are better played as folds in certain spots.
Yeah.
Here, we're going to find that
Can I get a
I
fill,
don't
please?
think they've checked yet. Is George going to be bluffing?
Well, Aaron with the 10-8 is going to be the winner here, and it's going to go
Okay.
check,
He
check,
checked it
check.
back, which is very, very understandable. It's hard to get value from
George
that.
has a pair of 3s with a great bluff candidate, is what you're saying there, because he's got a pair of 4s.
He did, yes, but the thing is, he's facing a pat hand, and you could argue that
You're
against
just
a
going to
pat
get
hand,
called every time.
You may get called a lot of time, yes. It's very, again, image dependent on you. How does he view you? How do you view him? You can go for a bluff into a pat hand, but of course you are conveying that your draw is so good that you're better than his possible pat hand. So it's not necessary to go with all the hands. In that spot, I definitely don't mind the shutdown from George.
Right. Looks like the perfect spot for the 4x pot shove, George. Right?
I do.
Who's going to do it?
definitely,
Who's going to be the man to overbet the pot on the end? Somebody.
I have gone for those in certain spots with very success, but when it gets through, it definitely feels really good.
Right.
I will say that.
When it doesn't get through, are there any
well,
other
I mean, that's what reloads-
results to report, Neil?
I mean, that's what reloads are for, right? You get a story out of it. Looks like a reload right now for...
Yeah, we're getting some black chips on the table. Black chips worth 100 American dollars. Here and at about every notable casino or poker room across America. Except for the ones who have weird
There's
colors.
some white chips, I
Where
think,
did
in,
you came from Foxwoods, you said?
They were
Do they
they
got
were
weird
normal.
colors
They
up
were
there?
normal there. No, we had the
Okay.
same black chip,
Okay.
green chip, red chip.
Is it California with your weird colors? Get
I
out of
think
here
some
with
of
your
those
weird
places have like the
colors,
white
man.
chips for the hundreds. Yeah, a little bit, getting used to.
Not cool.
The one big difference would be the 1Ks. You get some orange, you get some yellows. I prefer the pumpkins personally, though.
Yeah. Well, I aspire to one day have a 1K chip. That sounds
We
like
gotta get one of them first.
an incredible fantasy.
I do think this game it does cap off at the purples, which are of course the $500 chips.
Yeah.
But those would be very nice to see at some point.
We would be happy to get a lot of purples on the table here. Red Star Social, Burn It 1A3, come by for a membership, a game of No Limit Hold'em. They've got PLO here. I know there is a bomb pot only game that runs a couple of times a week. Lost a bunch of money in that one. Wait a minute, I'm not supposed to say that. But yeah, not supposed to.
The bomb pot games are also a good Texas novelty that we have down here.
Yeah. We invented bomb pots,
We
right?
definitely
We,
did.
the Texas people, invented bomb pots.
It's
And
indigenous to here.
okay,
And-
here we
This
go.
is a very interesting hand, actually.
3-bet pot. Don has the 8-7-6-4 deuce, has 3-betted to 125. It has been called by George with a 1-draw king high 7-5-4 deuce, and called by Jack 7-7-5-3 by Sam as well. And we're going to see a couple of 1-draws, right?
So from Sam, I believe he's gonna go for the 2-draw. He has a Jack 7-7-5-3. and
Oh, right, of course.
He will probably pitch the Jack 7 and try to go for a very, very good hand with 7-5-3. Of course, he's against Don's 8-high, which is he's drawing very slim against that. Oh, look at this! Wow, it happened again. George has hit number 1.
George, knock it off, man.
This is
George,
the second time in the past, like maybe 10 minutes or so, that an 8-high has been cracked by number 1.
and Don here has 8-7-6-4 deuce.
cannot
He has
get
a
away.
very strong hand, and so George really should just bet it all here, right?
I believe we saw 250 from Don here, which means that The
Oh, yeah.
natural sizing from
Oh,
George
yeah.
will be to go all in with 630 behind, so there's no way out of this for Don. I don't
Because Don was the pre-draw aggressor. You have to figure that, and he drew. He stood pat, and so you have to figure he's very strong.
believe. Yes, he conveyed strength at every single
And
phase of this hand, and he's going to continue to do so, and he has no chance.
You just put it all in here, and then Don is kind of in the torture chamber, just wondering, okay, so he's min betted actually. Looks like George has
he did
min
just
betted
min
to
raise,
500.
yeah, and of course,
But-
Don doesn't like it, but I believe he has to
Yeah,
pay this off.
you kind of, I mean, if you're in George's spot, you're leaving value on the table, because if your opponent's going to call you here,
Yeah, there's only 630 effective, so if he's going to call 500, he's going to call the full amount as well. He does make
Right.
the call, as we see.
and he's going to call you so often with a hand like an 8 or a 9 high, just hoping that you're just bluffing him.
You're bluffing, or maybe you have even a worse 9 or something. Like an 8 high is so strong that you beat some of the value from George, right?
Yeah.
So I do believe all-in is the best sizing there, but sometimes a man just wants to get paid, right? And George definitely just wanted the extra 250.
I know that about George. He is a man that likes to get paid.
Yeah, that's definitely very, very unique to see an 8 high get cracked twice in a row to a number 1. Again, number 1s are the best hand. I'm trying to find a good analogy and hold them to show. I'd say like set over set would be the best possible analogy for this in this game.
Right.
I don't know. Might not have got that card. Right?
I mean, but even in that circumstance, like you're just never laying it down, right? When you have a set like that, that's I guess the problem and the charm of no limit single draw.
The curse and the
is that
blessing, yeah. It's
There's
that.
so many times where you just figure I cannot lay this hand down under any circumstance.
Yeah, it's just so many hands that you're thinking more about how to get value with a hand that strong. Let's say you have a set and hold them. You're trying, you have dollar signs, you're trying to get all the money in the pot. You're not even thinking about the possibility of losing to a higher set, because majority of the range, of course, is losing to your set at that moment, so you want to get more money in. When you do lose to that bigger hand, you can't really do much. Just shrug it off, rebuy, and just know that you got to a spot that I'd say 99.9% of players would just have to lose money in. In that spot, again, Don, he saved money. In a lot of
I mean,
against a lot of opponents, you lose everything. So
well,
that's a small blessing.
based on his opponent's play, he saved money
Yes.
because George just clicked the min bet there, and you don't ever really, I mean, you really can't fold it any time there, because the min bet, is
It's
value
terrifying.
town unless your
The
opponent
min bet's very
is
terrifying.
on level 4 or 5 or 7
yeah,
or
of course.
many levels that I'm not capable of. But you're just never gonna fold the 8 high there.
No,
and so
above-
you're just
yeah.
hoping that your opponent has a worse 8 or somehow is raising with a 9, right?
Exactly, yeah. Just at the end of the day, you have an 8 high. You're facing a min bet, giving yourself insane odds to win. If he has any bluffs at all, if he has any worse hands for value, you're getting probably 3 or 4 to 1 with a min bet on the final street. So you got to just shrug, make the call. I'd say it's closer to a shove than a fold in that spot, given that you expect better hands in your hand to go all in. So his min bet could
Oh.
be like a.
So you're right. He did save money by just calling.
I
That's,
might shove there, yes, in that
Okay.
spot, knowing that.
I like
Let's say
that.
George, let's say he likes his 9-5, his 9 perfect, his really good 10 high. You might want to get value from those. It's just my hand is so strong, I'm not considering,
Right.
the scenarios where I'm losing money.
Okay, Neil, we're gonna have to catch up on this hand because I'm a little. It looks like there's a healthy-ish amount of money in the pot, and at least
Oh, it looks like
Snag has drawn 4. Is that possibly correct?
he did draw 4. That is
Yeah.
a very aggressive play. He held on to the deuce, which of course is the best card you can hold on to.
That's
but
pretty good. This is pretty
I think
aggressive.
saying he's testing stuff out here.
Yeah.
He, of course, was unlucky with the 10-9 earlier. Maybe he'll try something new here, but he paired his 10, so I don't think we'll see any more money from him.
That is Don leading out here. He bets 80 with the 10-9-5-4-3, but that is no good because Pip has the 9-6-5-4-3
So
deuce.
this is a fun spot. I do want to see if Pip will go for a raise or just a call. Of course, we can see the card, so we can see that a raise would make sense to get value from the 10. But in game, he might think it's safer just to call because, of course, it's hard to get value from worse. I
know
think
how
he did just call,
Pip
yeah.
plays, and he is just going to call in this situation.
Which is respectable. He doesn't
Yeah.
know that, like a 10-9. So Don's exact holding could not withstand a raise. It would just fold. So
Right, and Don leading, he was the first to act there, right? Leading into
Yes.
3 players. Like when you raise with a 9-6 there, you're really only getting called by hands that beat you, right?
That is likely the case, yes. It depends, of course, on your image. Like, let's say you are more bluffy. Then, like I
Not
said
you,
before,
Pip. Not you, buddy.
yeah, in this exact spot, I
That's right,
respect
Nit.
the call. But you
Sorry,
definitely want
Neil,
that image.
I only do this show so I can talk.
Oh yeah,
smack
yeah.
to
You can get those
the handful of
those
players
strays in
who
when you can't defend.
have,
That's why I'm also here.
have ruled.
But yeah, in that
Ruled
spot, I
against me.
definitely respect the call. Yeah, when you introduce that dynamic where they know you're capable of raising there with, let's say, a pair of threes or like trip twos, right? Then that 10-9 holding becomes a lot closer to a call than otherwise when you know that his value range is all geared towards value.
Again, we're
Or raise range.
we're early in the in this game and small sample size, but so far players playing pretty close to the vest, by the book. Would you say that a player looking at the way guys have played so far, who is ready, who is willing to be radical, who's willing to be kind of nutso, if you will, has an advantage in this game where everybody is sort of playing by the book, right?
So I will say, in the past whatever months of playing, there's been a
Encouraging
lot
the
of.
maniacs to come down, Neil. Agree.
We've had a couple. I mean, some of them are in this game. Some of them have, they've adjusted, they've molded, new versions of themselves. But in the past couple of months, we've definitely had some shifts in the game.
Yeah.
We used to play more aggressively in some ways, more passively in some ways. As of right now, it's kind of normalized to what you're seeing right now, where players, for the most part, are playing, I'd say, pretty well. They are going for value with the hands that they should be valuing. They're bluffing the hands they should bluff. We have not seen any huge pots yet, but I will say that there is more creativity the deeper you are, just given that you can get away with more stuff because with more money, of course, there will be way harder decisions for other players.
Interesting one here. Don looks like he has raised pre-flop with two pair. He had 8-8-7-7.
So this is a snowing hand. Oh no, I guess he did not.
He drew two and still has a pair. And it looks like Aaron is going to make it to the end of this hand with the best of it. He has 10 high. I missed the initial action there, but 8-8-7-7, a pre-draw raise.
Yeah, so that could be a snowing candidate for sure, because of course you've got two pair. You're going to have to draw two if you want to go for a good hand.
Yeah.
You could just hold on to your hand. You are the pre-flop aggressor or pre-draw aggressor. You can just maintain that you have a good hand and pat it. I might do that there a lot of time, but on the button, you can go for the draw as well.
Yeah.
I guess you can call that convertible snow. That's kind of a unique concept.
I would imagine that's what happened here, and that if you get it heads up and you have raised two pair, then
That
you,
is a
you-
better-
you
a
just
far
pot,
better-
You just pot it after the draw and hope that your opponent has missed or believes you. But when you're
Yeah.
against three opponents, you have to give up.
That's a good point. That's a very good consideration to take in. Against more opponents, probably harder to get it through. Against one, the snow is a lot more likely to work, of course. But in this spot, he did not go for it. Looks like Aaron actually let out, and I think that just took the pot down. Well, actually, no, Sam called off. Was that the correct hand? Looks like Ace-Jack 5-4-4. He might have been short, so he decided to just call it off in that spot.
You would because under normal circumstances, calling off with a pair, you would never. I
So
mean,
there
I know
are-
the pot
yeah.
odds and everything, all of that always comes into play. But for the most part, a pair is never good.
Yeah, so interestingly there, right? Like, let's say you have a pair of twos. So that hand, not a good deuce 7 hand, right?
Yeah.
But that becomes a good bluff because of removal,
Right.
because of blockers, right?
Yeah. Because your opponent
So-
is less likely to have the deuces, which are very good.
So let's say we face a spot where your opponent overbets. Overbetting, of course, is polarizing. He's conveying that he has either an extremely nutted hand, most likely involving a 2 in it, right? Or a complete bluff, like let's say a bigger pair, for instance, right? Ace, let's say ace highs, king highs, and queen highs are not going to bluff at all, right? So deuces becomes a bluff catcher in that exact spot, knowing that his bluffs are going to be geared towards higher pairs, which you actually beat. So you can even justify calling with deuces sometimes, knowing that you beat all the bluffs and you block the good hands that he's representing. But that's very murky
Yeah.
territory that you want to.
If you're gonna call on deuces, make sure it's on the Red Star Social live
Yeah,
stream,
definitely have
so that you can
someone-
clip it off and send to your friends for the rest of time and be like, "Look at this, man! Look at this." Except for you're gonna be wrong most of the time.
Yeah, I'd say definitely don't go for that. It's very murky territory doing that. You want to, I'd say, know your man and know the game a bit better before going for those kind of plays.
Right.
Speaking of deuces, we do have a pair of deuces for Victor here, but that's a very easy one draw for him.
Right. This would be a pretty good hand pre-draw, right? The deuce deuce 7-6-4.
Yeah, this is effectively a number 1 draw because you're drawing to a 7 high with no gut shot possibilities, which is the best you can hope for.
He's been called by Pip with a queen 9-8-4 tray, and now
Which is, of course, fine. He's got a 9-8 draw, so he's going to get rid of the queen.
Papa G George is going to think with the king 10-9-8-6-5. He's going to call, but is this a muck?
This is not the best draw.
Because you're going
He
to
has the-
have to
he does have the
ditch
bun,
2,
though.
right?
In this spot, you can just ditch the king and go for your 10 high draw, depending on the action. He does have the bun. Oh, look at this. Sam has a very, very good snowing hand, as you can see. He's got 5 very high cards.
Okay.
He has raised it, which is very,
Oh.
very aggressive.
Now, explain for us dum-dums. This is a good snowing hand.
Oh, no,
because,
sorry. Did I say snowing? I meant a good booking hand.
okay.
Booking
He's
hand.
3-betted to 200, and he is going
Not,
to.
do not snow this hand.
He's going to.
disregard that.
I was confused. He's going to take 6.
misinformation.
He's going to take 6 new cards.
Yes. If he decides to, the problem is he's got only $100 behind, so he can't bluff with his hand. So he's gonna book with this.
But
I
he's
would imagine.
just betting on his ability with 6 cards to outdraw his opponents, and he might not even have to outdraw because
He's
well,
against-
Victor
oh,
has
yeah.
called him with the.
Oh, look at this. Sam booked into a 9-8.
Oh my goodness
That
gracious!
that is nuts. Like that is the magic of the book. He converted his ace, king, queen, 10, 10, 10.
and Victor.
Oh, but look at this. He
put
got
in a
he got
deuce,
punished. He
and
got punished.
He made it. That's
He made it. Yeah.
number 2.
That is number 2 exactly. Yes.
Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Are we all high-fiving each other in the chat because Jason knew what a number 2 is? We are. We are.
That is a bit unfortunate for Sam. When you book into a 9-8, that's probably the best hand you can hope for. You kind of expect to win the hand, but didn't happen here for
Yeah.
Sam.
How universal is that book rule?
It
like
is not universal. So this
Okay,
is
so if
just
I-
localized to pretty
if
much
I-
our game.
If I show up at Bellagio this weekend,
look like-
play the
yeah.
deuce to 7,
They'll think you're crazy.
put in a lot of money with trip 10s, and say, I would like 5 new cards, sir.
Oh yeah, you get some looks.
6 new cards. I would like 6 new cards, please. They're gonna say no. No
You
good,
get
no
some
good
funny,
on
you
that
get some
front?
funny looks for sure.
Okay.
But you get invites back to that game for the rest of your life. So that's something.
All right.
I said, okay, let me
So maybe plus EV play is what Neil's saying.
It's kind of like you're hustling a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And then paid them off.
Yeah.
But that is a scenario of when booking goes wrong. And I think we're gonna see Sam rebuy.
Can't
tell.
Week 9.
But that is definitely a rough hand for him to go out. Yeah, to go out on there. Looks like he's got a seat button there.
Is there any? So tell me about the value of the book. You can ditch all 5 cards, get 6 back. Based on the action that has led up to you beforehand, because it wasn't as if there was no action previous to that. Was that just a symptom of him being short stacked and saying this is a good opportunity to get it all in, or how powerful is the book rule that we play here at Red Star?
So I think he was kind of taking a stand. He has not had some good hands yet. He's had some very unlucky hands. So he decided in that spot he wanted to go for a big raise. Maybe he takes a pot down right there, right? And maybe just wins the free, whatever it was in the pot, like $80 or so. Backup plan. His plan B was to go for the book, knowing he's got a very good book candidate. And maybe he'll back into a very good hand. I will say that the power of the book here is more of a reason to call out of the big blind or the small blind, because one small facet of the book is that only one player can do it per hand. Only the first player to book can book. After
Okay.
that, no one else is able to book just because of a shortage of cards.
Right. Oh, we're gonna.
Because if everyone books, right, there's only 52
Yeah.
cards, we'd run out. So we just limit it to the first
We might
person.
run out of cards here, Red Star Social, but we'll play the next hand with a full deck of cards. Okay, it looked like Pip was the raiser here to 20. He's got the Queen 9-8-4-3, and he is ahead at least before the draws here. But it is
And look at
6
Victor.
ways.
Victor is unstoppable. He has drawn 2 into an 87. That is classic Victor. This pot is not the biggest. He's only against a 10-8 from George, looks like. So it's not going to be the biggest pot. But
Right.
definitely drawing 2 can be strong when you hit. It's just so hard to give respect to that player that drew 2 cards into a good hand.
Right. So Pip raised it with the queen draw, or with the queen high, and obviously versus 5 other players, you have to draw. And it looks like he pulled a jack, so he's just out of there.
I believe he had a queen 9. Yeah, he drew the jack instead of the queen, but it's going to go check, check, check unless George bets. I don't know if George is going to bet the 10-8. Oh, wait a second. Oh,
So-
we saw that wrong. So Victor has an 87. He's got a straight. So even
Oh, yeah, he did
so
not have the best
we are
hand.
not infallible. He has an 87, as in the worst 87, the straight.
Yeah.
That's not a good hand this game. So never mind what I said about Victor.
And
that was not a good hand.
And it checked all the way around, and George with the 10-8 is gonna check and win the hand.
Yeah, right. So again, in this game, straights are not good. It looks good, but definitely double check. Make sure that they are not 5 consecutive, because you will
Yeah.
not win that pot.
So if you're in a situation like Pip was there, where he raised it pre, and gets called again and again and again and again and again, you have to really just draw a great hand or just give up, right?
When you're 5-handed, you definitely play a little bit closer to the vest. It's just so much more likely that someone hits some kind of hand that's able to continue with a big bet.
Yeah.
So if you are to bluff, you want to have very, very good hand combination to do it with, or you want to go very, very big, where you force them to call with either maybe a 10 high or better, or 9 high or better. Everything else might fold, but a lot of times, just like Hold'em, people play the multi-way pots very close to the vest. That being said, position is again very important. If everyone checks you on the button, way more incentive to bluff there, knowing that no one has shown any interest in the pot as of that moment. Although players have some check calls that they're going to be trapping with, you at least know that no one had a good enough hand to lead out with.
Sure the cards are stuck to each other on P5. I don't know if that
For the record, I want people to know, when I check, I still have interest in the pot, okay?
Yeah.
Neil saying I'm not interested in
We
it
got perfect balance over here,
is not correct, all right? I'm very interested in it at all times.
as you should be.
Yeah.
You don't want to give people easy bluffs. Every time, if you always fold every single time you check, very easy to play against, and these players are, of course, very aware of that, and they will have some traps in most spots.
Papa G is going to get involved here. He's got the 10-9-5-4 deuce. I'm positive he's going to raise it because he has no other option, right? He's going to raise it to $40. Is that a straddle here, or is he? Remind me the rules of the pre-draw raising.
So no limit means that he could raise any size he wants.
He can literally raise to anything he wants right there.
He can go all in if he wants to as well.
Ooh, giggity.
In that exact spot,
Ooh, giggity.
there was no straddle. It was just a I believe $5 hand.
5-5, and he
chose
raised
to go
it to
$40 because he has a very strong hand, of course. So.
And this
the
is great.
problem-
Look at this, because he's been 3-bet from the button by Aaron, who has a Queen 7-6-3 deuce. Aaron is raising it here based on the strength of his one draw, or because
Yes, exactly. So Aaron's got a very, very easy 3-bet here. He's got a hand in position that if he improves, he will likely have the best hand. If he doesn't improve, he has the button. He can always bluff.
Yeah.
And so this is definitely one of the hands that we discussed that you want to have in your
Right.
3-betting range.
yeah, just keep bluffing George and see how you do. See how life works.
Yeah,
out
not always
for you.
recommended, but, you get one through on him, you can show it, and then...
So George is pat here with the 10-9-5-4 deuce, and
oh, no, Aaron paired.
Aaron is paired, but he is. Is he? Let's see here. It looks like George is going to lead out, right? Yeah, he's bet 300.
Wow. Yeah, he led really
he's
big.
he's bet 300 into 260, and Aaron's just going to fold.
In this spot,
He's just
I
gonna give
will
up.
say...
You check and just bluff catch,
yeah,
right?
he kind of let Aaron off the hook here because if he had checked, he has a very, very straightforward bluff catcher. He can call some of the time, depending on Aaron's sizing,
Yeah.
but he let out the size of the pot, actually slight over bet, and Aaron was able to get away from it relatively, again, not losing that much. I will say that there is a consideration there that Aaron can go for a rebluff. He could have gone all in and represent a very, very big hand, but again,
right.
not recommended against every opponent.
Just keep bluffing George. See how it
Yeah,
works out.
yeah, like you said.
Yeah.
You can maybe find a better spot.
Look how easy this game is when you can see the cards, guys. Look how easy it is. That's what I would say to you. Red Star Social at Burn It and 183. Come on down. Get yourself a membership. Playing No Limit Hold'em basically around the clock, open at noonish every day, and don't close until the game breaks. But check out the Poker Atlas because there's a whole variety of games being played every day of the week. Play Pot Limit Omaha. They play bomb pots. Even in the Hold'em games, bomb pots every round. Deuce to 7. There's a what did you say is the 3-game mix there, Neil?
Yeah,
What is
so this is kind of a new thing we're trying out. We're doing a 3-round. We're doing the same game, of course, deuce to 7 single draw, no limit. And then Big O, which is a 5-card pot limit game. And then finally just regular 4-card PLO as well. So between those 3 games, you get a lot of different action, a lot of different strategy, and you get a lot of players that are very good in maybe 1 or 2 of the games, and they have to play the 3rd game without much knowledge just because they want to be in that game. So you definitely get a lot of action there.
Okay, so interesting to me because I don't know what I'm doing, but Aaron has opened here from the cutoff to $90. Again, it was just 5-5 in the blind. He's open to 90 with the Jack 10 8-7 deuce.
Oh, so there's a
obviously.
straddle here. If we look, we can see, I believe, a straddle from.
Okay.
Is that George to 20? Looks like.
Okay, so it might be 5-5 10 20, so 98.
So 4.5x, which is a pretty
a more
standard,
normal
standard
open.
sizing.
You're
yeah.
right. So Jack 10 8-7 deuce, and if he gets called,
Oh, but Don has looks like a very short stack and a very good draw, which
Okay.
will be an all-in.
8-6-6-5-3. Don is all in, and Aaron's obviously going to call. But what do you do here? Do you draw one or do you draw two?
So remember we discussed how every Jack high is always a favorite against one draw. So when Don draws one, Aaron will just
definitely
pat,
remember.
and he will just show the Jack 10, knowing that he's a favorite
So
against
he's
a one draw.
Okay.
And let's see if he will hold up.
I will be totally results oriented here and,
And
say
he does hold up.
Aaron
We did-
is the winner, ladies and gentlemen. That's the perfect way to play. Get it in with the Jack 10 8-7. You're going to be fine.
very, very close spot, of course, but Don paired the 8. In that spot, since, once again, Aaron has position, he can see exactly what Don does and play perfectly based off of that.
Right.
If Don had padded there, Aaron
But-
would, of course, probably break his Jack and go for a 10 high instead.
So that is standard. Is if you have a Jack high and your opponent draws, you are going to stand pat on even the worst of your jacks, which is what Aaron has.
If
there.
they are all in, yes, because there's no more betting to be done.
Oh, okay.
But there are
Okay.
arguments that you want to break because you can win a bigger pot if you hit your draw.
If your opponent has chips
If your opponent
behind.
has a lot behind.
Okay.
Like, I'm sure there's a way to calculate, like, what stack depth you want to be at
I doubt
to
it.
be able to break a Jack.
Surely not.
We can let,
Surely not.
we'll figure that out later, right?
Yeah.
We'll break out the calculator. But in that spot, since he's all in, it's very straightforward for Aaron.
Let us know in the chat if you've found a better way. I do have to admit, apologies to my chat bros out there. Neither Neil and I are looking at the chat. Where's Vicky when you need her to read
Oh, yeah. We'll try to check periodically here and
read
there.
the comments in the chat?
Feel free to give us input. Are we loud enough? Anything else to discuss about the game?
Uh-huh.
This game, of course, I'm sure is very new to most of you, but
be louder.
we can definitely get louder.
Hello? Okay.
Victor, you want to pick out what you want?
Yeah, looking at the stacks now, I believe both Aaron, Victor, and George, all three of them have excessive 2K, so the stacks are starting to build up.
What is what would you call a medium and average stack in a game when you're playing 5-5 deuce to 7?
So
You know it's a good
average.
game
So
if-
average is relative, I think, to the table. I'd say for this cast of characters, probably between 1 to 2K.
Yeah.
Maybe even a little bit less. Maybe like 500 to 2K is about
Right.
what you're going to see most of the time.
And you're more willing to open up based on what I know about you and how you play, Neil, which is mostly nothing. You're willing to open up more if your opponents have deeper stacks.
Yes, the more money I can win, the more incentive I have to play. I want to play pots against the other big stacks. That's the best chance of making the most money. And in this game, you will get a lot of stacks over 2K at some point. It really depends on who's running good at the start of the game, or who's playing good, of course, as well.
So this is interesting because Aaron has raised it up with the ace 9-6-5 deuce. He's going to ditch the ace, but he has
He
four
does have flush draw,
clubs.
unfortunately. So,
So
that is,
he's really drawing a little slimmer.
it is a bit of a shame that some of his outs are dead, but his hand is good enough that he can play pretty straightforward. If he misses, let's say he hits his flush, he doesn't have to bluff it. You could argue that he should bluff it because a flush obviously loosed everything. But
Right.
in this spot, looks like he just got there.
Yeah, he drew one and drew the 3 of spades. Well played, Aaron. Excellent work at draw
Very well
school.
He
And
went
yeah,
to my lecture a couple times, so he's definitely very good.
he's against Snag and C2, who drew 2 and has a queen 9, but that's probably no good. And Victor stood pat with the Jack 10-5-4 deuce. I assume that Aaron is going to lead here.
Yes, he definitely wants to lead. He doesn't want Victor to check back a jack or a 10.
He's bet 150. Victor is thinking he's looking. And
This is not a fun spot
yeah.
for Victor because obviously Aaron can do this with a lot of hands, including the bluffs, but he does make the good
He's
fold
going to lay
here.
it down. So that is pretty good because when you stand pat with the Jack 10 and your opponent just draws 1, I don't know if it converts from the same when you have a pat jack, your opponent drawing 1, you're a favorite. But you have to like your hand a lot of the time there, right?
So that Jack Pat winning against 1 draw, that's for heads up play only. With more players in the pot, of course, the equities will run a little bit different. But when we're heads up, that's when I mean that the Jack Pat is a favorite against the one draw. In this hand, of course, he was against, I think, 4 opponents, including a one draw, a two draw. But he had the button. So in that spot, he chose to pat his probably winning hand at that moment. He's against all draws, right? Knowing that if it checks around, he can just check back and, take a showdown value. That's actually what he's praying for, that no one bets.
Right.
But of course, Aaron
Right.
knows that and went for the bet.
Ladies and gentlemen, come on down to Red Star Social for the rest of the month of October, which is 10, 11-ish days remaining. Make a royal flush, and we are going to pay you off something awful. You make a royal flush, you get 50 hours in free time. That's, hang on, let me do the math.
$1 million.
Priceless. If you flop the royal flush, it's 100 hours, which I would tell you, 100 hours versus me. I mean, you would just bankrupt me, okay? I would have to come live at your house. I would.
Think of how much you can win during that time.
Yeah. So that's for the rest of
that's
the
like
month
4
of
days straight.
October. Make yourself a royal flush. Get paid at Red Star Social. Burn it and 183. Okay, let's get back in here.
This is finally good for Sam. He's got so this is another terminology. We're going to call this a 10 perfect. This means that with his 10 high, he's got the perfect remaining cards possible, which of course is the 2, 3, 4, 5. This, of course, will beat every other 10. And I'm hoping that Sam will get a little bit back here. He's against some pretty weak hands, looks like.
And this is pre-draw, correct?
Yeah, so he's already got the
I was
pat
real
hand.
focused on reading that promo read, so I'm watching. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
so yeah,
In this very spot, he's in a very, very, very winning position. He's against a, looks like, double 2 draw. No, actually 2 draw and then 1 draw to a 9. But Don booked it.
Don's going for the book. He's going to get a full new.
Yeah, and he ended up with the Jack 9, which actually they both have a Jack 9.
When you have a great hand, as you call a 10 perfect, a great hand, is that?
I would say so, yeah.
Just to make a Hold'em comparison, if you have aces in Hold'em, you kind of want to get it heads up pre-flop. And let your opponent, take the negative EV of drawing against you. Is the same true in a deuce to 7
In this
hand?
exact spot, like on a, I guess 1-to-1 comparison, I would say yes. You want your 10 pat to maybe go heads up, maybe 3-handed is fine too, but you know for a fact that this hand is good enough to value bet. So if we want to break down hands by hand strength, I will say that the better 10s you can value bet, the worst 10s can fall squarely into bluff catcher territory.
Right.
You can say something like jacks and worst 10s are bluff catchers, better 10s through, obviously 7s are value bets, and then the 8s and the 7s are raises for value, facing bets. So again, this is very, very general. Like, do not follow that to a T. But like, that's a fundamental baseline you can start from.
Yeah. In this hand, Snag drew 2, made the Jack 9 high, and I believe paid off there.
Yes, he did. Sam went for value, and Snag drew 2 into a Jack 9, which again is one of the better hands you're going to get when you draw 2. So do not fault him for that call there.
What is your, as we deal out this next hand, what is your most soul-owning call that you've made?
Oh, wow.
You had trip aces,
Okay,
and you
I
just
mean-
knew the guy had quad kings. You just knew it.
Yeah, okay, so funny story. This is not my story to tell, but I have to tell this regardless. This is a hand that happened between George and E, who's on the stream
no.
earlier, who of course owns the club.
Yeah.
And this hand kind of went down in legends because of how unique it was. But I wasn't there, so I heard the second hand. But basically what happened was E raised, George called, George drew 1 card, and he drew his worst possible card. So let's say he's got 8, 5, 3, 2. In that exact scenario, just a little pop quiz. Jason, what's the worst
8.
possible card?
8.
Well done. He drew an 8, and then he called the bet.
I'm going to get out of here and go get in the game now that I know
I think
that.
you
I'm
kind
ready
of
to play.
showcase that you know what's going on. But so just to showcase how absurd this is, this means that George got rid of a card that was worse than his best possible card.
Right.
He got the worst possible card, still called a bet, knowing that E is conveying a lot of strength, and then he was correct about that because E had a straight or something. E had, I think, a flush or a straight or something ridiculous. So George basically got rid of a good card to get a bad card, and then at that moment he knew he was good, and then decided to go with it. And that hand, I think still haunts. Excuse me. I still think it haunts E to this day.
So I
does
missed the
not-
end of that.
let's not forget
He
about that.
made a straight or a flush, and
I
George
believe-
was just willing to call him down with a pair, knowing that he.
Yes, but it was the worst pair, and he had a better hand before
Oh,
that. So he
okay.
called with pretty much the
Okay.
worst possible draw he can get. But that was still good enough to call because he just
Yeah.
had a feeling, and the feeling, of course, was correct.
Yeah. Hooked on a feeling, playing poker at Red Star Social, burning 183 to get me all this
Yeah, that's what was going through
money
George's
to
head,
me.
by the way.
Perfect promotional announcements. Come down and hang with us. It's the Red Star Social Live, episode number 2. Burn it in 183.
Oh, we got a spot for Pip here.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Pip is all in here with the Jack 8-5-3 deuce. This is pre-draw. It's been okay. It was a raise and a raise, and then Pip is all in. He's been called by the 9 high.
So Pip's going to convert here. Pip's in position. He's going to
Yeah.
see Aaron has to pat. He's got the worst 9 possible, but of course it's still a 9. Pip knows his Jack high is no longer good, so we of course will discard the Jack.
He just discards the Jack. You would never ditch the Jack 8 here.
No,
He's
no,
just
you
gonna-
want to go for a 1 draw,
Okay.
and he's live with the 1 draw. Of
Because
course.
you got to draw
but-
perfect
ooh.
to get better than an 8. So he's
Yeah,
gonna.
your 1 draw is very
Yeah.
good. You have an 8 high draw. You have no gut shot possibility,
Right.
so you can hit a 4, a 6, a 7. Even a 9 would do
Yeah.
here, but of course it was a king.
Spoiler alert, boys and girls, to those of us watching in real time here in the broadcast booth. Pip poked his head in here minutes ago, so I knew he was
I think
going
you wanted
home.
to see.
I knew he was going to go home on that hand.
Oh, was that it for him? You think?
Yeah, I believe. Oh no, he's reaching for more.
He's
You know what?
reaching. We're in the
My
wallet.
apologies, Pip. He says I
Yeah,
got
he
nothing
doesn't-
but
he doesn't
heart.
give up.
He says, "Oh, I might
Oh,
give up."
Wait, we might have
I
spoken a
might
bit too
circle
soon.
out and leave.
I think that's when he came to us for a bit of moral support, which we may or may not have offered.
Right.
And he might come back in a second.
Yeah. I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Jason Dick here. That's my new friend, Deuce to 7 expert Neil, with me. I have to leave.
Self-proclaimed.
I have to leave here in just moments. What's the plan? Dusty, you have plans for this whole thing? He's just telling me that we have plans. Oh, are you on your own, Neil?
I think I'll go to alone until Vicky. She's coming a little bit later today, so it'll be hard to fill your shoes, but I think she'll do her best. She has food though, which is
She
definitely
has food.
a plus.
Okay, so my 2 decades of broadcast experience are being displaced by someone with food.
Pulled pork sandwiches. I mean,
you know what? You have pulled pork sandwiches and a larynx. You're free to come down to Red Star
yeah,
Social.
that's all we need here.
Broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. No, as always, thanks you. It's my favorite poker club. It's my home, and thanks to E and the crew here for having me as usual. And yeah, come on down, ladies and gentlemen. Anytime, whether you're a Deuce to 7 player, no limit hold'em, pot limit Omaha, whatever it is your game, they have it here for you at Red Star Social. Okay, it's gonna be my last hand.
Yeah, let's bring this last hand
make
in.
it an
Hopefully
exciting one.
get a big one.
Live 10, 20 to play.
E,
So if
hang
I-
on, E is back in the game in a
Oh,
different
that-
seat.
So that is Pip leaving the stream. E has taken
Yeah,
his seat. So
he's got the key, King 8-7-6-5, and he's going to raise it to 30.
yes, a very good 8 high draw. It is an open ender, so it does take away some outs, but still, it's kind of similar to Aaron's flush draw earlier. It's not ideal, but still good enough to raise because you have so many good cards you can still hit.
And called in a few places here, so we're going to see a draw
Call 30.
where
Looks like Sam drew 2 into a 9.
4 players.
Aaron, of course, has a better 9. Wow, and then Snag hit a 10. So this is a bit of action here.
right. E drew 1, made a 9.
Oh, but he hit a straight. That's one of.
Oh, you're right. Okay,
the-
so that's the issue with
Yeah.
drawing with an open ender is that a lot of
You
your
will,
outs are in
exactly.
fact problematic.
You do see
I know what
weakness
you're
with this
saying, Neil.
exact hand. Yeah,
there's
the weakness with
sometimes
this-
where people don't realize and turn over their hand and pay off with a straight. Is that what you're saying? Because that's something I would do.
Exactly what I was trying to
100%.
say. But in this spot, looks like Aaron has a decision to either raise or call with his 9 high.
Yeah.
Since it's not a very good 9 high, I do respect the call, and he's going to win but to the very last card. He's got 9-8-6-4 deuce versus 9-8-6-4 3, and of course every card plays, so
There's no
bit unlucky for Sam there.
probably no slow rolling in Deuce to 7, but this would be the perfect chance. Perfect chance
Yeah, it's not really a thing here. The only real opportunity would be in this final street if you were either bantering or maybe hated the
Yeah.
person. You could go for a very slow
Yeah.
show.
We
but
don't slow roll here down.
Yeah,
at
we have
the-
etiquette
at
down
Red
here.
Star Social, but if you're losing as much as I am in the game, you're free to slow roll. It's
Yeah,
it's allowed.
the rules change for people that are struggling a little bit that day. And it looks like, yeah, it was just a call from Aaron, which understandable.
I'm sorry. You said struggling a little bit, and then Dustin just looked right into my eyeballs and said, "I know that look." What was that supposed to mean? But no, okay, now he's saying that. Okay. Hey, that was fun, guys. I wish that I could stay, but I have to run. Everybody good? Are we all on the same page? We're good? We're good? Yeah?
Yeah, Jason,
Neil, you're in
man,
charge?
It was great commentating with you.
Absolutely,
I hope to see you
man. I
again
had a
at
good
some
time.
point.
That was fun.
Maybe even see you in the Juice 7 streets at some point. I think you picked up a lot of information
Yeah.
in this short 2-hour session here.
If I
But
see you, I will know to pick up. I will know to get out
no,
of there.
no, I give action. You'd have fun for sure. Okay, so Jason heading out. I will be going it alone for a couple of minutes until I believe Vicky, she was here last week. She'll be coming in as well. So far, I'll say that we have had a lot of good action, a lot of big pots, and it will only get better as we go on, as the stacks get deeper and deeper. I believe we have 3 players above about 2,000, which is around 500 big blinds. So there's a lot of potential there.
That's the way you roll.
I like playing a game where
For you to win,
You will be flopping into my.
you're the wiener, man.
We should have an edge in this game too.
Live 10, 20 to play.
my opponent's pretty tough.
Okay, so jumping into this hand over here, looks like we have
Raise 60.
straddled at 10, open from Don with a mystery hand. And then a call from Sam with a 2-draw. We're going to find out Don's hand in just a second.
Fold. Call 60. Fold.
And Sang, of course, has a very good book with 4 cards above Jack.
Call 60. Call 60. More players.
Looks like Victor ended up with a 9-8-7. Pretty strong hand, but I expect to see him check to Don, who was the initial aggressor.
1. 2.
I'm playing so tight, I'm squeaking over here.
You're only playing the low. Pretty low pit.
Oh, you have
V pit. Pretty low V pit.
Laura. Did he sign the paper?
Oh, actually, Victor does go for the lead.
Check.
He goes about 150 and 245. His current opponents probably cannot call. Don, of course, has a mystery hand. Looks like he paired or something. He does not make the call. And then Sam's got a relatively good bluff catcher with a Jack-8. You might see him put in the call there. Just hoping that Victor either paired or maybe has a worse Jack. Oh, looks like he might make the very good laydown here, actually.
Fold. Fold. Yeah, he folds. Winner. Thank you. Fold.
Most payments are.
Yeah, I went fold, fold.
Yeah, so they claim that it's gonna be ready in like
I should have thrown it.
Okay, taking a look at the aggression frequency so far, we saw it briefly there. Looks like very, very aggressive from a lot of the players, over 30%, some over even 40%.
What'd you have? Jacket was good, Victor?
In this game, you definitely want to be betting
I whipped
more often than not.
I pulled it a 7, Victor. Oh, you got a 76, right? Yeah.
yeah, 75.
Live 10,
he
straddles
probably
on,
calls.
20 to play.
76, yeah.
I showed it to George. I pulled a 76. I figured you had a winner,
And
right?
going to the next hand, we have Don opening up the action with a Not the greatest draw, of course, with that same open-ender, the same issue of having the deuce and 7 as dead outs, but still good enough to raise. Obviously, hitting an 8, 9, 10, you end up with a very strong hand, so definitely worthwhile.
Flag 10, raise to 50. Fold.
And folds around to Victor, who also folds the Jack 10.
Fold, fold, fold.
No, actually,
Fold.
I'm good for now. Looks like Vicky's coming in as we finish up this last hand. And Victor did just call the Jack 10, and he's going to discard the Jack 10, actually. Being out of position is so important. He knows that he cannot pat this hand and go with it, so he will opt to go for a bigger draw with a 7-5 deuce.
2.
And it is E in the end that hit an 8 high, 8-7-6, but unfortunately no action to be had from his opponents in this spot.
Check.
Well, that's only because you were targeting me.
Bet
Nothing else
150.
moved. And girls don't do that.
Yes, looks like they have folded down. A little bit unfortunate for E that no one had anything to play with. I believe you do 2 into that 8 high, but
Fold,
just how it goes sometimes.
fold.
Your teeny
Thank you.
can't wait.
Of course, this is the second stream so far, but we're going to look to have more regularly with a schedule going forward, so definitely feel free to come down. Try your hand at Red Star, either hold 'em, reduce to 7.
I can feel it over here.
Yeah, we got it under the table.
And this hand, we have a straddle to 10, double straddle to 20 from George, I believe. So this is definitely a good start to some action. And that is not a good hand in this game. I believe from this position, Sam can just fold this. Of course, utmost sympathy to go for a book, but difficult to get that option, given that only one player can book, and he has 4 players that would act for him. He does make the fold. Aaron opens up the 9-7-5 deuce. Very, very straightforward draw. He can discard the 5.
Fold. Alright, it's one double straddle for 20. Fold.
And up down to E now.
Fold, fold.
He will make the call. I believe he will go for a 2 draw with this, probably discarding the Jack and the 8. Which he does opt to go for. And, oh wow, oh look at this.
2 players.
He drew 2 into a 9-8 perfect, so a very, very good 9-high hand, but then we look over at Aaron, who's got a 9-7. So of course we look at only the first 2 cards and then go down from there, so 9-7 better than 9-8. Aaron will win this hand. Just how much is the question. He is opted to lead out. He's let out big too. He let out about the size of the pot, 220.
I need to.
In this spot, I believe it's just a call from Aaron with a 9-7-6. It's hard to think that you could call from much worse. Although he has a worse hand, I think it's just a spot where you hope to be good.
Call
You beat some
220.
bluffs,
Go down.
Got 97.
and he does call and take it down.
97.
Oh,
Looking at the stacks right now, we have Aaron, Victor, and George above 2,000, and interestingly enough, the highest percentage of, I believe, hands played.
Thank you.
All the other players lagging around 5 to 10%. Okay, and jumping into this next hand here, we have another straddle to 10. And wow, would you look at that? That is a number 1 pat. That is the best hand in the game without drawing at all. So Sam is right now doing cartwheels in his head. How is he going to play this? He just comes in for the min open, which he probably does with a lot of his hands. And now he's praying for someone to raise, someone to do anything, and he's watching. Oh, they're all folding.
Call 20.
Oh no, and then Don's got a pat 8.
Fold.
Once again, we got a spot where an 8 high is going to lose to a number 1, a 7 high perfect.
Fold.
And again, not much to be done for either player, just a spot where the money has to go in.
Raise.
It's, like I said, classic cooler, set versus set type situation. Sam has just called the 3-bet. I guess he wants to make absolute sure that
2 players.
Don puts the rest of the money in. As we can see the cards,
I'm a Tuesday.
we know that
Watch it right now.
No,
not while
it will 100% be going in. I think we have a bit of technical difficulty. We'll be right back in a second. We're just trying to restart. But as for that hand, I can say very, very definitively that the rest of the money went in. And Don did not win that hand. So good win for Sam there, making a comeback. Okay, looks like we are back, I believe on my side at least, hopefully for you guys as well.
Bet 200.
And yes, looks like Sam...
Not
Oh, there they go. We see the end of the hand, and we see number
why I
1, of
just
course,
want to
beating
it.
the 8 high.
I
And
don't even go for it.
that is the full double up for Sam.
86 and 75.
I was never feel like you did better than me.
So yeah, I didn't try to get the rest of them. That's why I just did 20. I didn't re-raise on it. I said at least 1 or 2 reasons.
1. Nope. 1.
Good spot for Sam. He's had some rough hands so far, so hopefully he'll be able to turn it around. Of course, getting number 1 does help. And Don, of course, unfortunately, has been on the bad end of that, I think, for the second time now. But nothing you can really do there.
That's the reason I did just 20. I said like maybe somebody re-raise or anything.
Yeah, at least you get side spot. Now it's,
And that's all you had.
yeah, I'm not ever folding
Yeah.
an 8-7 or 8 pat. I can get my 8 to hold up.
2 players. Try to deal him out if he's gonna go eat.
Yeah, he's picking up. Yeah,
Deal him out. Yeah, okay.
And okay, so we're going to this next hand over here. Looks like no straddles here, so just a regular $5 big blind.
So everyone just like deal him out.
Here and the guy here.
We're starting with Sam.
Yeah.
Can he get another? No, no number 1 this time. He can take 1 hand off. Actually, that hand he could maybe come in for. It's a little bit aggressive from that position, but not a terrible hand. He does come in for the minimum of $10 with his Jack 8, likely getting rid of the king or maybe the Jack as well. Victor also calls with likely a 2 draw, getting rid of the queen and the Jack. And same story here from E, getting rid of the ace and the Jack, likely as a... Oh, the 3-bet. Okay. This is likely based off his position as the button. He's gonna use his position aggressively here to make a 3-bet. Hopefully get folds, but if he gets called, he can either draw 1, maybe 2. He does get called, looks like in 4 spots. No, 3 spots total, so 4 ways to the flop. Oh, and he, okay, so Don called and drew 1 to an 87.
1, 2,
Worst thing about playing.
That is
I tried to
maybe Don's 4th or 5th 8 high, although he's not won with all of them. This one he will finally take this one down with.
all night.
He's against a 9 and a 10. So he might get some good value here as well.
Bet 225.
He just straight up leads out. I believe Sam, who drew 2 into a 9, will make the call here. These guys tangling again.
Fold.
Yep, he snaps off as he
Call
should.
25.
E now has a hard spot. Actually, no, easy fold facing a big Ben or raise, so he does not have much trouble folding that.
Showdown.
And these guys are just exchanging chips, hand after hand, looks like.
90. Time to give it a bit.
This time being high is good.
I do different cards into a 8 king. More than to my 8. To my 8. Yeah, he's gonna score 98 and all those. I haven't done that all night. Good about it.
Well, we're already coming up on about 2 hours on the stream. A lot of hands so far. We're going to keep trying to go until maybe midnight. Depends on how far the players want to go. This game is known to run pretty late into the night. So we could be here for a while. A lot of potential for some big pots coming up.
Live 10. Live 10. 20 to play.
Looks like a straddle to 10 from Snag. And Victor will start us off with a 9-8-7 draw, likely an open to... Oh, maybe not. I believe, yeah, he will open like 35 or so. 50 bucks.
Call 50. Fold. Fold. Call 50.
We get 3 calls, looks like. Or 2 calls, one from Victor, one from... Or sorry, one from E, one from Sam, and we go to a 1 draw, and then 2 draw from E. Looks like Victor hit his 9, but no one else has much of anything, so I don't expect more money to be put into this pot.
Check.
It ain't over yet.
Check. Bet 125.
Yes, Victor goes for about half size pot and gets 2 snap folds.
Yeah, so just one time. I'm just gonna deal air now. Right.
How's Vinny doing? Still playing?
And we've said, if you guys want to play, of course you can let Dustin know. We have streams running here once a week as of right now. We'll get a more set schedule coming forward in the future. I think next week's going to be a no limit game. 1-2, 200 to 500, I believe, is the stacks for that. So if you're in the area, definitely feel free to come down.
Went back?
And we come back. Okay, here we go. We got a single straddle to 10, double straddle to 20. Action on Don to start us off. In this game, we see straddle sometimes going up to $80, $160, and as you can imagine, just like Hold'em, that's when the stacks will get in there. With very, very questionable holdings, I guess we'll say. Over here, though, we have an open from Don with a 10-7, so 1 draw. Sam will call with likely a 1 draw as well, the 9-8. And Snag finds himself with flat, or yes, just a flat. He's going to try to realize his 1 draw as well, so 3 1 draws.
Drawing now.
And E is going to be going for the book. He's hoping Snag will not book, giving him the option.
Sorry, guys.
And in this case, he would be right.
Yeah, let me
double the free hit.
Yeah.
Get him back.
Let me look at it.
Check.
Oh wow! So Sam is gonna pat his Jack 9 out of position.
Do that.
Very ambitious, knowing that if he faces any bet, it's very hard to call, and he's got 3 opponents, so he's really hoping he gets the showdown. Let's see. So we do go. Snag draws 1, Don draws a 2, and we get the book from E. So in this spot, Sam might get what he asked for. Those hands may not go for the bluff here.
Check.
And his Jack 9 is good, but if he gets betted 2, he will face a lot of pressure.
Check. Check. Check.
And
check.
yes, good for Sam. They just check it down, and his Jack 9 gets a showdown.
Check. 9.
A bit fortunate that no one hit anything or decided to bluff, but that will happen sometimes, and that's a hefty little $250 pot for Sam. The power position is extremely important, as illustrated there. Since Sam was first to act, it's not very comfortable to pat a Jack there, but if he was in position, it would be far easier knowing that he would have ultimate action. But of course, it does work out from here.
No, I don't think Oklahoma would work. But yeah. Yeah,
Oh, I think these percentages are actually percentages of the entire stack in play. I think that would make more sense.
Five, 10, 20 to play. Fold.
Okay, and here we go into this next hand. I see one straddle at the very least from E to 10. And yes, that'll be it, looks like. George has a pat 10-9, which we will open to pretty good sizing, to be honest. Looks like 100 and...
Well, actually, it's good, guys.
Okay, no, $95 over the 10.
Mike and Jack angry.
He gets a fold from Sam.
Fold, fold, fold. Call 95, 2 players.
E will defend the straddle with his queen 10 draw. And he gets there. 10-9-6 versus 10-9-7. E just got there barely versus George. Will he get value though is a question. Looks like they just check it down, which is understandable from both of their perspectives.
See, that was a good check on my part.
Bet next time, George.
No. I was just feeling, I felt it. I had it in the air.
Thank you.
Fucking 2 cards. Why not? I think.
All right, Adam, get in there.
Alright, Biggie's getting up, and Adam's coming in.
Oh, you had to leave.
Adam, how much are you buying it for? I'm still down. I'll get back in when somebody leaves.
Alright, he's coming in for 1100.
And you're big blind, okay?
See change.
Oh,
What do you want, your...
See change.
Oh, okay, wait, hold on. All right.
Staying
And looks like we might have a
C5.
bit of a change in the lineup.
Okay.
I see E getting up.
Alright.
I said second floor.
We might have a new player in just a second. Oh, is that? I think Snag is changing seats to seat 5.
What do you want your alias to be?
And we have a new player going into Snag's current seat. We'll find out in just a second.
DGAF 2.0. Or DGAF 2.0. You guys care if he comes in on the
I
button?
believe it's Adam coming in.
Alright. Alright, 5, you're coming in on the button. No one cares.
No one cares.
1100. 1100. Alright, and it's a straddle for 10.
And we come into this next hand with a $10 straddle from Don, looks like.
When you're scanning your
And then George starts off.
they don't game when they're on top of each other. And when you get a book, I'm gonna give them all 6. It's part of one other out there.
But still, I mean, basically,
Alright,
I was
5, 10,
there, I
20 to
just want to
play.
see a little more, like one run from them.
Okay, here we go. Looks like George
Fold.
lays it down. We find Sam finding it
Raise,
open.
40, fold.
Big open. And yes, that's Adam taking seat 2.
Call. Sorry, you can't be on your phone.
No
Hold
phone,
on. So
no phony
raise to
baloney.
40, fold.
Victor
call
does make the
40,
call
fold.
with a,
Call
as
40,
yet for both of
play.
them, mystery hand.
First thing you do, you sit down and get scolded.
Causing trouble already. His mother.
And a 2 draw.
Give him the button.
No vape either. No vaping.
Is that too close?
That is big.
2 draw from Victor, and looks like a 2 draw from
Push the thing
Hello?
back.
Sam as well.
Houston, we have lost contact.
Yeah, 2 pat 2. Yeah, what's out of your 2 book 2.
Okay, so we have a fair fight over here.
No, you can talk to us. You just can't say anything.
Oh, actually, Don's in the middle of them too with a book. And we have Vicky joining us finally. She's made
Let
it.
me catch you doing that again.
All the pulled pork sandwiches already gone?
Gotta watch them.
No? Okay, good. Just for me. Okay, we got some left, luckily.
It's on your phone.
How we doing?
So far so good. There's been, as you can expect, a lot of action, a lot of big pots. We're still getting up there with the stack sizes, so we can expect more action to come. You know this cast of characters, right?
Adam just got here.
He just sat down, yes.
In 5?
I think Snag took the 5 seat. Adam took over the 2 seat for him.
Alrighty. This
But-
is such a fun game.
Oh yeah, this game has been very addictive for all. I think I'd say about 10 to 15 of us. We play this game 3 to 4 times a week, and this cast of characters has definitely improved a lot in the past couple months. Would you say? In terms of skill, or no?
I
guess
I
hard-
don't know
hard
if
for you to say.
terms
Yeah,
of skill, because it doesn't always go to a showdown. But like as a dealer, what I'm seeing, there's definitely been some improvement. There,
yeah, that's what I would say too. This game is, of course, very new to most of us still. I'd say 3 months is not enough to, be a full expert on it. But for the most part, a lot of the players are getting better with knowing when to draw, knowing which hands are going to win at showdown.
because it's
And, of
very
course,
limited
strategies.
information,
Yes,
right?
we get
and
very
so,
little. We get very, very little from each other.
I mean, how many times have I seen someone raise on the button, pat, and they're bluffing with like a
Oh,
full
yeah.
house in their head?
We were
had
discussing
happen
that, yeah.
tonight.
That's called snowing, which I love making that play when you convey absolute strength on every street.
I mean, it's
but
a
of course have
dangerous
nothing.
game too because it's no limit.
That
And
is, yes.
When y'all first told me what we were dealing, I was like, wait, this is not even
Vicky,
a
have you-
limit game. It's no limit. This is insane.
Have you actually played this game yet, or just
Never.
dealt it as?
Just
Would you ever
dealt
play
it.
this game?
Oh, if I came into a bunch of money and I didn't care about
This is
money,
where you
I
wanna, yeah,
probably
invest
would
that.
have a lot of fun. Yeah.
I would definitely.
I would
agree.
lose it all to you, Neil.
No, I would never. I'm very. I'm not a factor in this game. I just want to be there for the culture.
So when do we see their hands?
So right now, I believe we are trying to fix that. These current hands, I'm not sure if the change in seats might have messed with the
Graphics.
graphics there. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna work on that. In the meantime, yeah, looking at the stack sizes, looks like Aaron is above 3. We got a couple 2K stacks there. How big do you think this game, the stacks usually get in this game, from your perspective as a dealer?
The crazy ones I see. I mean, you've got $7,000, $8,000, $9,000 in front of a few people. Then you got some people that get down. Someone's
yeah.
in there with 300, and then
You get the full range.
they make the comeback.
Yeah, that's why this game is magical. You can come from like that small short stack into the big, 5, 7, 8K in just a couple of hands because of the way the momentum can shift in this game.
Oh, is that quads in your hand? I hear that actually happened yesterday.
It already hit? Is this
It
new?
hit
I haven't
someone.
actually-
Yeah, that's a new promo. If you get quads in your hand in any 4-card game, so that's usually the bomb pot round, the bomb pot, the PLO bomb pot. Yeah, someone had, I think he said, 4 6s in his hand, and so it actually paid out.
Okay, nice. So if you
Alright,
get a really
watch.
bad Pilo Bomb Pot hand,
Right.
you get a bit back at least.
Fold and hold. Call the floor.
Yeah.
Verify.
Get very excited.
And take your money.
Don't show it though, because other players might be able to get
Right,
information from
right,
the exact
right.
quads you have. But you're allowed to get a little bit excited for that, I think.
Okay, now I see some hands.
Oh, there we go. The cards are
Alright.
back, so we can jump into the action there.
Who's Snag?
So Snag is Sang.
Snag.
He's a bit of
An anagram
clever
there?
with his
Okay.
words, yeah.
Papa G. That's George.
And yeah, George has a very, very strong hand here. He's got a 9-6 pat, but no action, looks like. No one else had anything to play with, and he will just take it down before the draw.
And Don said, I'm not having any of yours today.
Oh, referring to the sandwiches?
No, referring to
Oh,
he
for this
folded.
hand. No. That is true, too. Yeah.
I'm not having any of your stuff.
Yeah, I think it's pretty rare seeing a pot one pre-draw. Usually someone has something to continue with, so unfortunate for George there that no one could give him any action. But yeah, it's already been about 3 hours of stream, and I think no one's really slowing down yet. Maybe 1 or 2 players have swapped out here and there, but you will generally see this cast of characters go without stopping from start of game till, what do you say, like 2 a.m., Vicky? Like what
Oh,
time?
no. 4?
Even further than
5.
that, yeah. I might be one of them some of the time.
Some of the times. And then the table breaks, and can I tell him what you do?
Okay, go ahead, sure.
It's like, I'm not ready to go home yet, so I'll just
We
go
might have
over
been
here and play a
drinking,
little
you know.
Hold'em. If the Hold'em is still going, you just kill it at Hold'em. You're
Yeah.
like, oh, I made a bunch of jelly over here at Deuces 7. Let me take a little $200-300, see what I can do. And then you just wreck Hold'em.
I've been very fortunate
break the game.
going to that game after a long 2-7 session and not playing, I guess I would say optimal, just trying to get in there, have some fun,
Oh,
and
but
then
that's,
running
you
like
have
God,
fun? Yes.
I do have
and then
fun.
you run like God, yes.
which I strongly recommend anyone.
Okay, wait. So now Don has a straight, right? So like, now what I've heard is if you have 4 to a straight, you don't want to draw 1 because it's likely you're going to connect. So right now he has a straight.
Yeah, so what you do here is you will be drawing 1, but
He
you want to
did.
draw 1 such that
And
you
it looks
can...
like he got an ace.
Yeah, so that's why it's not a great hand. No matter what you get rid of, you will still have a straight draw. In that exact spot, I think I would recommend getting rid of the 9 there.
So 2,
instead.
3, 4, 5, 8. Is that the?
Oh wow, that's a.
That's
8
what Adam
perfect-
has right now.
Yes, that's an extremely strong hand. That's an 8 perfect. That's number 5. That's
Number
the only
5.
hand that. The only hand that beats that hand would be 7s. All the 4 7s left in the deck.
And
Sorry, left in
Sam's
the game.
got a pair of 9s, and he's thinking right here.
But Sam's hand is very, very bad, so I don't
He
expect
knows-
any more
yeah,
money to come
he's
in.
Like,
So
I'm out of here. I know
unfortunately for DGAF 2.0, which is Adam, he will not get any action here. But yeah, going to your other point, when you have a straight in your hand, it's not a great hand because no matter what you get rid of, you will have a straight draw no matter what. If you get rid of a 10, meaning that if he hits a 5 or a 10, he'll hit a straight. I believe in that spot, you're better off going for getting rid of the 9. That way you're drawn to a 10 high, but you don't only have 1 possible straight, which is of course is a 9.
Right.
Everything else will give you a, not a great hand, but a relatively good 10 high at a showdown.
And tonight isn't terrible. Depending on how many people are still in there.
That's true. We did not see the action. If it went, let's say, pat or 1 draw, then maybe he's better off going for a 9 high and just like trying to hit a very, very good hand. But on average, you want to not break up the open ender. You want to break up the gut shot. It's just 1 extra dead card if you go for the open ender. And conversely, you can go for a bluff with a hand as well.
Gosh, when I see some of that action, again, as a perspective, as a dealer, if you're ever curious what
Yeah,
we're
yeah, for sure.
thinking, I mean, the bluffs I see, and sometimes we know they're bluffs because when it comes to showdown, like when you get one through, some people are excited. But, you know, when someone
I've definitely done
someone
that.
leads
I know
out for
what you're
like
talking about,
300, and then someone's like 2,000, and you're like, oh gosh. And then They lay
Yes.
down like a 9 perfect or a 10 perfect, and then, you know what I'm saying? You're
I
sitting here
totally,
like,
I totally get it. Like that's when the no limit value of this game really starts to shine. Is when people can apply so much pressure with such big, bet sizes
Right,
that
so right
hands
now-
like 9 high can shrink up in value entirely.
we only see 2 hands, but what I'm looking at between Sang and Dawn here, those looks like some pretty decent drawing
Those are
hands.
exactly, yeah. So we see an open from Snag to $30 with a 9-7 draw, a good hand, and then
And
Don,
then-
of course, is a better draw, which
And-
will 3-bet, and then George makes the call with a Jack Pat. This is a bit ambitious because his Jack high is against this sort of action is likely not to be good already,
Right.
and if he faces, thing is he can convert because he has the button. He can go for a 9 high, but he's definitely hoping that they draw, which they will be in this spot. So
Okay, so Sang wakes up with
he got
9, 7,
yes. So
6, 5,
Snag
3.
has good for Snag. He finally hit a hand, the 97, which is
Pretty good.
gonna win this one actually, depending on
And
the
George,
action.
but George Pat's here, so and he's on the button. So is this his opportunity to bluff?
No, so he patted here, knowing that against 2 draws, he's the favorite. I think in this spot you will just take your showdown value with your Jack high, knowing that a better hand is not going to call you. Oh, and Snag let out. So this is the
Right.
spot that you get into when you pat the button with the Jack 9. If they lead out into you, what do? Like they could have bluffs, but you beat no value at all. So you're kind of praying that they check to you, and when they don't, you find yourself in this very, very difficult spot.
Let's see what Snag's gonna do. He's
George,
thinking.
so Snag let out the 250.
Oh, he
so now
did let,
George
okay.
has to decide with his Jack 9. Is he good here enough of the time to call? Very difficult. I know George in these spots does not shy away, but
You're
that's
not above bluffing. So if he tries to bluff, I feel like Snag's gonna. Oh, he shows.
yeah.
his
This
jack
this
and then
spot,
lays it
George,
down.
I think he is kind of committed to either going for a call or a fold because his hand is a good bluff catcher. He beats all the bluffs. He doesn't need a raise in that spot because it would not accomplish too much for him, but he, of course, is very capable in all spots.
Right.
But right here, we saw he made a very good fold.
Fine.
Yeah, so far I'd say I'm thinking who's been running bad. The crazy thing is we've had a couple of number ones. We've had, which of course is number 1 hand, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7.
You've seen it
We've
tonight
seen it
already.
3 times already.
Oh my goodness.
And every time it was up against 8 high.
Whoa.
So every time it stacked someone. I believe Don
I believe
versus-
there's a promo in this game as well. Have y'all
Yeah, we
announced
discussed
that?
Yeah,
there's a
the chopping for 7 highs.
right.
So if 2 players were to make the same 7 high hand and chop it up, they get, is it 50 hours of
I believe it's 50 hours.
yeah, which of course that's 3 days of sessions here, so you make your money back plus more.
3 days. So you're saying
Yeah, you
so
you play
12.
approximately 13 hours a session, right? Like that's what
Alright.
we're saying. For me at least. For some of us as well here.
And we do host this game at least twice a week.
Yes, so this game
Regularly.
purely is Monday and
Saturday,
Saturday.
yep.
And then Thursday we have the round of each game, which of course one of the rounds is 2 to 7. Other 2 would be Big O and regular PLO as well.
Correct. And for those that don't know, PLO is Pot Limit Omaha.
Yeah, the regular 4-card game. Big O is the 5-card, pretty much half and half split game of PLO PLO high and PLO low. Is that the right way to describe that?
Are you talking about the Big
the Big
O?
O, like it's
I guess
the
it's
high-low
PLO
game.
5
Yes.
high low, which we know it as Big O because it's
Exactly,
high
yes.
low, but it's ultimate.
Right.
So those that don't understand the bomb pots, it gets a little confusing.
Yeah, so for the bomb pots, in this game we're not going to have any bomb pots today. We wanted to showcase the do 7 action, but in those bomb pots there's 2 different boards and you have to make the best ultimate hand. That means the best ultimate high hand between the 2 boards.
So you could have, like, it could come down to the same board holds the high and the low,
Yes.
right? It's whereas a normal PLO bomb pot, you're racing high hand versus this board.
Yes,
and
high hand
that
on one board versus high hand on the second board.
Right.
This one, you want to make the ultimate, both high and low hand.
But there
between
is
those.
not always a guaranteed low.
And there's never exactly
I
true.
found that out the hard way.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you know that you have to have 5 cards below 8. That means that 2 cards in your hand plus 3 on the board are 8 or below
Right.
to make a low holding. Otherwise, the high is the only one.
But a wheel is the nut low here because straights don't count for the low in the Big O bomb
Right.
pots,
Yep.
right.
Aces are low. They're part of the low. So you could have ace 2, 3, 4, 5. That would be the nut low. And that also would go towards your high hand if there's nothing better than a 5-eye straight. You could, in some world, win with that as a high hand, but
In
pretty
some world.
unlikely. It's
In
it's
some
pretty
world,
unlikely,
it
yeah.
happens.
There's like one out there, I'd say, in one universe. Oh, over here, if we look at this action, Snag has hit that's number 4. That is the, wow, and look at that. That's the 4th best hand,
10-8.
7 high.
Oh,
And Aaron has paid him off, actually. I didn't see how that, did you see how that
7-6-5-4
went
deuce.
after the draw? That was a big bet at the end. I'm guessing it went bet then raised from Snag, if I had to guess. And then Aaron did pay off the, looks like $400 bet at the very end.
with 10 high.
He had the 10 high, he had the
Okay.
10-8-6. He might have thought Snag was bluffing. We didn't see the action before that, so the pot might have just been big enough for him.
Right.
That
This
he's paid
goes
off.
semi-fast, so I'm going to try not to talk too much.
Oh yeah, the hands go very fast. We'll try to, of course, call the action when we can, but that's a good spot for Snag. I think he struggled a bit early on in the session, so nice to see the comeback there. Looks like they got food there too.
Oh, yeah, I think they ordered Thai food.
Okay. Yeah, like we
Yeah.
said, this game runs so late that it becomes pretty
Y'all ate
standard.
multiple times.
We
during
will
the
order
game.
multiple meals for each other, for the table per game.
Everyone's like, "Are you hungry?" I'm like, "Y'all just ate 2 hours ago." You're like my husband. I just ate
Yeah.
2 hours ago. I'm ready for more.
and then they're ready for dinner number 2.
Yes.
And as is custom in Texas games, the drinks also do flow here. Very good environment for cash games.
We don't serve it though, so it's BYOB.
Yeah, for this you have to bring
Right.
in your own stuff.
Right.
Everyone's very generous with that as well. And that definitely helps the action.
Ah. You like to get a little loose?
Who, me? No,
Yeah.
I don't drink. I'm a disciplined, sober poker player.
Disciplined, sober poker player. Okay.
They're not able to keep
In
their
some
faces
world,
straight.
in some
here.
world out there.
Yeah, again, it's the same world that we were discussing that Big O hand.
Alright,
Look at the
looks like we're-
stacks. Yeah, we're
Everybody
about average.
had what do they call that when you have when they do the side bets on the side when you have like quads or a royal or you
Oh,
know
they're doing
a
the
full house.
props.
Not that they're doing the props, but everyone had a prop hand. Like I saw almost.
Oh yes, we've had a
you
lot
know,
of like. So we will run some props here. Like if your 5-card hand is, let's say, a straight flush, quads, or something like that, you might get a rebate in the form of the
do
prop
like a
from the
little
other
side
players.
bet and then. It's set. It's a set amount for whatever
Yeah.
it is. So if you have
Every
quads
time you quad, you get $20 hypothetically or something.
from whoever's in on it.
Yes. So it's a little fun game that you do on the side. Again, kind of a hedge for when you have a bad hand. In this game, you might make a bit of money in the prop. And like you said, we've seen a bunch of those hands so far. Like I think we've seen trips.
I've seen some crazy.
Was there straight
Well, I've heard
flushes?
crazy stories.
Oh yeah.
I've just heard crazy stories. But a guy was running so bad, but he just kept getting those hands, and so he hit like a royal. He had something
Oh,
really
yeah.
big where it was like $100 or $2 or more from every person. So
Yeah,
it was
those
like,
are the funny
okay.
ones where I think the royals are like worth a lot. So you hit that, you'll get like maybe $100 or $200, something crazy like that, and that can change your entire stack in this game.
See, right, like now Sam's got 2 pair.
Yep, 2-pair I think is one of the smaller ones I want to say.
Okay, George Papa G's got not bad. He's got 654.
Right, so
He raises.
he's got a 2-draw, so he did go for the raise. Thing is, Adam can go for 3-bet, which he does. So DGAF 2.0 has
That's a good hand. Because he's going to draw one,
Yes,
probably.
he's got a
the
very, very
queen.
good
He's gonna
one
throw the
draw.
queen.
Oh, now Victor has a
10, 9, 6, 4, 3. That's
not a fun spot. So he's out of position here, and he's got a 10 pat, but the problem is that he goes
He
for the
raised.
4-bet.
yeah.
So the problem is that when he gets flatted here, can he lead out? Does he check? He gets put in a spot if his opponent decides to go for a bluff where he's got to be making pretty much a judgment call in that spot about is his 10-9 good from out of position. So this is a spot that I do not envy him being
Okay, look
in.
at Don.
Oh, Don's got the same exact
10,
spot
9
now too.
pat. Or is that a 10 pat? Or
This is a very easy fold from Don, I would say, because he's facing
Doesn't
a
look like he's
4-bet,
folding.
but he does not agree with me. He definitely does not agree with me. He
you
looks-
think you know these
I
players.
know.
And then you get to watch them on the live stream.
And then
you
I
say,
see
I have
stuff
no idea
that
what I know.
blows my mind. Yeah. I still think he'll find the fold. It just you're facing a 4-bet and you have the 3-better still to act behind you. I don't see 10-9 surviving that sort of action. Let's see if I'm wrong.
It almost looks like he's cutting
He's
out
cutting
raisin
out
chips.
raisin. Yeah, so again, you think you know the game, and then
But half the game is position and information, and so are they raising chips or are they?
he's
I'm
very, very
thinking
unsure.
about
This is a hard
folding.
spot.
I don't know.
He went for the
Is this like
the
a
pump fake there.
shove or fold
Yeah,
position?
he-
like
he
I
cannot-
shove now,
exactly.
or
He
like
has
I
no
can't
other
call.
play. He
You're
does make
right.
the fold,
You know
yeah.
Don way better.
That is difficult. I do think it's not an easy fold, but it's definitely a fold given that action. And then we're back to DGAF 2.0, who does have a hand he can definitely continue with. His draw is very, very strong.
Then is he
And
just smooth call here?
I believe they're deep enough that he can't smooth call, and then he can play his draw pretty straightforward. If he hits his draw, he goes all in with it, knowing that 8-7 is likely
Right,
to
looks
be
like he
good.
calls.
He does make the call, which to me makes sense. Now this is interesting. Like Victor will have to check this hand a lot of time because he gets value from no better hands, and then he's gonna find himself in a spot. Let's see what Victor does. Oh, okay. So very, very cool. So DGAF did pair. So now when Victor, let's see if Victor goes small or checks. He goes small. This is a blocker bet, knowing that. Okay, good. It's gonna work here. So this is a blocker bet. He led. Actually, led 375.
That's not
That's not too
small,
small at all.
Yeah, Adam
yeah.
found the laydown.
So this is almost a
I know my
spot.
pair's no good.
Yeah, like that's actually kind of cool because he finds himself in a spot where there's no value to be had here. He's almost making a bet, hoping that he doesn't get bluffed if he checks. So in that spot, he decided that, I'm assuming at least, that if he were to get raised there, he knows he's no good, and he was bet folding there, knowing that it's very hard for someone to bluff in that spot over a 4-bet opposition followed by a about half pot, I guess, on the post
Yeah,
draw.
about.
But again, like that is very cool to see. Like that's a spot I found myself in, and I do not envy that spot at all. In Victor's shoes with a 10-9, but he made it work that time. This is very unique to see the cards. You see
Isn't
spot-
it a
you
little
see-
different?
Yeah, you see hands that you think you know how you play, but then the players here, they show a different strategy entirely, and I mean, it definitely had some merit there. But as of yet, we're still waiting for that big bluff to happen. I think.
Looks like Big E sat back down.
Oh yeah, he's back in there.
Alrighty.
He's back, I think, in
Oh,
his starting
George,
seat now.
Papa G left us.
He did. I think George usually leaves around the 7 o'clock mark. He said a little bit later. Yeah, so we do have George leaving us. He kind of stayed a little bit later than usual. I think he had a pretty good session overall, too.
Maybe it'll show us on the leaderboard after this hand.
Yeah, I would guess he had a good session. I think he won that big hand early on. He had one of the 7s, I want to say, maybe one of the 8s. But definitely a good session for him. Going to this hand, I think there's a
Wow.
straddle from E to, is that 10?
So after doing this stream, I may jump in there and play because now
You
I
wanna
can
play now,
watch
yeah.
these hands and I can be like, all right, if I was Victor, I'm probably in there, and he called, so he is in there because he throws a 4 or he throws a 10 and a 4, depending, because he is on the button, so he's going to be the last to
He has
act.
full information, so he can make a good judgment call at the end. He's against a 2-draw and a pat. From
Okay, so Adam just stood pat with Jack 10, 9, 8, 3.
Yeah, right. That.
It looks like
So it's
he
kind of
drew
similar.
2.
Yeah, kind of similar in that
Victor
spot.
did draw 1 and he made it work.
But he made the ace, yeah.
He did. He got the ace. But, oh, are these E's, biggies, new cards? They are, so he paired up.
He drew 2 and double, hit
So
2
Adam
pair.
is good there, standing pat, but it looks like he just bet. And,
I think it went check
oh,
down.
no, it checked around and he just took the pot. Sorry.
Yeah,
Learning to read the graphics again, the plus 110 means took the pot down.
yeah, like in that spot from Adam's perspective, he's again hoping that no one bets because Jack 10, 9, 8, it's such a not a fun hand to have facing a big bet. You pretty much know you're only beating bluffs, and you know that someone's betting into you when you patted, so not fun. Luckily, they did not choose to bluff with their hands. I think he hit 2 pair with 7s and 2s. So
Oh, we had 2 pair. I
Yeah.
just saw the 1 pair, but
so you can argue he could bluff there, but in that spot he decided not to go with it. So Adam was able to take that one down. Yeah, some of the bigger bluffs you're going to see in this spot are going to be mostly heads up, and mostly in spots where at least one of the player pats, or there's one draw each. The strongest hands, of course, you're going to make in this game are from either patting your good hand before the draw, or drawing 1 card into a good hand. Everything above drawing 1 card is very, very hard to hit a good hand, like drawing 2 as we discussed.
okay.
It's very, very difficult to hit a good
So
hand with
one
that.
last question, because I am late to the game. Jason left and I came in. Are they doing the books?
Oh, yes. Yeah, we discussed booking quite a bit.
So they are allowing books. I know it was weird with if the graphics
With
were
the
going to be able to
graphics.
see it, but you found a way.
We found a workaround. We're going to have them,
Okay.
of course, they draw 6 cards for their 5 cards initially. We have them look at the cards first and then choose the one they
I
discard.
feel like that's a big part of the game here, at least, because I know that not all of the games either allow it or there's like different house rules, if you will, everywhere that you
Exactly.
play this. So that's one of those that you allow. If you're the first to throw a book, you get an extra card. You get
Yes. So
6.
this is a novelty that is actually only allowed here. I don't
Oh,
think,
really?
I mean, I'm not sure of any other places that run this game.
I mean,
but
when y'all started playing this, though, like amongst yourselves, right? These were like rules that y'all would make up, sort
Yeah.
of, and it's carried over into cool. We're gonna.
pretty much like we added this rule to induce more action. If you've got like a really bad hand, let's say you have like ace, king, queen, jack, 10.
And position, right? Because that'll make a lot. Because you're, the person right after you raises, it goes all the way around, and you're gonna be first to act. You're like,
Yes.
okay, fine, I can make the $50 call because I can take a book.
Yeah, that's probably the best. That scenario that you just described is the best scenario to go for the book when you close the action, knowing that you have the first option to book because,
Right.
like you said, only 1 book per hand. So if someone books in front of you, you've lost that option now. Now you have to draw 5 like normal, like a regular peasant, and you cannot get the 6th card, which of course is the value of the book, in that you get to choose which card you want to discard, leaving yourself a good 5-card hand.
Okay.
But yeah, we've seen a couple of books so far. I think one of the hands was, I believe, Sam. He's no longer with us in this game, but he booked into a 9-8, so a 9 high, which of course is a very, very strong hand
Right.
for a book especially, but then he lost with that to a 7 high.
Ooh.
So yeah,
Yeah, that's tough. Those books can be. It's like I booked and it's like a lottery ticket, right?
Yes,
I
you live by
booked
the book,
and
you die
I
by the
and
book.
I didn't even get my money back and
Yeah.
I'm done.
You feel
Or
like
I
you're
booked and
entitled-
now I have a really hard decision because I
also
actually
true.
woke up with a good hand.
yes, you feel like you're entitled to the win when you book a good hand, but that's not always the case in poker, of course. We've seen a lot of 7 highs, though, I will say. Obviously, I don't get to see all the whole cards in a regular game, but like I mentioned, we've had, I think, 3 number 1s, a couple of number 4s.
Wow.
So a lot of very good hands so far. And they also got paid off, too, by 8 highs, 9 highs.
Well, look at
like
this.
some good hands,
So,
too.
oh well, the graphics already went away, but I mean, he had like 3 or 4 cards to a royal up there.
Yeah, so that'll be a good book, but I believe he was in early position, so he could not guarantee the
Right.
book. Of course, it seals the action.
Now A5 4 deuce, that's great.
That is a very easy
So
open.
snag raised.
Yeah, the
Only
one
to
draws.
30.
The one draws are very easy open. I think he opened a 30 over just a $10 straddle actually from Aaron over there. And Don with a
Oh, and then
mystery
Don-
hand
mystery.
has made the 3-bet. So in this spot, of course, we're assuming. Oh no, he gets in there too with his 10-8
Okay.
draw. And Sam is in there. Sam's back.
With
I wasn't sure if he was there the
2
entire time.
pair.
Yeah, so this is.
So you just throw a 5 and a deuce.
You go for a 2 draw here. You've got a very,
Okay.
very good hand, but again, drawing 2 is a little bit ambitious.
So we're
you have to
now-
hit very perfect, but
All right, so there's 4 of them in there. What's E gonna do? You think?
I think he's going to go for the 2 draw and hope he hits the 8-7-3, which Sam will do as well. But then Snag and Don, of course, have 1 draws, I'm assuming, for Don. Don 3-bet
Okay,
the
so
button.
E draws 2.
But he paired, yeah. The 2 draw is... Oh, look at that. So Don decided to book from the button after 3-betting. Again, these games, you get some action. Like, that's
And he
a
gets
very...
queen 9.
Yes, which is not the worst for a book, but
It's
of
not
course,
terrible for a book.
we see Snag over
And
there.
everybody drew 2. And
Snag,
he's on the
Snag
button.
did draw 1 into the 86. So Snag, of course, is miles ahead here. Unfortunately, he's not going to get paid. I don't believe. Everyone else's holding is pretty bad between 8s and ace high and queen high. So I think
It's like
Snag.
Sam is thinking.
Yeah. I'm gonna assume Sam's gonna check this with his ace, and then Snag has a decision to bet or check to Don. Since Don booked, I think you should go for the bet, and he goes for a very. Let's see what he's gonna bet here.
175, 275.
225.
Oh, I don't know.
Let's see. We're around there. Oh no,
He knows
big.
Snag.
He went huge,
He went big.
which is understandable, but of course these players cannot call with what they have right now. He went.
420.
This is Snag's, of course, favorite sizing. I will not say
Because you
why.
don't know. Am I bluffing or am I
doesn't- he's very
trying to get
balanced.
money out of you?
He goes his sizing with his bluffs, his value. He does
Yeah.
love this sizing. I've been on the bad end of this sizing quite a few times, but here there's no real decisions for the players at least. So
Yeah, I
fortunate
think
for him.
everybody knows what they got to do.
Yeah. Feeling lucky there, but still a pretty hefty pot there. With the 3-bets and multi-way action, you get pots of $400, $500 before the draw, and that's when things play for a while. 2/3 of a good hand.
Okay.
Oh, this is actually fun. So I do want to see the PFR. So pre-flop raise, we see Sam at the very top, 53%. So these guys are definitely giving action. I think the lowest we saw there was around 30%, like maybe it was like 28 or something.
Okay. Explain those numbers to me.
So PFR, pre-flop raise, is just simply put, when you enter the pot, you come in with a raise. It could be opening the pot or 3-betting. In Hold'em, I think for a 6-handed or 9-handed table, it's going to be around around 20% or so, maybe like between 18 to 25% is average. I'm not entirely sure.
When you say averages of pre-flop raises, you mean how often they're raising pre-flop?
Yeah, exactly. So on average, let's say like you're playing the optimal range from for a 9-handed table. It's probably around, I'm honestly not even sure, but I'm guessing around between 15 to 25%, something like that, for like a good disciplined pre-flop opening range. In this game, we're seeing 28% to 53%. So that is more aggressive than the average for Hold'em. Again, I'm not sure exactly the one-to-one comparison from Hold'em to Deuce 7 in terms of pre-draw raises, but I would suspect that this is a bit looser than most.
All right.
Obviously, some of the bigger streams you see people, like with the massive, the VPIPs, of 80% or whatever it is in some of those stream games.
You're a professional, Neil. You're a
I'm
professional.
a semi-pro, I'd say.
So I'm like, you're using some acronyms I'm not fully aware of,
Oh, which one?
but you're talking to people that know what they're doing.
I
now,
assume
in
that
YouTube
these
land.
guys,
Or, you know what? I think we could be talking to people here that don't know this game. And the
That's
hope
true.
is that
That's true.
we're going to stream this and people are going to watch and,
fall in
they're
love-
going to
you're
maybe
gonna fall in
go,
love with the
hey,
game."
this
Yeah.
kind of looks like fun. Wow. So, DGAF, I mean, look, that's a pretty strong
yeah,
starting hand.
this is a
here.
very good hand. This is a convertible hand that we discussed earlier. Vicky, do you know what a convertible hand is, or I can
Nope.
explain? Yeah, so it's a very cool spot. I was telling Jason earlier. It's basically where your hand is strong enough that it can win as a pat hand, currently with the Jack-8. But if you are facing pressure, let's say your opponent pats in front of you or you face like a very significant bet, you can convert that into a draw 1. So effectively, you have 2 different paths that you can choose from based on the action that you are
Okay,
seeing in
but
front of you.
Don just got a 9-8-7-6 deuce.
Yeah, so
and he,
in this
but Adam
spot,
called,
as
and
we
then he's
saw,
no good.
so yeah, Adam decided to not
Stand
draw
pat.
1. He
Right.
stood pat with his Jack-8, and then Don drew in position. And then we discussed earlier when you stand pat with a Jack-high.
So if Adam had drawn 1, 5 was really the only card he could have got to win.
So if Adam had drawn 1, he
Actually, he could have
would've
got a
gone-
9.
He would have gotten Don's card. So Don drew the 9, right?
I can't remember. I
I can't
wasn't
remember either.
watching.
Same. But
I can't remember if Don drew 1 or 2. I think he drew 1.
I think he drew 1 as well, but this does illustrate what I discussed earlier about when you have a jack and you're out of position. If you face a bet, it's very difficult because they can put a lot of pressure on you, both with their good hands that hit the draw that they were going for and their bluffs, knowing that you are likely capped. That means your strongest holding can only be a jack or a 10 because you did not bet out yourself.
Right.
So Adam saw this here where he 3-bet $200 and then he just checked.
Or if you have the wheel, you still check in that position and hope that
So
someone
yeah.
bets
So Vic,
into
so
you.
then we're talking about some balance there where you can check your good hands too, but on
I'm
average,
checking my. You know how many times I see you guys check your best hand, and
We-
it's
we
like
do.
everyone goes, "Oh, I smell something," and nobody bets. Although they've been acting crazy the last hour.
Yeah, okay.
You're like, I check.
Okay, that's fair.
no one
so
bets. You're like, what happened?
There
And
are
then they-
spots where you can
Yeah.
find that trap, but I would say like the baseline play would be to go for a bet yourself, because if they hit a hand that they don't want to bluff with, or if they're not going to bluff you in that spot because you padded to begin with, you might miss out on some value there. So generally, you're going to see the players, they're going to bet out their strong hands like a 7 high, an 8 high, or a 9 high, and then they might check their bluff captures like 10 or jacks.
Okay, so Snag just raised with trip 5s in his hand. I see this happen all the time.
So this
I
is
see
fun.
y'all bluff with trips or
So
a boat.
right, so Snag is very also fond of this play. I do this as well. It's called a snow.
Right.
Vic, you know what a snow is? We discussed a little bit earlier with Jason.
Yes, you did.
Yeah. So
Y'all
basically,
just kind of taught it to me the other night too.
yeah, it's a very fun play. I do like
Okay.
it a lot, but effectively, you're turning a very bad deuce 7 hand, like trips with low cards or maybe like 2 pair or a straight, into a bluff by
Padding.
raising big and then padding,
Yeah.
and you're conveying that you have a very big hand, and then after the draw. Okay, so we're very
Is
wrong
he drawing
here.
one to try and get quads?
Oh, so this is okay. So this is called a Snag special.
A Snag special.
So he kept his trips and drew 1,
yeah.
representing that he has a very strong 1 draw, and now he's going to bet huge to represent he hit his big draw. So this is one of Snag's
Okay, and
favorite
he's up against
method of snowing.
A.A. Ron.
So it's not
who's
gonna work
got
here,
a
so-
10-9.
Yeah. So here, unfortunately for Snag, if we look down
Oh,
at,
wow,
at
wait.
Sam,
8-6-4-3 deuce. Sam's got.
yeah. So they're
That's you said number 5, or that's like number.
this is number
6?
6, I believe. Yes, exactly,
Okay.
number 6. So Snag still decided to go for his plan.
He did.
executed it,
Uh-oh.
but
And
Sam
Sam just
just
shoved.
went all in. Very
Oh, it's
easy
all
for
in the
him.
call, so all in for less. And right here, Snag knows. Oops.
He knows the money's gone. Oh yeah.
Right. He's
That money
like,
is long gone.
But Aaron is still left to act, so there could be a side pot, and maybe Aaron comes over the top.
So Aaron has a 10-9. I think facing this action, he will find the fold. He knows that the only way he wins would be in the exact scenario that Snag is bluffing with a snow like he is, and then Sam calls with worse, but very unlikely, so Aaron will make
Yeah,
a good fold.
okay, Aaron did fold.
And yeah, so this is a very unique play. So this is a snow, but with layers to it, because he did not pat, as we mentioned. He drew 1,
Right.
keeping the trip 5s, and then he used that to basically represent that he drew to his big hand, and then he bet out, overbet there actually. He bet out, I want to say, 375 or 275 and a 200. Unfortunately, though, he ran into a very strong
Pretty good
hand.
hand, yeah.
But the snows are very strong. If you well, you can pick up a lot of pots for free.
I'm waiting for it to get more saucy.
It's
So
going
I feel
to, oh,
like
yeah.
this game is actually playing out like it normally would with these regular group of people, right? I'm not seeing a lot of tightness where, you
Yeah.
know, you get a cast of characters, you put them on the camera, and then you're like, where's the player I know? Because you don't do this in real life. So I feel like this game is playing out, and it's only going to get better over the next few hours.
It does kind of go that way.
And these stacks are going to grow.
Exactly. As the night goes on, people are getting more comfortable drinking. They're getting bigger stacks. The pots get bigger usually. Like I said, by the end of the night,
Right.
one player, whoever pretty much ran the best or played the best, will end the stream with about, I'm gonna guess, over 5K, probably between 5 to 10K.
But I mean, don't let those stacks fool you, because sometimes I've seen people with an 8K stack
Okay,
and they're
yes.
in for
That's a dig at me.
7,800. You
Yeah,
know, like
yeah, that may be me
doesn't
on
exactly
occasion.
mean they're doing
is
well,
true.
but they're not as down as they could be. So
Yeah.
a win's a win.
That is very true. Like, people will buy in for a lot. This is a match stack game, so you're able to buy in to cover the biggest stack of the table. So,
Right. So if I walk in and someone's got $8,000 in front, I can
Does not mean he's not
potentially
of course.
match them.
Yeah, which is very, very good for the game, I believe. Maybe not good for the player with that 8K, because he's immediately has to contend with
Yeah,
another
that's a little
player.
tough.
Yeah,
So like, man, I'm doing so well. I bought in for 500 and I'm up
to 8K,
to
and now you
8,000,
are
and
losing it
now
all to this new player who just came in
right.
and bought in to cover you, and effectively declared war on
But
you.
if you're running like God, then it's
That might be
okay,
good.
because now I can double
You
up
can
through this guy.
go to 16K. Yeah, that's the way I look at it.
Exactly.
Like, there's always silver lining.
I don't think anyone minds when someone brings money to the table.
That's true. I'm
know?
also in that camp as well. I think more money is
Like,
better.
Kudos to you. If you can come in, match my stack, and take my stack, then
You
you
deserve
earned
it.
it. Or you can match mine and give it away.
Deal with the
Whatever
consequences
happens.
if you run to the bad side of the cooler. In this hand over here, We're seeing, looks like an open and then multiple calls. I do not see any strong hands, so I'm expecting multiple draws.
Is Don the strongest here with
As of right
10
now.
8 7 3? Gonna throw a 7?
Yeah, not a great hand, but ahead right now. He's got a 10-8-7 draw. He actually got rid of 2 cards. I think he was going for a very, very good hand. He got rid of the 10 and the 7, but he drew another
Did
7.
Sam just book? He was able to book. It looks like.
Oh wow, Sam got
Or
the
he
book
folded.
from
Yeah, he
out of
did.
position,
He draws.
or from
yeah.
4th act. That's very unique, and he took full advantage of that.
Because I was just about to say, I don't think he can book here. He's not in position, and then it looks like
But sometimes you get
Yeah, no,
lucky,
yeah.
and yeah, booking from the bun. That's very, very fun play to pull off.
So let's see what he gets, because I'm pretty curious myself how well this book turns out.
We were discussing, so in my time seeing books, we ran a couple like simulations. The average book usually comes around between queen 10 high. Like I'd say like between king high and queen 10 high, I'd say. Like around queen
Right.
high is more likely. So if you can think about that, you're likely to hit a queen high with a book. Anything better than that is above average. You might want to play that. Anything below that, below average, you might want to bluff that, right? Is the way I see it. But
Okay.
on average, you get to discard 1 card, which is usually your pair or your ace or king, and you're left with a queen. In this spot, though, we see E with the only good hand, which is a 9-8. Everyone else has nothing, so he will not be getting any value here.
I don't think we got to see what Sam got, but
I think
see what he
is this
does.
his hand
I feel like
post-draw?
that was his pre-draw hand. I could be wrong. Well, he folded. Maybe it was his post-draw.
It might have been. Either way, it was not.
It looked about the same. I think he drew out very similar
Yeah.
cards.
That's one of the, like we said, books. I mean, you get ace, king, queen, deuce, deuce. Like, that's just not a good hand by any stretch. And E will just take this one down.
So he probably drew 2 pair then, obviously, if he kept a pair of deuces in there.
If his initial hand was the ace, king, queen, deuce, deuce, and he got rid of that, he would have likely have drawn, yeah, either a pair. Actually, no, you're right. If he got rid of the 1 card, it was probably
An ace or
ace,
another
king, or
pair.
queen. Yeah,
or,
wow. So it
Yeah.
was that bad for him. Yeah, you live by the book, you die by the book. If you can book into like a 7 high or an 8 high, you're getting paid, and that's part of the advantage of the book.
Book into, you mean book and get a 7 or 8 high?
Yeah, when you're left with
Seen
a
it
7 or 8
multiple
high,
times.
I've been on that side of it, and it's pretty awesome. Because you know no one is going to respect you because you drew 5 cards, right? So
6 cards.
6 cards.
Y'all are 6-card booking,
Yes,
right?
yes,
Okay.
that's right.
Yeah, you're drawing 6 cards.
Yeah.
You're definitely behind, and then you wake up with a winner.
And then
And no one believes you.
yes, that's part of the magic.
That's not called snowing when you
no,
no. You're
no, snowing is only when you
absolutely have the worst like
yeah,
quads.
you have a bad
or-
hand and then you raise and then you pat with it. That's like the base definition of snowing. Obviously, there's variants of that. Like we saw
Where does the
Snag do.
term come from? Explain where snowing. Where'd that
is a
come
very good-
from?
honestly, don't know where it comes from. I just know that terminology from.
Is it an acronym for something you think?
That's a really good
I'm
question.
gonna think about that
we
one.
Gotta,
What
find
kind of
that out.
snow?
That is good information to have.
SNOW or SNO? We got to figure this out.
I can't. What would that stand for? Like stay. I don't think it's an acronym. I think it's like so. These poker terminology, like this jargon, comes from somewhere random. Like someone playing Deuce to 7 years back might have used it once and it just picked up, and
Okay.
we don't know why, or maybe it was a very like anecdotal story that happened once, and it just kind
Right.
of
It just carried on, and now
yeah.
that's
So like, a lot of the jargon is like that, but this one I honestly don't know. Like booking, that's very intuitive. You're drawing 6 cards, like effectively like an entire book of new cards are coming your way.
right.
What else is there? Patting, very,
Snag
very
wakes up
standard.
with a good
You're
hand
keeping
here.
or standing pat, so that's very, very intuitive. But snow, I do not entirely know. We're getting some information from production. Okay, in Deuce 7 draw poker, snow refers to bluffing by representing a strong hand. When you actually have a weak hand, the term likely comes from the idea that a bluffer is trying to pull the wool over their opponent's eyes, much like a snowstorm can
Okay.
obscure visibility. Wow, that's very
Okay.
interesting.
All right.
That's really cool. I did not know that.
Pretty
we all learned
neat.
something there. Again, it makes sense, but I would not have obviously jumped to that conclusion.
I mean, it does sound like again. I think of snow. I think of a snowstorm. I think
True.
of
Yes.
like
that is true.
it's you're blinding out. So yeah, that would make sense. That's
I like that.
interesting.
That's cool. A lot of these like
You have a fun fact to bring to the game.
Yeah, I
when
did
we
not
go
know
play
that.
next.
I'm not sure if they. I'm sure like maybe 1 or 2 of them might know, but I'll definitely bring that up next next time I'm down there. But yeah, a lot of this jargon comes from like a very random, either reference or like story. Like you have to look it up to know. Like mostly like the card holdings, right? There's a lot of nicknames like Ace King. We call that Big Slick. Like, where does
Right.
that come from? I'm not entirely
Yeah,
sure.
I don't know where that one comes
It's called
from.
Anna Kournikova, obviously.
I loved the name hands. Oh yeah, Anna Kournikova.
That one makes sense, obviously, like, you know,
Looks
looks
pretty,
good,
but doesn't play
win.
well.
Yeah,
Doesn't
like
win.
that one everyone knows. Snowman, obviously Pocket 8s look like snowmen.
Oh yeah,
which one?
that's Dusty Nuts named that one.
German Virgins are 9s.
9.
9, yes. There's a lot of really good classic ones.
The Obama. You know that one?
No, which one's that one? New one
He
for me?
was the
Oh,
44th president.
44th president. Yeah, that's right.
Because
That's
in
right.
45, you're like, oh, the Trump.
The
But
Trump is
that one
45,
didn't
I
stick very
see.
well, right.
Yeah. Okay, those make sense as well. The hockey sticks, of course, the pocket
Sevens.
jacks.
Wait, that's
Right? The
jacks?
hooks. No, sorry, the jacks
Hooks
are
is
the
jacks. Hockey sticks are
Hockey-
sevens.
You're right. Absolutely right.
Right.
There's so much of them. It's hard to, keep it all straight in your head.
You want a new one?
Yeah.
The baby doll.
Baby doll, what is that?
9-7 of spades. Actually, 9-7 suited, really, but the
Any
actual
9-7
baby doll
suited.
is 9-7 spades.
Why is that?
That comes from my good friend Ed Lerma,
Okay.
and that's his favorite hand. And every
Oh,
time he
okay,
gets it, he
okay.
goes, baby doll.
Okay, I see.
And
So there you go. Like,
call
there's
it the
another
baby
one.
doll.
That's
And,
probably
and
more
maybe
localized.
like 10% of the people when I'm playing and I say baby doll,
They actually know it.
they actually know it. So I have to like be quiet because if I look around and I go, nobody knows me, I can say it and they just think I'm being silly.
Yep.
But if someone there knows and like the board comes 9-9-7 or something,
Yeah.
I don't want to give away, right?
Oh, you
that I
can't say it.
flopped
Yes.
Right.
Yep. That's
Right.
cool. That's another new one.
Yeah.
What
you
else
can
we
use
got?
that.
Aces, of course. There's like a million nicknames, like pocket
Right.
rockets, weapons of mass destruction, pocket ones. A lot of stuff
Oh,
for
I'm
that.
I know there's one out here that I can't think of right now. That I know.
There's a couple of like Motown I like too, Jackson 5. There's a bunch. Like honestly, there's like poker's such like a long storied past that I'm pretty sure every individual hand probably has some sort of a nickname.
I'm sure it does. The 7 deuce have one? Deuce. I'm
seven
not 7 deuce
deuce-
a game, but like 7 deuce. Like
Yeah,
it's,
I
it's
wonder.
like that's the worst starting hand
It just
ever.
Yeah, exactly.
And it became like let's turn the worst
it's like
starting
a joke
hand
now
into a
game.
right. And I shouldn't plug anybody that we're not paying, but
True.
Greg goes all in, right? His saying is
Oh, right,
stay loose,
right.
play 7 deuce.
Yes.
Yeah.
Greg goes all in. Very
Very entertaining.
very funny YouTuber. Has a lot of good content as well.
Yes.
So if we see over here, we see Don. He bluffed with a straight. So Vicky, pop quiz for you. Why is a straight a good hand to bluff with?
Are you saying that particular
That
straight
particular straight,
because
yes.
because you have a ton of low cards in your hand?
Yes, exactly true.
Right.
And also,
so
you
you
know that your
know
hand-
that they don't have, right?
Yes.
Like someone was explaining too, someone either had a boat, but it was like 4-4-4, deuce 3
Yes.
in there. I think it was Victor maybe who had it in their hand, so you can bluff with it because you know you have a ton of low cards in your hand.
Exactly, yeah. So the blockers are very, very important. That means those are less likely to be in your opponent's holdings, meaning that
Right.
they're less likely to have a good hand. Excuse me, they're going to have like the bigger hand in general. Number 2, though, I would also mention is that your straight will not win at showdown. So if you want to turn a hand to a bluff, you might as well start with the bottom of your range with the hands that will never win, because you know for a fact that every hand that is left in the pot is better than your hand, right?
Right, because a straight is really hard to like win with because someone could have 2 pair and
Yeah.
they're still good.
And they're still beating you. Trips, you're still losing
Right.
to. Only a flush you actually beat.
Okay, king, queen, 7-6-5.
I think Aaron is just going to lay this down. Yes, he will. He's first to act. So from that position, you get to be a bit more selective about your holdings. So you probably want to go for maybe 1 draws or pats or snows from that position.
I see 3 good cards in my hand. I'm in there. That's why I can't play
I
this
had that
game.
same
7,
initial
6, 5.
instinct.
I'm in.
That instinct is very strong, but you want to exercise a bit of caution. Obviously I say that, but I don't always do that myself. But a lot of spots.
Oh,
you
look
wanna
what
go
he
for-
Look what he drew. Look.
Oh, okay, yeah, he drew 2 and 2 in 87. Yes, so again,
Oh, that's great. But
that's one of the strongest hands. But if you look at his opponent's holdings,
yeah,
he will not.
yeah, Don just booked it. Looks like
Yeah.
that's his new hand. Okay, I see the highlighted cards that are not the ones that are brighter are the ones they just
That he
drew.
just drew, yes.
All right, so
Unfortunately for E, they hit a pair and a
yeah,
king
he
jack.
doesn't have. No one's gonna call him here.
Yeah, he's gonna make a big bet, but they will not be able to find the call there, I don't think. But yeah, going back to what we were saying about the straights. So I do think that you want to have bluffs in a lot of your post-draw spots, and straights are often the hands that I will take for a bluff just because of the 2 properties we talked about. Number 1, card removal. Number 2, showdown value. You have the worst showdown value possible. you will lose to their misdraws, their bad pat hands like ace highs or king highs or whatever. Their bad, high cards. So definitely, if you want to bluff, straights are some of the hands that you can start with.
Okay.
2 pairs as well, I would put into that little camp. And then the 1 pairs, very variable, but those are obviously good hands to bluff with a lot of the time, but not always. Let's see. Okay, there we go, we're back. I'm still waiting for that big bluff. So Vicky, if you had to choose from this cast, who do you think would be most likely to make the big bluff? Hard question.
I mean,
We're seeing Snag is a good
I
option.
don't see Don bluff
is a good option.
often. I feel like Big E is
Big E's very capable.
Big E
Oh,
is
yeah.
probably likely to be the winner. Although I've seen Aaron pull off a couple.
Aaron definitely
and
gets in there.
Adam. Sometimes I wonder when these people bluff. Is it like, okay, I've waited, I've been patient, and I'm just bored, and I want to get in there?
That could play into it for sure. Like you want to use a good tight image to maybe get a bluff through. I think I would say the players mentioned are very good candidates. Aaron, Snag, and E are probably the top 3. Victor will bluff if he finds a good spot. But the big bluff, it's very hard to pull off. You're going to have to be both knowledgeable about what range of hands you've arrived to post-draw, as well as what your opponent has arrived to post-draw.
And who your opponent is. I
And
feel
who
like
your
y'all
opponent
know
is.
each other enough. You kind of know who you can bluff and who you can't,
Very true.
right? Like,
Yeah, this
if
game...
it's E against Snag and, Victor, I don't know. I can't get into Victor and Big E because
Yeah.
they've got great chemistry, we'll say. A lot
Chemistry's
of
one way
table
to put it.
talk
Oh, yeah.
and fun crap talking
It's a
back
good
and
di-
forth.
yeah, they have a good
it's a lot of
dynamic.
fun.
Yeah, for sure. These guys, again, I mentioned, we play with each other 3+ times a week, so we definitely know each other's tendencies in regards to bluffing and bluff catching. But that being said, every player is capable of making the tight fold, making the big fold. So
So
every
Don-
player is
hold on.
bluffable.
So this is Don gonna stand pat here because he raised and Snag called him?
Okay, so in this spot we have, looks like Snag opened to 65. Don made the 3-bet to 200. And so Snag's going to find the fold. He had just a 2 draw, which is
Oh, I
not
did
great.
find the fold. Okay.
But since Don was on the button, to answer your question, he was going to, of course, pat there, facing a draw because of 10 high. Oh, actually, I'll tell you this as well. A little bit of math. So a jack pat, let's say hypothetically.
When you say pat, that doesn't necessarily mean 2, 3, 4, 5 at the bottom.
No.
It just means a jack
yes,
pat's
a
jack's
jack
my
pat
highest
is-
card, and I've got good non-straight lower cards.
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
So a pat effectively means that this is pre-draw. You are dealt
Right.
initially 5 cards that are not paired, not
Right, so
flushy,
jack
whatever.
pat means I've got a jack and then some really good low cards,
Exactly.
and I'm standing pat.
So that's a full
Okay.
range of Jack 10 9 8 6, which is the very worst Jack high. That's the worst Jack pat, and then Jack 2 3 4 5, which is Jack perfect, which of course is
Okay.
the best Jack pat. So when I refer to Jack pat, I mean this is a hand that you can pat before the draw, knowing that your Jack high could be good at showdown. So going back into a little bit of math, I mentioned that a Jack pat, so both Jack 10 9 8 6 or Jack 2 3 4 5, they are always going to be a favorite over a 1 draw, no matter what the 1 draw is.
Because someone's likely to get an ace, a queen, a pair.
Exactly.
a
Ace, king,
straight.
queen, and then the pair.
Right, okay.
So if you, like down to the nitty gritty, you have 6 possible outs for your 1 draw. Let's say you have the best draw possible, 7 2 3 4 5, or 7 2 3 4. You have 6 possible outs to beat the Jack pat, and then 7 possible outs that will make your hand
High.
worse with
Okay.
4 pairs and then 3 with ace, king, queen. So that means that if you are in position, like Don is in that spot we just mentioned, you can check back your hand, or sorry, you can pat your hand knowing you're a favorite against the 1 draw.
Okay.
So that is very good to know, but obviously it is conditional to take advantage of if you're in position, because you must know what they're going to do first to be able to use that information. And I think I saw Pip in the background. I think he might have come back. He was in the stream earlier. Maybe he wants to take a second shot at this table. Should a seat open up.
Did A.A. Ron get a haircut?
I think he did, yes. Looks good.
Like
I
a
like
new
the short
man.
hair.
Yeah. He came over and talked to me earlier when I was out there dealing, and I almost didn't recognize him when I
Oh,
looked
yeah.
over. I was like, who is that?
Definitely looking fresh.
Although also, can I say, sometimes y'all nickname Victor Vicky.
Yeah, we do. Might confuse you a little bit.
Yeah, well, the other thing is, if you say Big E from across the room fast enough, it sounds like Vicky,
Oh,
too.
I can see that too. Yeah.
So y'all will be like Vicky, but you're literally talking to Victor, and I start
So you just
turning,
like
I'm
look over
"Who?
like every
What?
single time
Huh?"
you're dealing at a different table.
And
You're
they'll
like,
be
are they talking
Big
to
E,
me?
Big E. And I'm like, what? And I go, oh, they're
That could be
not
confusing.
asking me. So I do need to come up with a new nickname that doesn't sound like Big E or Vicky.
Sticky Vicky, I think, is what
Sticky
we
Vicky.
landed
Just
on.
call me Sticky.
Yeah, Sticky, I think is.
Yeah, Sticky.
But again, that does sound similar to Vicky, Biggie to some extent.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
You need something
Biggie.
totally
If you
different.
say
Something that
Biggie
doesn't
quick
rhyme.
enough, you just hear the ending.
How about Big V? You know, like Big E, we
No.
got Big V.
No, tall V.
Tall V,
Listen,
tall V.
women do not like to
That's
be
true,
called
that's
big.
true.
We had this discussion last night too. I said, listen, I couldn't argue because I don't think I'm big, but still I'm tall. They were like,
No,
wow,
the
you're
big
a
is not.
big
The
woman.
big doesn't
No,
refer
no, I'm
to
not,
size
I'm just
usually. It
tall.
refers to
Right.
personality. That's the way I
Correct.
view it.
Yeah.
That's why we call Biggie Biggie.
Oh yeah. I swore to him when he lost. He lost a lot of weight. I don't know if you knew him, like 12 or 13 years ago. He lost a lot of weight, and I said, I can't call you Big E anymore. I got to call you
Just
Medium
regular
E.
old E.
I said, I'm just gonna call you
Did you
Medium
just say
E.
middle E? Medium E.
Medium
yeah,
E.
Medium E's,
I said
that sounds
Medium
funny.
E. It didn't really stick, but he did get a chuckle out of. I got a chuckle out of him.
Yeah, I think just regular old E would work.
I tried it a couple times. I just
It's
got
got to catch on. You got to get someone else
Yeah.
doing it, and then maybe it'll take off.
Well, I think he's trying to lose some more weight here, so
Lil E, you
it
think
might
he's on
stick
the
out.
horizon?
Little E, nah.
That's his rapper name. Speaking of Big E, is he picking up, or is that his stack towards the right? I'm not sure if he's gonna get up for Pip to come
Pip?
back in. Yeah.
No, I don't think he is. So it
No,
probably
he's still
can get. Oh yeah,
Oh, actually, we
oh,
can.
that's
Yeah.
still him.
He's still in the game. Looks like we still got the same initial 7 with Adam replacing Pip, I want to say. So,
Oh hey, I know we don't have to do it, but since it's on the screen and we're waiting for a shuffle, if you bring your friends in that haven't been here before and they get a membership,
that is right.
we're
yes.
gonna give you $30 in. I believe those are hours,
Yes, free value. That's 3
Right.
hours of value right there.
pretty much.
Come in with a friend, and they'll be able to play for free for the first couple hours, which, of course, you can't pass up on the free value. Is that Sam stacked to the bottom right? That is, I believe. He's got
Yeah, it
the.
looks like Sam and E
not
are.
the. Yeah, he doesn't have the most neat chip stack, but he's ready to get in whenever. I think
Maybe
that's what he's trying to say.
maybe just brought a pot in and
And then decided
decided
to go for a
that
cigarette.
that's time to take a
victory
break.
cigarette,
Yeah, it's time for a break.
Oh, looking at this, we see Don with 7764 deuce. So
That's a great hand, right?
this is one of the best draws, as I mentioned before, because you are drawing to a 7 high
oh wait,
with no
Adam folded
possible
with,
gut shots.
Okay, I feel like I would have played that.
I didn't see what did Adam
He had
have
like
there.
Queen 10 9 6 4 or something similar.
That is not. So how would you have played that if you were to play?
I
it?
would have either, depending on my position, thrown the queen or the queen and the 10.
Right. So it's a 2 draw. You're drawing to a 10. I think you're better off drawing to the 10-9. It's just facing a big. So Don made it very big from under the gun. I think he raised to 65 over the $10 straddle. Against that sort of action, your 10-9 might already be dead. So you want to be a little bit careful facing, I guess, a bit of heat from an early position raise.
Okay.
So I would say, I think the fold from Adam is probably fine. Maybe against a smaller raise, you can maybe get in there and try to like hit like a 10-9 or something.
Or you have position and you can bluff.
Yes, that is always
Like,
important.
do you feel like you either have to have a really bad hand to bluff, or can you bluff with like a mediocre? Maybe I can pull it off. Maybe it's a bluff.
Yeah,
I'm gonna find.
So that is the interesting question. It does come down to how balanced you want to
So
play.
snowing is like my hand is so terrible, it's a definite
Yes.
snow. But if I'm just gonna bluff, I don't have to have a super terrible hand.
Yeah, so like if we want to, I
Like
guess,
10, 10, 6, 3 deuce. He's obviously in there, and I feel like he's gonna. Oh, he did. He raised it up.
Yeah, so
like
for
raise
him
to
here,
40.
this is a very straightforward raise and draw 1. He can just draw to his 10-6. Like that's a pretty good hand. He's not faced much
And then Aaron
pressure yet.
wakes up with like. So they both have a pair: 7, 5, 3, 6.
Yeah,
3 deuce.
they both Sam and Aaron are both going to be drawing 2. They're going to pitch the big pair and of course draw to their 9 and 7 high respectively.
Okay, and then Victor wakes up with 9, 9, 6, 4 deuce. So it's like they have really good hands, but they all have one pair in there.
Yeah.
So this
a
is
lot of
4
time.
players with great hands, just a big pair.
Good draws. Like they all have between one. There's 2 1 draws, 2 2 draws, right? So
right,
the 2
and no
draws.
one re-raised, so they
Yeah.
all just called East $40.
Right. So they got in there relatively cheap. That's one you can draw 2. Like for
Wow,
not
so
that
Victor
very
wakes up
much.
with 9-8-6-4 deuce.
Yes. So he has a
That's a great-
9-8, but he's in the worst absolute position right now. He's got to have all 3 of them act behind him.
That
So I
looks
believe he
like
will just
E
check
stood
call.
pat.
E drew 1, I believe. Let's see actually what he drew 2.
Not showing anything. Yet.
Oh, he pitched 2. I guess he got rid of the pair.
Okay, 2.
So he's going
Sam
for.
took 2. So he took both 10s out.
Oh, look at this.
7-6-5.
So
oh my gosh, so that
what does he
is-
have? What number
that's
is
number
that?
2, right?
This is number 3 actually.
Wait, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 6, 7. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. So number 3.
Yes.
So he wakes up at number 3.
He drew 2 cards into a number 3. I don't need to express. That's extremely lucky. You need an exact 2-card combination, basically.
Wow, and he threw
and-
both 10s away.
And he drew 2. Yeah, exactly.
And he drew a 7 and a 5.
But
Wow.
Victor, of course,
Merry
he's going to play
Christmas.
this very safe. He's just
And
going to
Victor
check call.
called him. He got Victor to call him
Yeah.
with a 9-8.
He's got a call there. Of course, he's against 3 opponents that drew 2. In that spot, you could even argue that you could lead out with a 9-8, but Victor played it safer. He just check called, and he honestly lost the minimum there
Okay.
with a very strong hand.
Yeah, there is a benefit to check call. So, like, unless E makes it, like, 50, I guess you're still just calling, or is
Yeah, if
Victor
he makes
gonna-
it 50, you can definitely argue to go for value there with a 9-8.
Right.
So that's such a small bet relative to the size of the pot. But in that spot, I think Victor was thinking that against 3-2 draws, they're not
I
going to hit
kind
very
of
often.
finding it hard. I guess a 9-8 is pretty good.
It's
so
very good, yeah.
I'm finding it hard to believe that Victor called the 200, but now it makes sense because
Yeah.
9-8 is fairly
9-8
strong.
is a very strong
It's
hand.
worth $200.
Also, if you note, he checked first act into 3 players that drew 2. He knows for a fact that between the 3 of them, not very likely to hit a better hand than a 9-8, and not likely to call a value bet very often, he was thinking maybe. So he wanted to give someone a chance to bluff, knowing that he's going to snap call a bluff. But
Okay.
of course, it was E there with number 3 holding, so not much you could do there.
I really am enjoying this now, being able to read all of their hands as I'm watching the
I've
action.
learned
because
so much. There's been so many hands where I'm like, oh, this is an easy fold, easy raise, and I'm extremely wrong.
I mean, I love poker and I love to sweat, and it's tough.
Yeah.
I mean, as a dealer, right? You're just there to give people cards and follow the action and
As best you
announce
can
things
without
going.
seeing the holdings,
But you're
yeah.
still like, sometimes, especially when people get beat up, you know, you're like, oh, I'm really pulling for this guy. Like, what's it get?
Yes.
You know.
I can definitely see that because you can't see the actual cards. You're just seeing
Right.
the
Showdowns.
aftermath, like pretty
Right.
much like you're seeing like the carnage afterwards. So this is definitely for me very unique experience to know what these guys are doing. A lot of the plays I've definitely understood or respected, like
so
in
Don
regards
just
to bluffing.
3-bet with 10-9-6-5-3 to 120.
Yeah,
and
he's
he
got
calls.
a 10-9 pat, but he's in the big blind, so he's going to be out of position. So I do want to see how he navigates post-draw. Again, these
Sam's
spots,
in
you get
there.
hard spots, but he might see 5 ways, actually. No, just 4 ways in the end. So in the end now, he's going to be facing, looks like, 2 1 draws and 1 2 draw from Snag. And does he check? Does he bet small? Does he blocker bet? Playing these hands out of position multi-way is very
Okay,
treacherous.
so Snag's gonna draw 2.
Yes,
He
gets rid of the
picks up
queen
a
and the 6.
king pat. Would you call that a king pat?
Yeah, I
don't-
mean, it's a,
I mean,
it's a king high, but
king
it's,
high.
it's not a
if
hand
it's a
that you're
jack, you
gonna-
can call it a pat. But
Yeah, he's not going to be continuing here into, of course, 1 pat and then multiple
okay,
people
so he
drawing
stood
1.
pat. He stood pat
Yes.
with 10-9, which looks to be solid right now.
He is actually winning right now,
He is ahead.
but he's going to be praying that they just check. If he checks, I believe he's going to check. This is not a hand you want to really want to bet in this spot into 2 1 draws. He might go for block. He does go for a
He
very
did.
small block. So this is definitely something that I think players should utilize more, the block bet. The only problem is that you want to be balancing this with some good hands too. Otherwise, people can just raise this bet with impunity with their bluffs, right? Because they know for a fact his better holdings are going to be betting bigger with his, like his 7 highs, his 8 highs, his 9 highs, and that when he bets this sizing, it is more likely a 10 or
But
a
is
jack.
someone going, is this
Oh,
a
and look,
snow?
so this
So
good-
Snag thinks he's snowing, so he just raised him.
So
is that
thi-
what I was just
this
about to
is
ask
so
you?
this is not a snow because Snag
Well,
did draw, but this is just a pure
No,
bluff.
but on Don's part, because Don raised and Don patted, and now
Oh, he
Don
thinks
blocker
Don.
bets. So does Snag think that Don is snowing, and that's why he just raised
So
him?
that is a possibility. The thing
I
is,
feel
is
like
that
no, hold on. Is Don gonna call or is he gonna shove?
so this is
Or
folder
does
call.
Don
So this
really?
is folder call from Don. There's no reason to shove here because he's either being a bluff or not. I believe Don is really tough spot because Sang drew 2 and he's representing strength.
Don's gonna call.
Honestly, Don against me gets very stubborn in these spots, but
Oh, he
he
called.
does. He does make the call. Porters, yeah. Again, a lot of hard display by Snag here. He drew 2, and he turned his king high into a bluff, into a very likely 10 high or jack high, judging from
Right.
Don's 20% pop
So if
bet,
he had
right?
just drawn a 10, 9, 8, 10, 9, or 8,
If Snag had, you're saying?
yes.
He would've
10,
just
9, or
called.
8, he would have won. He would have called.
He would just called, yeah, because like that hand is not necessary to turn to a bluff. It's just that Snag, he in game, he was
Again,
very
now
perceptive.
do you think he thought that Don was snowing, or does he know? Does
No,
Don
I
snow
think
much?
he knew exactly. So okay, let's explore the draw or the post draw for a second, right? If Don is snowing, right, into a pot of $500,
Right.
would he bet $100 or more if he was like snowing with, let's say, like a straight or trips or 2 pair?
There were 4 people that drew, right?
3 people, yeah, 3 people that drew, so 4 people in the pot total.
I feel like I don't know. Is this what
no,
makes
that's
it not
fair.
a snow because he only bet 100?
That's what makes it not a snow. So
Okay.
when you snow, you're gonna be betting big because you want to represent a big hand and you want to get your opponents off, mediocre,
right.
medium
You're not
holdings,
trying to
marginal holdings, right?
represent value
The thing
with
is,
a $100
yeah,
bet.
when you
'cause
bet
that's what you're doing.
20%, that's not going to be enough to get your opponents off a lot of their hands. Like they're going to call with jack highs, queen highs, 10 highs, right?
Right.
You want to get them to fold those hands.
$100 is nothing in this game.
Yeah, so the $100 is heavily weighted towards weak 10s and jacks. Like that's just what that looks like, and that's what it was in this spot. Sang targeted that range by representing a 9 or an 8, basically there, right? But Don, of course, like again, this is a game of levels, of dynamics, and Don countered that. I guess like countered that by knowing that.
Okay, and
He
then he
knows
wakes
what
up
he
with
looks
another
like, yeah.
really good hand here.
Oh wow, so same exact hand, same exact spot looks like. He 3 bets a 10 pat, and then he's gonna either block bet again or check. Thing is, Don is gonna have to draw 2, which he does with the queen jack, and he pairs. So
Sam draws 2.
oh Sam, yes, Sam
Right,
gonna
and
draw
he
2,
pairs.
yes.
Okay, you said Don. I was like, wait, Don. Yeah, Don said Pat.
And Don again block bets the same.
75.
Yeah.
Believable.
So Don
100.
definitely takes advantage of the block bet, which I think is a good play to do. I would just urge you to be cautious if other players realize you're doing that with only 10 highs. Of course, you might get raised a bit more than you would like. But in this
Well, he
spot,
did
of
show
course,
his last hand because he called Sam, so he had to show his hand, but he didn't show this one, so they don't know. what
yeah,
it is.
they don't know. They don't know.
But Sam was like, I got a pair of 3s, paired up.
Yeah, you can't-
I'm
you can't call.
done.
Nicely played by Don, though. He definitely got the max with those 10s. I will say that Snag, his play with the king high, very, very good play in practice. You know exactly what your opponent, his range is at. You're targeting that, like extremely hard, a very narrow range of 10 eyes and jack highs. And they have to fold that a lot of time for that sort of action, a check raise, right? But of course, Don sniffed that one out.
Yes, he did.
That was a good bluff. I think that's so far we were saying. I think even Dustin in the back room said Snag's likely the first one to probably bluff a big spot, and he did take that spot, but unfortunately didn't work out for him there. It's always interesting to think in your head. Could he have gone?
Are
bigger?
we streaming Deuce to 7 next week?
I believe next week's going to be the 1-2 hold'em game again.
I see a bunch
the
of people
500.
saying hi to me. Hello. See, is that beef? Is that beef? Like our beef? Is that beef?
Beef.
Beef, yeah.
Beef. Good beef.
Steve.
Oh, okay,
Steve.
Steve. I was going to say, like, I saw him in the chat earlier. What's up, Steve? Who else is in the chat? We got
Who's
some
Christopher?
shout-outs. We got Christopher Gooden. What's up? Will A says bunch of sharks.
Yeah.
I would agree. Oh, Killian's in there too. Okay, so here we go again. We got, looks like a relatively small pot. Aaron is going to hit a 10-8 and likely take it down. I don't expect much more money to go in the pot here. And I'm
There
extremely
it is.
wrong.
You are
And I'm
extremely wrong. There it goes.
Good,
and
good
he-
hand selection by Sam here. He's taking
With
a 2
two pair. With two
Exactly
pair.
right.
Is this a blocker bet?
No, this is a pure overbet bluff. He's going
Overbet bluff.
He's going big because he wants them to fold. Aaron, of course, has a bluff catcher, so he will call with the 10-8. Thing is, so Sam drew 2 cards here, then he went big. It's very hard to give respect to a 2-draw. You have to draw so perfectly there.
You know, but you know how many times y'all see that 2-draw perfect?
That's like the level where within that. Like we know that you know that 2-draw is not going to hit very often. So when they still bet,
I don't know.
doesn't mean they have it.
There's times I see like, you know, in a hold down, if it's just 30 minutes, 2 draws hit left and right. You know?
Yeah, no,
like,
they do hit.
It's like this is the night, 2 draws. I mean, I've seen players go, I've been drawing 1 and I can't get. Choose my number. I'm drawing 2, and they draw 2 perfect.
Yeah,
So-
that actually happened to me last. I think you might have been dealing that one. If you
On
remember.
Monday?
On last Monday, yes, where I ran really well. I drew 2.
I remember you breaking the game at the end,
Yeah,
but you were trying to induce action. You're like, it's getting late. We're all gonna leave soon. And what did you straddled for?
3 players.
But you straddled for like 150, or you straddled for something really ridiculous.
I did, yeah, and then
2 other
then I hit a
people
good
called
hand.
you, and you actually was it 3?
I think.
Or
it
no,
went,
I know there was a side pot, and you thought you were actually losing the main, and then when the cards were red, it was so close because you were both like,
We had 9-8, yeah.
and you drew
Yeah,
2,
I drew 2.
and you drew 2,
I believe I drew.
and you
yeah.
beat him by 1 card. It was like 9-8, 6-5
Yeah.
versus 9-8,
That sounds right to me.
6-4.
Again, at that
Yeah.
stage of the night, it gets a bit hazy, but
Yeah.
a lot of times when the straddles get up there, you are forced to play a bunch of hands that you probably otherwise would never play.
Like look at Victor's hand right now, 9-8, 6-5 deuce. Like that's a 9 pat.
Yeah, so
He's
that
not
is
going
exactly
anywhere.
a 9 pat. Yeah, it's not a very good 9, but a 9 high is always going to be good in this game, and he's going to be able to raise this to 65 and pat it with the intention of going for value a lot of time. Again, this hand you could
But
turn
look
into a
at
bluff
Don.
catcher.
That looks like a decent hand to me.
So
2,
Don's
3,
got, this
4,
is the
7.
single best draw in the game. It's a draw to a 7 with no gut shot possibilities, so
Okay. So any
He-
card better than an ace, he's doing well.
yeah. In
But
this
at
spot,
point, he
he
needs
would have
at
hit a
least
9.
He did.
Oh,
he
and
hit a
did hit
9. He hit a
So
9.
He does, in the end, have
Okay, so I want to see the action between the two of them because Don draws 1. Victor stood pat after he raised and got 4 callers.
Yeah, so from what we've seen in the past from Victor, he does turn this hand into a bluff catcher a lot of time, knowing that it's hard to get value from anything except for maybe a 10 high. So I kind of do expect that from him here, where he's got a very rough 9. I believe he will
And
check
then
it.
Adam's got a 10-8-7.
And I'm wrong. Okay, once again, he goes for value, so he would just get snap called by the better
He gets
9.
called by Don. Don does.
Don-
Why doesn't Don?
Don
raise
could
here?
consider raising. I think he might think it's a bit too thin. He's got an
Adam-
extremely good
does
9.
Adam know better? I feel like.
No,
yeah,
Adam can't
knows
call.
better.
Facing
Okay,
a band to
Adam.
call, you know,
Right.
for
You can beat 1, not 2.
yeah,
right?
you know for a
Yeah.
fact that between the 2 players that one of them's going to beat you. But again, like spots like
Don's
this where
on
I'm
a hot
still.
streak,
Oh yeah, Don's hit some hands, but
killing it.
here, like I thought he might turn to a bluff catcher. I can see it go either way. To be honest, you could bet there, you could check with the intention of calling. I guess it really depends on your reads. I didn't see what every player drew as well, so in that spot, Victor went for value and probably lost.
He stood
the
pat,
middle.
and Don drew 1,
Yeah,
and turned his. What did you say he was drawing to a perfect no shots?
yeah,
Or
perfect.
the best draw.
Yeah,
Because he
exactly.
could know
Perfect
he,
number 1.
He wasn't
yeah.
going to get a straight, and he had a 7 perfect with
Which
a
is the
draw,
best
so
possible
like,
draw you can ever get.
and he got
yeah.
a 9.
Like that
Okay.
hand, I would say you can 3-bet a lot of time. If you're going to 3-bet any draws at all, probably want to 3-bet the best draws. But in that spot, he would have gotten maybe 4-bet. So I guess you want to play the lower variance route and
Okay.
just see the 1 draw.
I'm not seeing a ton of huge bets out here, except for the one where
True.
Snag was snowing.
Yeah,
There haven't been a ton of huge bets.
that is true. I will say, like, let's say we classify huge bets as over $300, it's been kind of in between. I might just be the card distribution or just how the game is played so far tonight. But I know that when
Yeah, I knew E
most
was
of
going to
my
raise
games-
with that hand. Sorry,
most-
I'm interrupting you, but I knew E was going to raise with that hand.
Oh yeah, that's a good hand to raise with. He's got 10-9-5 deuce, so single draw from cutoff. So the later you get in position,
So he just throws a deuce,
yes.
or does he wait to see where he's at and possibly throw the 10 and the deuce?
Yeah, you're gonna wait to see what they do. I think against Sam on the bun, you can just safely throw 1, knowing that Sam would have probably 3-bet better hands. So I think a 1 draw should be fine for E in this spot. And of course, Sam has a 2 draw, so
Takes 1. And Sam is going to think about it.
it's got to be
Looks like
2.
2. Yeah.
Oh, and he got there. Look at that. Again, like you said, the 2 draw.
Oh,
It
versus
can get
the
there.
1 draw. The 2 draw got there. 10-9, Jack 10-9. Oh, what's E? I feel like he's going to lead into it. Yep, here it
Yep.
goes.
Probably small, I would
Thinks he's
imagine.
good. Just enough to. Oh.
He's going. Some
I
green
guess.
chips there.
Did
see
he
three
out of
green chips.
position? Did Sam just bet out of
Oh,
position?
Sam is short. We see the stack now. Sam only has $45. So
Oh,
he was. I mean, there's no way he could have done anything differently. Anyways, they were just too short to begin with.
okay.
But yeah, the 2 draw. It is deceptively strong.
Because he's like, wait, I'm trying to bet $300. Why are you going this? I don't know what happened there, but okay, that makes sense. When you're like, I only have $40 left, you
Yeah,
just kind of
that-
tell your opponent, and they're like,
right.
yeah, okay.
There's already like 100 and whatever there was, 180 in the pot, so might as well just put it in. Hard to bluff in that spot.
Fun. Yeah, so that is Beef, our dealer / sometimes
shout out
manager,
to Steve.
Steve. Do you know where he was yesterday?
I don't know. Where was he?
I think he went to Ohio
For
for
what?
a Dance Revolution competition.
That is insane.
I was like, you're messing with me. He's like, no.
that
he
is
was
very
dead serious. I was
I
like,
was
you're
not expecting
kidding me.
that. Is he like a prodigy? In
I
DDR or
guess so.
something?
He just does it for fun and
Oh,
for
really?
money. Yeah.
So he's definitely pretty good then.
Yeah.
Steve,
Yep.
I did not expect that.
Dance Revolution.
I
Hold on.
respect the hell out of
He
it.
sent
How'd
me
you
a
do
picture.
that?
Let me show you. I couldn't tell if he sent a picture of I couldn't tell. I don't think it was him in the phone. Hold on. Let me bring this up. I just gotta find it. Oh my god.
We can dig through for that, but
I am gonna dig. You
I
watched
did
the
not know
stream.
that was a competitive sport.
I
know it's-
didn't either.
I
Hold
know
on.
some people get really good at that. I've seen
Did
some
it-
clips, but
look.
oh, here we go.
I don't think that's him. It's just a photo. It's like I don't think that's
Yeah, he's got a
Steve.
stance. Like they hold on to the
But
back of the thing and
you
they
know-
just go.
Yeah, and
They
they
go
all
nuts.
like pitch in money, right? So it's a prize pool. They just pitch
okay,
in,
so it's like a real. It's like a
and then
tournament basically.
they play. Yeah.
That is
Yes.
extremely
You
cool.
a dance it. What does he say? You a dance what? What does he say there?
We're asking, are you a dance hustler to Steve? I'm assuming he is. If he's traveling all the
He
way
is
to
a
Ohio
dance
for
hustler,
tournaments,
yes.
that I did not expect.
Well,
That's
you
very
know,
cool,
that's
though.
very interesting, but also
Yeah.
very cool. Like I thought he
That's
was,
a fun
I
fact.
was like, where are you going? He's, Ohio, and then for a dance, and I was like, it just sounded like a perfect. I'm messing with you. Are you gullible?
Yeah,
you
like
know,
it's just so out of left field.
And then I was like, wow, you're
It
serious.
sounds like so fake that it has to be true. It's like one of those things.
Exactly.
Right? Like
I
believe
hope
it.
you won. I hope he got.
Yeah, let us know
I
how you
hope he
did
won.
there.
Yeah, we want to know how you did.
Any pictures of that would be fun too. In this final hand, I guess we saw snag. He stacked Sam. Looks like with very.
Oh, Jack 10 versus Queen 10.
Looks like they draw.
Wow.
I'm guessing Sam drew 2 into the pad of
And
yeah.
snag. Wait, padded.
I'm assuming he did.
I'm assuming it's a pad, not a book.
And then Sam went for the he went for the 2 draw. Didn't get there this time. I think that's gonna be it for Sam. Yeah, looks like he's calling it for the night. A little bit of a rough run. Like he had some good 2 draws, some less than good 2 draws, but that's sometimes just how it goes. I think we're gonna have Pip coming back in to replace him.
Okay.
Pip coming
Looks
in
like
for round
maybe
2.
a seat change coming up too, maybe.
Yeah. Pip said he's not done yet. He's got more to show us. Let's see what he's
All
got.
right.
So if you had to pick someone right now, who do you think is gonna? Actually, I wonder if that's a good
If I had to
question.
pick my pony.
Yeah, pick your horse. Like if
Pick
you
my
had to
pony?
pick your horse, I wonder. Sure, let's just do it for the fun of it.
All right. Do I go
They're
first?
all good players. So
Do I go first?
Sure. Who do you
It's
got?
tough. It's
Also,
it's
you
a
don't
big
know-
tough
we
one
don't-
because it's between Victor
Mm-hmm.
and Aaron.
Right. I think they're both having a good night.
It could
as
be
well.
Don too, though.
Every single one of these players is,
And it
is
could
so
be
capable.
saying, if you were out there, you'd be my pony.
It would be me? Okay.
You would be
Oh,
my pony.
Thanks. I appreciate that. These guys they know how to treat the whale. You know,
That's right.
They know how to butter
That's
'em up.
right.
that's why I'm back in the booth. But I would agree. I think every one of these players are very capable of having huge sessions. They all really know how to push the action when they have a good hand. And
Okay, so E wakes up with a not a deuce to 7 wheel, but with an actual wheel.
this is so this is a very fun hand. So this is you can look at this as a very good draw.
I would say a great draw because whatever it is, it's obviously a perfect.
Yes.
Right? Unless
the only
you
issue
pair-
is that before I mentioned perfect draws, right? And with those I mentioned, they're perfect because there's no gut shot vulnerability,
So I don't
right?
mean perfect draw. I just mean like you're drawing. If you don't pair, it's going to be like a
True.
jack
That
perfect.
is yes, very
7 perfect, which would be
true. He has a
perfect,
very
perfect.
strong hand, but this is not the best draw, believe it or not, because the hand's like 7 deuce 3 4
Right, he gets
are
another
strictly better
ace or
without
a 6.
yes.
Right.
So in this spot, he can hit pretty much every single good card, but a 6, he's got one dead card basically. Whereas for the 7 deuce 3 4, no dead cards, right? So and look at Don.
Oh.
Yeah.
Eight
So that is what
perfect.
E is going for, but Don
Oh, but
is already
E
there.
didn't- E stood pat. Oh, he's gonna bluff with it.
Oh wait, did E stand pat with the?
E stood pat because his hand didn't change,
Oh, he
and
did.
now
Wow. So he was
Don
selling.
checked, and E's gonna bet, and I feel like we're gonna see.
And
some
here comes
crazy
Don.
Sickness.
We're gonna see a very, very big raise from Don. What's your sizing? I'm guessing 400.
275.
Okay, he's going for more value. He's sizing.
I feel like he wants
He wants the
money.
payment. Yeah,
he
he
wants
wants-
money.
he wants
he
mo-
makes it too
he
obvious.
wants money. That's,
He's obviously not calling anything with a straight.
yeah.
So we know he's probably out of there. But Aaron,
I think you're right.
called
I think you are way closer to the mark than I am. He went
How
very,
much?
very small.
175. So
He wants that money. He wants that extra
Yeah.
$100.
there's no way he's calling. Or he's either jamming or he's folding. Yeah. he's
Yeah, he
obviously
finds.
folding.
I mean,
But if he jams there, Don probably pays him off.
Don has a snap call.
Yeah.
You have an,
Yeah.
you have an 85. You have
Right.
number 5. It just
And
that
Don
sizing.
plays this game enough to know that that's. You said a number 5.
That's number 5. Yes.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
lose
Don
only
knows
to
his number
7. I hold exactly. And Don.
But how many times has E and other people been in a hand here? We have that promotion for tied 7s.
Mhm.
I've heard. I haven't dealt it, but I've heard there's
So, fun
2-7.
Yeah,
you know,
that
chops.
promotion is because of a hand that I played with Pip about 2 weeks back, where we both hit a 7. I believe it was number 4. We both had 7, 6, 5, 4 deuce, and of course it was a big pot, but we chopped in the end, of course, with the same hand. And E saw that and noted like that's such a very rare possibility that he wants to make a promotion out of that. So you
Right.
get like a bit of a rebate if you you chop a hand that strong, because they're very, very hard to come by.
Right.
But going back to that hand,
You know what also is hard to come by? Quads in your hand.
Yeah.
And a royal, which I feel that's another promotion we'll talk about for this month.
Yeah, that's for the bomb
in
pots
Hold'em.
more. Oh,
In
just for
Hold'em,
Mhm.
if you end up with a royal by the river, you get 50 hours.
Oh,
if
wow,
you
okay, okay.
flop a
Right.
royal, you get double. You get 100 hours. And just the other night, I think it was 2 nights ago, somebody actually ended up with a royal in a Hold'em game
Mhm.
and got their 50 hours. So we've had 2 bonuses hit already.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah,
I think
That's-
I don't know if quads of the day have hit or
for that one, it's just the $200, right?
right
or is that-
200 for. Well, there's 2 ways to get quads, but yes, it's only $200.
Mhm.
If you end up with quads in a Hold'em hand and both of your cards play, then
Sorry,
you
say that
get
again. So you
paid.
end up with quads
You end
in
up
a
with
Hold'em
quads. So if you have
hand.
ace deuce and quads of a day are deuces, and it's deuce.
Oh,
deuce,
you have to
deuce,
use both cards.
You just
for
have
it
to use both
be-
cards, but you don't have to
I
have
see.
a pocket pair.
I see. Okay.
Oh, apparently Beef is the one that dealt the royal the other night.
Oh, that's him.
That's right.
Okay,
That
good.
must have been on
Nice to get
Tuesday when
verification.
I was playing in the sweepstakes room. Have y'all plugged the sweepstakes room yet?
I don't believe we have yet.
All right, I've
I'll let
seen
you
it
go
on the
ahead.
screen a few times. We do have a sweepstakes room here, the game room at Red Star Social, and I was working in the game. I deal, and I work
Oh,
in
and
the
that's
game
when
room,
it
so I was
happened.
working on Tuesday. Yeah, I think I had just left because
Okay.
I heard a bunch of stories after I'd left of what happened.
Yeah, I've heard some big games have been played here. Actually, just a 1-2. Over here, it's a match stack game. I heard-
Sometimes it
yeah.
becomes, and the other night we had 2 going. It was the capped game, right, which is a little more.
Yeah,
We're gonna
right.
not lose the house in one game.
Right.
And
yeah,
then you have
limit
these
your
guys
losses,
like, yeah,
but-
it's a 1-2, but we're gonna match the stack, and everyone's got $4,000 to $9,000 in front of them. But yeah, one player ran up probably of a smaller buy-in.
Yeah, I heard a local
like
player that plays.
$10,000.
Yeah, she plays a lot here. She actually went from the
She's a
initial
local
couple $100
businesswoman.
buy-in and then
Yeah.
up to 10K in a 1-2 game. That's kind of crazy. Very, very hard to
Exactly.
do.
And I will say,
Even my Texas standards.
she was not wanting to go to that game. I think there was a, okay, fine, I don't want to go home, so I'm ready to just keep playing, so let's do it.
Yeah, and
And
then
then-
she found herself.
And they got me because I came in. They go, "Oh yeah, they ran it up. They did really well." And I said, "You're messing with me, right?" They're like, "No, we're not lying." They had the receipts. They showed me pictures. I said, "Well, congratulations, my
5,000
friend."
big blinds at 1-2. That is a
That's a
stack
lot.
that is hard to get in any game, in any format. But you can find that on occasion here at Red Star. I think
Mm-hmm.
she had some kind of crazy hand with aces for like an AK pot, from what I heard. But
I didn't hear
yeah,
about any of
definitely
the
possible.
hands. I just know that she ran like God. Would you
yeah,
say?
that's part of that's part of what you expect for that to happen. But that could happen to anyone.
Okay, where are we at? Oh, we're at Showdown. and he's got a 10-7-6-4-3.
Yeah,
versus
looks
the
like he
queen
just takes it down. I'm guessing it went 3-bet before the draw, but no further action.
We like to see E smile there. We like
yeah,
to.
yeah, we love to see
like
that.
to see E. You know.
We love the emotion.
Yep.
Every now and then.
Even when it's not a huge win, it's like, hey, just got to catch that momentum, right?
Yeah, that's how it's, like
Yeah.
a big 10K swing can start. Beef says in the chat, I want to play 5-card high-low with Vicky and Neil. 5-card high-low, is that a game that
That's
you
big
play a lot?
O. 5-card high low. That's big O.
Oh, he wants to play just a regular big O. he
5-card
means.
high-low
We played that
with-
before.
5-card
I don't know if we
high-low.
played, Vicky. Have we ever played?
No.
We should change that. Maybe in this game. just
Should
seven
I?
at some point.
Should I go in
After
there?
the stream.
Should I leave the booth and go represent for a few hands
Yeah,
on the
represent
table?
the commentators. Just to, you can showcase what we've learned so far.
Yes. That'll be fun. One of these days, I will play this game.
This
will.
game is
You know
very
what?
addicting. Yeah.
If not this Thursday, maybe in a few weeks, I will make my way up here on a Thursday, and I will play that.
That's probably
round
the
and
best
round
the
and
best
round.
time because you have the run of PLO that you know better.
You know what,
for
Neil?
Big
And
O,
I don't
yeah.
think you were there, but one time, and this was a while back, I showed up to play Hold'em. There wasn't a seat, and Big O was going when we had a regular Big O game.
Oh right. Yeah.
And I was like, fine, I will sit down, and
You
I'm
ran it
just,
up.
I'm too sticky. No, I didn't run it
Oh,
up.
you didn't? Oh, okay.
It's so hard for me to. I'm going, okay, I have to play like I know what I'm doing.
Mhm.
I think this is good. Nope, just gonna fold. Just
Yeah.
gonna
Yeah.
fold.
Those new games, it's very
Mhm.
hard to play like loose in. Like you want to play
Mhm.
tight to start out, and then open up as you get more and more acclimated.
Experience and
Yeah. Like Big O, I have not played a lot of Big O. I played probably only here about maybe 5 times.
Do
I
you
played-
not like Big O?
I do like Big O. I was getting into Big O, but then Deuce 7 kind of just happened and kind of took all my attention away. But I will play the occasional Big O, like the round of round game on Thursday. But I do think that this Deuce 7, this craze
Can
right
I
now.
say something about that round and round though? It's funny because they're played so differently, right? Obviously, you'll have a low hand in Big O, so like low cards are ideal too, right? Or even aces are
That's
low
the
in there.
fun, yeah.
But it's like when it's round and round, I've heard people be like, dude, like, can we just switch the rounds? Because like every Big O, I'm
You
getting
get
a
a
pat hand.
Yeah, that
And you still have 5 in your hand, right? And then every deuce
That is
seven,
some
you're
of
like,
the
wait,
fun.
where was this one when we were playing Big O?
that is some of the fun. So we were discussing having options to bank hands, where you get let's say a pat hand in Big O, you can hold on to that pat hand for the next Deuce 7 round.
A bank
Like,
the hand. Like, I'm
bank.
going to keep this hand. That's weird.
This is a bit
Or
a
like
bit of
you sh-
this
no,
is what me
you
and
should
Brian
have
were
like
discussing.
a reverse, not like a reverse, but yeah, you like wake up to a pat hand and
Oh,
you're
you
like
can change
you're
the game.
reversing the game. Yeah, you're
I see.
changing it back to deuce to 7. You go trump, and like
Mm-hmm.
you have a little coin, and maybe everyone has one coin, and throughout the
you can
night
use one per night. I
you can
see.
use
Yeah.
one coin to change the game.
The one problem with that though is when you use that coin, you're kind of giving
Telling
away
everybody
how
what your hand
strong
is,
your hand
yeah.
is. So like,
But
are you
what
really
if
gonna
2
get
other
action?
people wake up to great
If
deuce
some,
sevens? Are
then
like,
there's
sure.
fireworks. Yeah.
Whose chips? What if
Then-
3 chips go in the pot at one time?
Then
You're like, oh,
one
wait.
person probably is gonna get very very rich.
Replay,
that
run
hand.
the cameras. Who threw it in first?
That would be fun. I like that idea. But I know what you're saying. It's when you're playing 2 5-card games. It seems that whenever you're playing the Big O version, you get the pat hand. And
Right.
then whenever you're playing the Deuce 7 version, you get the
Right.
strong Big O hand.
Well, they also were joking about reverse the rivers in bomb pots at the regular Hold'em games.
Oh, because always it seems like
everyone has like
what you
one
want
reverse
comes
the
down the
rivers.
other.
We're like, man, can you just put this one down
Yep,
there
yep.
and that one up here, and I would have nut.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's same idea there, which I do like.
but
I
then
will
like if
say,
you and
yeah.
I are up against, and I have nut, and you're like, no, I'm using my reverse the
You have to
rivers.
use yours.
But then I can reverse your reverse. Yeah.
You can. It would. I guess
Draw
it would come down
two.
to the action. Like who has the first option to use it? Like would it go like in the regular
I have
position?
no idea.
or
I'm
would
telling
it
you, it's all
be-
hypothetical, but I
This
think
is this is a fun format.
I think
though.
if we just had like a holiday party where none of us were really betting for real money, we would do fun,
could-
silly stuff
we
like
could
that.
mess with that. That would be fun. I think.
Yeah.
Like that could be like a fun novelty at some point.
Okay, wait. So I just see Victor calls a bet here with $60, and he has a pair of deuces in his hand.
Okay, so over here we're gonna be having 2 1 draws, right? We both have a 7-eye draw.
Oh, okay, we're not at. You're right. We're just at the pre-draw action.
Yeah,
so-
and here, so Snag hit, but once again, Snag will not get much value. Unfortunately, both of his opponents actually
oh,
have
wow,
a King
that's
7.
a great hand.
Yeah, he hit the 87, but his opponents can't really pay him off with that, so unfortunate for him. Unless someone goes nuts, but this time I'm
I
fairly
bet he
confident.
bets $30.
He goes
30
big.
bucks, $50. I don't think he
He's
bets
gonna go big. I think he goes for the overbet.
if I was Snag right here, I would bet $30 because they're both likely to call me, and then I'm going to get max value.
But you can see
If
the
I
cards,
overbet,
right? What if they have 9 highs or 10 eyes, right? You want to get max value from them, and you want to balance for the times you're bluffing, right? So here, I would go all in if I'm saying, which of course he will do. Here he goes. Because this is what you can do
wow,
with your
you
bluffs.
knew it was coming,
Yeah, this is a very respectable play.
but nobody's calling.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, no one has anything they can call with. But saying Snag is aware of his image. People know he's capable of bluffing. If you remember, he made a
Yeah, with the snow.
$600 bluff
Right.
against
It was
Don
snowing. Yes.
about 10 minutes earlier, and Don called him with a 10-9, right? So if you see that, in this spot, you want to go for value with your 87s as well. But just very unlucky that they have king highs, so...
And Victor's still thinking about it, but I feel like there's no way Victor's
So this is
calling.
Snag's image right now that might get him paid, but I do think Victor's going to fold in the end. But it's not a snap fold, which is some credit to
And
Snag.
Nolan, it's only 455. I didn't want to say only 455, but
Relative to this game, not
Right.
the biggest, but the pot was 270 to begin with.
that's
so
25% of Victor's stack.
yeah, no, Victor of course is going to fold, but he did not snap fold because you got to give it a thought because it is.
Now, are you
Yeah,
also
snag.
reading your opponent when you're tanking there? Are you
Yeah,
picking up on
that is part
some,
of it. If you are
getting some reads?
If you're looking for reads, yeah, you can look for that as well. I think these players play so much live poker that live reads are going to be hard to come by unless.
I'm a live reader, Neil. Did you
Oh,
know
you're a
that?
live reader? I didn't
I'm a
know.
live reader.
I've been told
I'm sticky, but
yeah.
I've made hero calls because I'm
Oh,
able
something you
to
picked
pick
up.
up
Oh, that's something,
on
yeah.
exactly in the moment. I've
Yeah.
been wrong a few times where it's like, wow, this is what I think, but now I'm like, are you trying to make me think that?
Reverse
Because
tell.
it almost like a reverse tell. And yeah,
That's the part of
those
the
are
leveling
always
war,
fun.
right?
It's a
Like, are they
psychological
nervous?
game
Yeah,
for
exactly.
me, and I'd rather play the people than the cards, and that's why I get sticky.
I mean, I
In
totally
Hold'em-
understand that.
In
Yeah.
Hold'em, at least.
Yeah.
And that's my advantage, is I will play 2 crappy cards, and maybe I hit, and I can now play the person,
Instead of the cards.
and not
yeah.
just the cards. That's just my
Yeah, I totally get that
vibe.
too.
Like you are after this game breaks and you go to Hold'em,
Mm-hmm.
that's you playing is like me. You're just like, feel it, you're like, oh, maybe I get lucky, and then you run like God.
That's true.
That's me
I do.
sometimes.
Yeah, I do enjoy that a lot. I will say these guys play a lot with each other, a lot of live poker. So
Right.
live tell is probably hard to come by unless there's something very specific. I will say that it's not really part of my game as much. I guess I prefer to think more about the information that's presented to me via the bets.
You know what though? Just like you're talking really well in this booth, you do the same thing for those of us those watching out there that don't know you. You do the same thing at the table. You do conversate
Oh,
a
thank-
lot.
yeah.
And I've seen you do it even when you're in a huge hand.
Okay, that's
and
true.
then like
yeah.
every once in a while you go, hold on a second, I need to think about this. and you're like mid
Spot
sentence,
on,
you
that's
finish
spot
the
on.
sentence and you just go, hold on, I need a moment to think. Take your time. You know, and you'll think, but it's like as soon as you act, you're right back to having the conversation, and 3 people are going, I can't get a read on Neil. I don't know what he's doing.
That's fun. My favorite. You're in the booth a lot when I do this for some.
Because I
for,
deal
whatever
on
reason.
Saturdays and Mondays,
That's,
so I'm
yeah.
here both those nights.
A lot of times where like I come down to a very hard spot and I decide to randomize. For people at home, that means that I'm gonna choose to flip a coin. The spot for me is so close that I can go.
I love to
between-
flip those coins.
Yeah, I can go either call or fold or whatever. So I
Yes,
have,
because there's an
Vicky.
all-in button, and
Yeah.
it's like and you'll say if it lands on all-in, that's a call,
Yeah.
right? And then and I just flip that thing in the air.
And then no matter
I
what
think
happens,
it's safe.
I will.
I think
go with it.
I've seen it both ways. There was one time where like you made the call and it paid the other player off,
Yes.
and there was one time that you either made the fold or whatever it was. I've been
right,
on both
yeah.
sides of it. It's been like that was the right thing to do, or I just totally paid the person off.
Yeah, exactly. Like those are the spots where, in my mind at least, for whatever reason, I think the spot
Yeah.
is so close that I can go between calling and folding, so I can virtually flip a coin and let.
Especially when the
spot
bet's
go out of
like
my hands.
600 and you've got
It's
8K in
usually
front of
big-
you.
It's
You're
usually
like,
big spots where I want to.
I mean, it's not like you're just trying to dunk off the money, but you're really like, I have,
make the right
I might
decision.
be good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to, give it away. It doesn't matter how much I have in front of me or if I'm up or down. I think
Right.
the best way to act is, this is the best way I think to act is regardless of, how much you're up or down, how much you're stuck in the game for or whatever. Just make the best decision that exact moment.
That moment.
And go from there. I try not to tilt at all because, of course, that will affect your gameplay to some extent. And that's kind of the same way I view the decision making at the end for the final street.
If you had to pick one player at this table that is more likely to tilt, Could you tell me who's?
More likely to tilt.
Well,
So
more
there's a
likely
lot
to
of
tilt in
tilters. There's a
this
lot of
table.
tilters in this cast. The biggest
Really?
ones are not in this table today. Like the biggest ones that I would think about are
Right,
not
but I mean
here,
the ones that are at this table.
out of this
though.
table. Let's see. I've seen some fantastic tilt from a lot of these guys. Like so, Victor, pretty famous. He swears a lot when things are not going his way, but it's very lighthearted. Like for him, it's not
Yes.
too bad. Snag, I've seen tilt pretty
Yeah.
hard in a lot of spots. Aaron is definitely a couple drinks in him. He's definitely let off some profanity as well. Pip, not much of a tilter. Adam is pretty low key as well. He does not also outwardly tilt. He will definitely rebuy and play a little bit more aggressively, but not a tilter. Don, I would say the same. So for me, I'm not gonna pick one, but between actually, I'd say
Aaron
between
and
Snag and
Sang?
Aaron. Yeah.
Snag and Aaron, yeah.
Yeah.
Because Victor doesn't really tilt.
No,
Like he
it's like kinda
does,
like
but he
playful,
doesn't. Yeah, it's more.
Yeah, that's what I would have to say. But we've got some tilters definitely in the pool of players that, like they'll go off. Like I could probably, who I'm thinking about.
Right.
But they're not here today.
Nope. They're
I'm not a tilter, I don't think. Also. I don't think I've tilted for a long time. Obviously, everyone has their moments.
I mean,
but
I think
yeah.
I've seen you once at least not do well, and I don't think I've seen.
Oh
you
yeah.
tilt.
Oh no. I try not to let that
Just
bother me.
even, cool, calm, collected. Have you found a new calling? Is this your new? Is this your new?
I am. So I do have a job. I actually just left that job recently.
Right.
I am not necessarily going to be doing this full time. Pip actually asked me. He can get me a job at his place. He works at a
Right.
very nice.
I know where he works,
Good
yes.
company. So that is a good option I can pursue. But
Because
for
you're
now,
a tech guy.
yeah.
Right?
So I work in software engineering, but as of right now, I'm kind of burnt out. This entire year, I probably worked 40 hours a week, and then I play 40 hours of poker after that. So right now, I'm kind of taking it easy. Just
When do you
commentating.
find time
Yeah.
to sleep? In between hands when the dealer's shuffling?
I
That's what our producer does.
I take naps on occasion. I'm good for like a 2-hour nap. But yeah, for now, I think the next couple months, just I'm playing 2 to 7
Gonna
and
commentate with us.
relaxing. I can commentate. This is very fun, actually. I'm enjoying growing this game.
Well, I'll be interested to see who the commentator will be on the next Deuce to 7 because I want to see you in there. I think these viewers deserve to see you play
point.
after
You
you
have a point.
commentate
After I
on
talked
a
all this
full
game, right?
6 to 8 to 10. I don't know
Yeah,
how long
I
we're
act like
gonna
I'm
be
so
here.
good. What if I just get in there and just like forget everything I said, just punt off and just
Right.
yeah, that's a possibility. It's definitely different being in the booth, seeing the cards versus being down there yourself. I will say, like I mentioned a couple times, like seeing the cards right now. There's been a couple plays where I was very impressed by some of the play, like hands that I would not have played that way, or maybe done something a little bit different in terms of sizing. But a lot of the plays I've also respected, and I've seen the rationale, even if I've not made the play, or even if I would not make the play myself.
Right. All right, let's find another hand to commentate. I feel like
Oh,
we've
did not-
ignored the
yeah, we
game
forgot
for a
there's
little
a game
bit.
running.
Yeah, there's
yeah.
a game running right now.
That is- yeah.
Try to be quiet. I see our producer here. I feel bad for the dealer because they get to hear us in
Yeah,
lag.
shout out to Danny out there.
Yeah, shout out to
Danny
Daniel.
and Dustin. Like they've been kind of carrying this entire time. Just talking to each other, making
Well,
sure the stream's
Daniel
running
has a
smoothly.
mic and they're communicating
they're
together,
hearing,
but
yeah.
because we're in the same room with the producer, maybe I shouldn't say that, but I think Daniel can hear us. But it's also like because we're on such a delay, he's hearing us in his head after the
We're,
fact. I'm
and
like,
that he
oh,
dealt, like, literally,
yeah,
50 minutes
we're
ago or
driving him
something.
crazy for sure.
He's not showing any frustration, at least. So definitely shout out to Danny out there. So for this hand, looks like we have
Ooh, 109854.
we have a 9 from Don as well.
Oh, 97653. And
That's definitely
how
a
much
value
is
bet
Don going to
worthy.
make it, you think?
Don has been going for the
What's the
small
pot?
sizings. I've seen a couple times where he has
Oh,
opted to.
he just
checked this
checked?
one. Wow.
Well, I mean, I think sometimes you're trying to set the trap here, and sometimes people just don't go. I've seen it too many times in the box where someone has and you're like, everyone's like, "Why- how did you check with an 8-6? You're like, y'all been betting like crazy. You were supposed to bet
Yeah.
it for me.
That's kind of like the catch-22. Like when you have a big hand, they might not bet as much because you've got a lot of good cards. So you
True.
might have to do the betting yourself.
Yeah,
But
but he only has one of each good cards. Oh, wait, hey. Let's take a pause. The game room
the game room, right?
at Red Star Social sweepstakes machines.
Yeah, we got a bunch of slots
yeah.
out here.
So
We
you
got
come down. They're not slots, sir. They are sweepstakes.
sweepstakes machines.
Sweepstakes machines.
absolutely right.
Yes, they're different systems. It works a little strange, but there are some stand-up sweepstakes where you insert the cash directly into the machine. But then there's others you sign up for and you play basically on a computer. You make donations and play. Yeah, the game
Yeah,
room.
definitely
the Red
fun.
Star
If like if you're having a bad run, take a break, just go out in there,
Yep.
maybe recoup some winnings, maybe
Oh,
just
yeah.
like
Yeah.
cool off a little bit. Definitely nice to have the option.
Yep. Those that don't go outside for a breath of fresh air, just walk in there
Yeah,
and
if you
pop some money in.
Yep. Okay, so Vicky's gonna be right back in a second. She's gonna go to the machine we just talked about. Actually, we just she convinced herself to go out there. We'll get right back into the action. I feel a big pot coming. I really do.
I'm waiting for it.
I feel like a big bluff or a big call. I'm not gonna say from who though, but I'm hoping. Oh, I love their dynamic. Yeah, they played a lot. Okay, so from Adam, we got a 98.54 good draw. He's definitely gonna open that, and we're gonna have.
I'm back. Sorry for the background noise, guys. I had to handle my diabetes. Oh, okay. These are two good hands, and it's Aaron and Adam. And they're not sitting next to each other anymore. They're sitting on either side of
Yeah,
the
so
dealers.
Aaron from here, he's gonna go for a 2 draw. He's got an 86 deuce. So if it's this cheap, I don't mind going for the 2 draw.
Oh,
He would
I
do
just
the same.
sorry. I thought I did not see the pair in his hand now. So
Yeah,
now
this
I
is
see
I think a pretty straightforward. Same for E, exact same spot. He's got a 2 draw with a 3-4-5, relatively cheap for him. We're gonna go six ways actually to this one.
All right, and Snag takes 2.
We're gonna see a lot of 2 draws with these hands. Looks like
Don.
this is why 3 betting.
patted?
Well, he patted a queen 10
Queen 10.
from the big blind. Again, this is a very unique play. Very optimistic that it gets checked
Okay,
around.
so he has a jack perfect.
He
Am I
does,
calling
he
that right?
does.
Okay.
But that's not ahead right now because we see
Nope.
Adam.
With a 10-9-8.
Yeah, the problem is when you're this multi-way, it's hard to value bet these hands. So I believe this just goes check around because it's hard to value bet the 10-9-8 into 5 opponents. Yeah,
But is Don going to bluff? Or
so
no
Don
here.
was
Nope, he checks.
patting his queen 10 with the hopes of winning with that. Obviously, we see he's in 3rd place, but he does not face a bet at the very least unless Victor decides to bluff. He does not. So
Yeah, you're right. It
this one
checks
just goes
around.
to
Wow,
Adam.
that wasn't very exciting.
Yeah,
Could have been way more exciting. I'm waiting for this. You're like, I
Victor-
feel a big one. I'm like, this could have been the one.
this could have been one. Like Victor, you can argue he can bluff this hand some of the time, but into 5 opponents, including 1 pat.
Yeah, that's where the bait
have-
doesn't get taken.
Yeah, you expect maybe there's one person in there that just waiting in the weeds for you to
Yep.
take that spot.
Yep.
You cannot bluff every spot, unfortunately. Even if you have a straight, let's say you have trip 2s. I've tried to bluff every spot because of the
And you
card
get
removal.
called 3 times in a row,
I've
and you're
gotten
like,
called
you
in some
can't bluff for a
crazy
while
spots,
now.
yeah.
But then you
And then-
just get on a heater, and
then
then
when you
you're
make the
betting
hand,
and you have it,
it
and
is-
everyone
yeah,
thinks you're still
exactly.
bluffing.
That's why I view bluffing as an investment. You bluff once, you're getting paid the next time, right?
So you better have it the next
But
time.
you have to have it next time. That is one of the keys to that entire strategy.
True.
Some entire sessions you go without a very big hand. Like you can just go an entire session with nothing better than a 9 high or a 10 high, and you can't really go for like a huge value there because
Right.
you can't really overbet with say like a 10-9 or something. That's just the nature of poker, though. You can't always get good cards, so you got to try to make your own value where you can. That being said, that's not the case tonight. We've seen several 7 high so far.
Okay, wait, so Pip just woke up with a hand, and I don't think we've seen him play many hands. since
Yep,
he's been
he's been
back.
relatively quiet. He will definitely get in the action with an 87, a 1 draw.
Ooh.
So
Is Victor
Don,
folding
not a
or
good
is
hand.
Victor
Yeah,
folding?
he would have to draw 2 there probably.
Okay, Don's in there. You don't mystery hand.
Yep, looks like E has. We definitely want Don to. Okay, he's gonna book. We see now. A good booking hand, of course. He's got 4 cards above a 10.
Ew.
We see E with a 2 draw, which did not get there, and then Adam with a 2 draw. Okay, and then Yep, same scenario. We see Pip with a monster holding, but no one else. No one else has much of anything. Yeah.
So he's not going to get paid here. Oh, but he drew one.
highly doubt
Right.
it.
So he drew to a 8754 deuce. So is that like number 8?
That is up there. That's I think there's 4 7-eye holdings. There's like 15 8-highs or something like that. So it's between between 5 and 20, I would say. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe there's 14 8-highs, but in this case, this one is so far ahead that snap folds all around.
Way to take it down.
Yep, a win's a win, right?
A win is a win.
Time has really flown. Been
It
4
is.
hours since the start of the broadcast.
If
It
you
just-
left the booth, do you need to take a break? Because I can
No, I'm
try
good.
to take over. I don't know.
I'm like at the table. I'm the same way. I
Yeah.
just sit there. I plant myself down
Yeah.
there, and I will not move. I will
Okay.
not go anywhere while the action's going on. And it's really fun to be on this side, to be honest. Like I definitely want to review the stream.
Oh, you'll have a blast watching yourself later. I did it after our last
It's great,
stream.
right? Yeah.
It was great. Listen,
imagine.
I was really nervous.
Same.
I was really
yeah,
scared.
of course.
Um,
Have you done anything like this before? Like not
I've
counting last week?
never. Not
Same
really.
for
No,
me.
not at all. I'm a talker. I can conversate. I can
That's
pick up.
same.
It's all natural that way. But have I ever been in YouTube land, calling
The
the
YouTube
stream?
streets, yeah.
Right.
First
no.
time for me too.
So I feel hopefully this time I'm a little less nervous.
Yeah.
Jason
no, I
can
think
make it a little, whether I was blushing or he kept asking me really silly questions, and I'm like, what? But it caught
Oh,
me
yeah,
off
you
guard.
can
He
tell.
threw everything
he's a pro.
at me.
He's been doing
Definitely
this for, he said,
a
I think
pro.
20 years he's
Right,
been on the radio.
right.
So it was really nice to have him.
Have you ever
uh,
played
for
with
the-
him here?
We did ask that. I think I might have played with him in like a Hold'em game once or twice, but as we were discussing, he plays like kind of weird hours for Hold'em.
Well, that and he
and-
also didn't have a job for a few,
He mentioned that
for
as
a
well.
while.
He
so
mentioned that as
he was up here a lot more when
That
he
was like a years couple
in
years
between
back,
jobs.
or,
No, I'd say he just
or
got
rough
rehired
back or
within the
something.
last 5 or 6 months or
Oh,
so. I'm
shit,
not
okay.
sure, but yeah, it was funny because I did stop seeing him come a lot,
Okay, yeah,
and I kind of
because-
wondered, and I didn't even realize that he was back on the radio. I hate to say I don't listen to the radio much, especially. I mean, he's
You
been,
hate Jason.
no, but
Right.
I have listened to them a long time. I'm a long time born and raised Austinite, been here my whole life. So no, I've all of them. I was telling him, hey, you and Deb actually gave me tickets to MotoGP one year, and the funny story is, I was leaving E's game at like 6, 7 in the morning, and I was just happening to listen to 101X. They're like calling to play this
you recognize his voice?
game.
Oh.
No, I'm saying I listened to Jason Dick on the radio
you-
with
okay,
Deb for
gotcha.
years, so I know who he is. But
Okay, so-
I just don't listen. I mean, when he got fired, then the other radio stations fired their DJs. There's just no reason to keep listening. to
Yeah,
the radio.
no, for sure.
It's usually Pandora or something else. So what do we have here?
These hands, we see the ace high actually take it down. No one even took a stab at this pot.
Oh
So we're
yeah,
gonna
no
let
one did.
Aaron with the ace high win it. I'm wondering if anyone could have bluffed. Snag could have bluffed. He had
With a pair of
sevens.
sevens.
Yeah, he was last act.
I feel like
but
Victor with a pair of deuces might have thought he was good. How many times y'all go to showdowns like pair of sixes,
yes.
pair of fours, pair of deuces?
I love those. Those are my
Ace
favorite
high.
pots. Yeah.
Yeah.
The ones where like I paired, these other guys like, yeah, me too. And then it's like a game, like, oh, how big was your pair? Like, did you get there? Like, is it threes or fours? Like that's the match for this game. There could be 3, 4K pots that are going to be decided by a single draw, which could result in pairs all around. But yeah, in that spot, I do want to see people bluffing. It's having an ace high take it down is pretty rare, but sometimes you just don't want to go for the bluff for maybe you don't have the right image, the right combination. It might have been a mixture of that right there for the players in that hand. I think we have a big hand. We have a preview. We've got a big hand coming soon.
Oh my goodness. I cannot wait.
I'm hoping for, let's see, what do you think? Big bluff or big cooler? What do you think is more fun to watch?
I don't know, that's tough.
They're both
Because you
pretty
also
fun.
listen, you get to, as a dealer, you get to know, we get to know all of you players.
Yeah,
Right?
right.
And I'm never rooting for anybody to lose. And even as a player, like it's tough because those bad beats, you know, the coolers
we've
are
all been
like,
there, yeah.
oh, we've all been there.
Yeah,
It's
we can
like,
always relate to that.
oh, right. That's tough.
I think for the interest of diversity, we want the big bluff because we've had like maybe 3 or 4 big coolers. Only the single big bluff from Sang so far.
So you mean like a big bluff get it through?
I
Or
would
big
prefer
bluff
that.
get
Yeah, I wanna
called.
see-
I'd rather see a
Ooh,
big
see
bluff
get
get
called.
called. Yeah.
That's more blood.
That's
that is more,
I
that is
love
fun.
that.
And that's
'cause
better
that's
for
like
the game.
you did it to yourself.
You played yourself.
You played yourself.
That much is true. But I do want to highlight the power of the big bluff, like the overbet bluff. And when it works, like how you can get such, bigger hands to fold, like 10 highs, 9 highs, or something like that. Maybe not 9 highs, actually.
Okay, so this is Adam and Pip and E. Let me read that right. So DGAF, Pip, and E.
So E is very, very, very optimistic. He's got a book
And
on the bun.
Gigaff.
And he gets a book on the bun. Oh, nice. So we have E went for the book on the button, and then we end
Ace
up
Jack.
with... Yeah, that's not going to... Probably
And
not going to
Pip's got a pair of 4s, and DGAF's got 10 high.
Yeah, I expect this to just check around. 10, 9, 8, 7 is probably one of the worst 10s. And unless the other players decide to go for a bluff, which they will not yet, I think you can just let this one go. I mean, Pip had a good hand to bluff with, but maybe he didn't want to go for that in that exact spot. Yeah, it's really cool. Like, for me, I'm trying to think what I do there. Everyone's, spot, and I agree a lot of time with what they do, but a lot of time I don't. And
A lot of time I
It's
don't.
not necessarily because I'm right and they're wrong.
You
it's
do
just-
you, Neil.
It just, your image, you got to play. So, if you think you can't bluff in a certain spot,
I feel that. I feel that because my nickname, right? That's my image,
yeah.
and it has won me more money. But it's probably because I'm running like God, and it's one of those days like you have no business folding any 2 cards. It's
Yeah.
normally what I play.
yeah,
is
then it's
folding
not
that.
not even up to you.
It's
right?
just my night, right? Like, it doesn't matter what I
Exactly.
have, but I love being me. And E will tell you, a few other people that play with me, a little scary, because it's like, I don't know what you have. And I just look at the dealer and I say, make it ugly. And like 9, 7, 3
I
come.
like that image, yeah.
And they're like,
They're
oh
like,
God,
that's
she
your
has 2
neighborhood.
pair. My
That's
ace,
your neighborhood entirely.
my ace jack's no good. Even my aces are no good against 9, 7 here.
Yeah.
Or whatever, 7 deuce,
7-3
3,
offsuit,
whatever.
It could be. 9-3 offs.
Yeah, my favorite hand I played. No, listen. One time I played. I think I had 9 deuce.
Great start
Someone
to a
had
hand
raised.
history.
Someone had raised me, and I had raised. They raised me. It folded all the way back around to me, and I said, "Man, I'm gonna call you. It's gonna be so sad because I'm gonna have to show you what I called with when I win, right? Like,
yeah.
I got into the
This flavor
psychological. I was like, I'm gonna
yeah.
kick your butt with this hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. As I'm gonna kick your butt with this hand, it's gonna sad. I'm gonna have to show you what I called with. And I even played one card up, which is not very,
GTO.
pretty frowned upon, right? But
Yeah.
when we're heads up at this point, like,
It's fun thing.
it's
yeah.
fun. But I turned over the right card, thankfully. I turned over
Or the
like,
nine and- was
I
it a
think
red
I
card you
turned
chose, or did
over.
you choose to pick like the 9
I
of spades?
accidentally showed 1, and it was a 9. And I want to say like there ended up being 2 deuces, and I had boated by the river, whatever it was, and I get paid the whole way.
Oh, you got paid because
and I said, I told you when it came to showdown. I said, I think I went all in.
You did warn him, yeah.
I went all in, and he knew I had a 9, and there was a 9 out there, but he didn't know I had a deuce that was not showing.
Also, you boated up with the, that's
Right.
like the magic of
And when
showing
I
a card.
called, and he
They
was
can't
like,
put you on that hand.
like he had ace nine,
He
I
had a-
think. I don't know. All I know is that he paid me off, and I said, I told you the worst part was I was
Yeah,
going
you
to
did
show
warn
you what
them.
I called your $60 pre-flop raise with.
When you
And
show
here
down
we
the
are.
9 deuce offsuit, you're definitely gonna get some raised eyebrows. But that's the
Exactly.
fun of it, I think.
But that's play your image. That's me.
Yeah.
You know?
Is that your favorite hand? You said the 9 deuce, or was it something
No,
else?
my favorite hand is Queen 10. My real favorite hand is Queen 10.
Queen 10. Okay,
Yeah.
that's a good hand too.
That's
I
a
like
real
mine
hand.
is 10 out of hearts. If we're gonna talk hold'em.
Really?
That was my first straight
Okay.
flush I ever hit when I was
Oh.
13 years old. 10 out of
Where
hearts.
were you playing at 13 years old? Were you playing with
This
your grandma,
was
playing
20
pennies
years
and
ago.
nickels?
So this was like I have the same story as everyone. Started playing with friends after the moneymaker, the big win.
How,
We were
oh, you're
playing
younger
one-
than me. That's
one
why I was
set-
like, wait, I was not in. There was no World Series televised
Yeah.
action when I was little.
It was 1 cent, 2 cent. We were playing like
Okay.
$2 effective or something like that.
Okay.
And I won like a solid like $3 pot, which of course was huge at the time.
Which here's what
And I
it's
never
pennies and
forgot that
nickels,
pot.
right?
Yeah.
My
We
parents
just played
taught
with
me
the
to
spare
play.
change we had.
I was about 6 years old. No, I was like 8 or 9.
Okay.
It was called knock poker. So you're playing like bridge or like not bridge, but
You said knock? As in, like,
knock poker, as in you knock on a door.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right, and so you would have a draw pile and a discard pile, and you basically had a 5-card hand, and you would just draw and discard, and you could either pick up. You had to draw one and then discard one, and when you thought you had a hand that could beat your opponent,
This
you
is a
knocked.
five card hand or something else?
It's 5-card poker hand.
5 card poker. Okay, gotcha.
So think of like 5-card
really
draw
unique, actually.
endlessly, and when you think you have a good hand, you knock, right? And then usually the rule was the next person would have one chance to draw and try to beat you, and then it was
Oh.
showdown.
Between you and that person?
and I
or
feel like
you and everyone.
it was usually a heads up game between me and my stepmom or me and my dad or me and my cousin. We just had the penny tub, you know, where all the
And was it
coins
like
came
an
out.
ante? Like there was one
10
bet
cent
per-
ante
okay,
usually,
sorry,
like
for
something
each
like
hand.
that.
Got
Right,
you. Yep.
right. But it
That
was
sounds
a
pretty
great,
fun.
it's a great way to teach me the hands, right? Like I had the little guide.
Oh,
It was
right.
like one pair, two pair. We'd have three of a kind.
Then you'll know
It'd be
exactly what to
stupid.
look
Right.
for the hand values.
So at least I learned the
Knock
hand
poker.
values that way. Yeah, it's called knock poker. At least that's.
That could be fun for
Wow,
that
then.
novelty game we were talking about. We could bring that back. Yeah, I think back then it was Hold'em. Like Hold'em, that's when it started taking off. This was like maybe 2004, 2003.
I was way out of high school by then.
Yeah, it was around then. Same. No, I was.
I really, you come
feels-
across, you don't look old, but you
Yeah.
are very, you
Oh,
must be an
thank you.
old soul because
I think I am too. Yeah.
why is your brand yourself like, wow, I would never think you're that much younger than me, Neil.
I was back then. I was 13, so I'm 32 now. So
Now you're only
we were
eight-ish.
in middle school.
I shouldn't give away my age. I don't really care. I'm 40. I love it. I'm
Yeah.
not ashamed. I don't think it's that old.
They say 30's the new 20, so that means 40's the new 30. So I think we're young. Like we're
When I
doing-
was
yeah.
younger, I wanted to be that mature older woman, and now that I am, okay.
Yeah.
Although the
But
wrinkles.
the maturity,
the
the maturity is always questionable for myself. I'm sure for you as well. Like I enjoy
Every
being
once in a while, you
immature.
just like, but still, you do something as like I don't know. Men never grow up. Like in your hearts,
Oh,
y'all are
yeah.
all 12-year-olds.
We had peak maturity like 10
Yeah.
years ago. It's never gonna get any better. Like that's just,
Not even
that's
20
how you
years
are for
ago.
life. I think
20 years ago, Neil, and it just that's exactly how you are for life.
Yeah, which
I've been
I'm
married
honestly
twice,
okay with.
and I have a brother, so
So you've been
Yeah.
around
yeah.
some immature men. Not myself.
I just feel like men don't like even the ones that you think and their image says that they're very mature.
Not necessarily.
No, you're
necessarily
men.
true at
You're
all.
all little boys.
We are. Yep. I will not deny that.
Which is why poker's so much fun. You like giddy like a little.
Oh yeah,
You
this is a
know?
game at its heart, and it's a game that everyone has very different approaches to, and everyone's very different with their losing and winning, maturity-wise as
Uh-huh.
well, and how
Yeah.
they approach their, the swings in this game, because the swings will be big in this game. So that will reflect on your maturity a little bit, but for the most part, you see all sorts of the poker table. Oh, speaking of which, we see E draw 3 into a number 5.
Oh wow.
And then Pip draws 2 into a 9.
987. I
So
feel like
that's
this
gonna
might be the hand, and then Don stood pat,
be- Yeah, and Don
or
again.
Don booked. Don
So
stood
Don
pat.
has no cards highlighting, so he either booked. I
Well,
believe he
they're
booked.
all highlighted. So that is that a book? Because they're all highlighted. The rest are pushed back.
So E's cards are no longer highlighted. I think we might have missed that action, but we know he drew 3. Okay, Pip just snap calls as he should with a 9876. And Don is gonna fold, I believe. You can't really call with this action. But Pip got away. I mean, that's the way to play this hand. You beat the bluffs. Not much value to be had, so he's just gonna lose the $100. But again, he drew 3 cards, so that's really hard to
Wow.
put him on that hand, of course. Yeah, drawing 3 can be deadly. Like that is probably the biggest draw you're gonna see. Like if you're gonna draw 4 cards, you might as well book, of course, at that point. The same could be said for drawing 3. So I'd say drawing 3 is probably the biggest variance you're gonna see in terms of drawing.
Okay.
And sometimes you just hit a number 5 though. So who knows?
Did he draw? Wait, you said he drew 3?
He drew 3.
Okay, it must be a night to draw 3, because again, I hear the nights where he's like, I gotta draw 2. Because I think I'm one away. No, 2's
Nope,
my
that's
number.
not good enough. It's
Maybe
gotta be
3's
the
his
3
number
draw.
tonight. 3 draw. Watch
If
out
you
for
hit the
E.
3
He draws
draws,
3.
you are gonna make a lot of money in this game.
Maybe a 3 draw night for E.
Usually 2 draws is good enough.
3 draw is scary. Most people are like, if you're gonna draw 3, shouldn't you just,
should just
book
book.
in
You should
position?
True. Yeah, that's
If
what I
you're-
would
I
say.
understand if you're not in position to book and someone's already booked.
Then yes, you have no choice.
There's
but
value in taking 3 and holding on to your 3 and your 7.
right. I would agree. Yeah, like I think he had like a 2-3 or 2-4, and he just decided to hold on to those and just go for a perfect draw,
All right.
which will happen on occasion. But in general, you probably go for the book.
So Aaron raises here.
He's got a good 9-8 draw. Easy discard the 5. Go from there. And we see E. He's got a 10-6 pat in position.
Are we
No,
gonna
is
raise
he?
here?
where
He's
is he?
raising
Oh,
here.
he's a straddle, so he's gonna be out of position. So he will 3-bet.
He's raising.
And
So that 2,
That's big. Yeah, that's a big bet. I see 2 black chips. Looks like 230.
340.
3 of them. 340.
340.
Against that size, I think you can just fold the 9-8 draw. I think everyone will just find.
You
the
think
fold here.
Aaron's folding here? Aaron hasn't
Yeah.
played much. I think he's ready to play a hand.
This is a very
This
big
is pretty,
sizing. So it went from
it's the
35.
prettiest hand he's seen in a while.
Yeah, this went from 35 to
He's
340.
not folding. Is he folding? Neil?
I would say he's gonna fold. Yes, I think you're gonna.
$5 on the rail
Sure.
right now.
Oh, nope.
Oh,
Or
he
no,
has not
oh,
folded
he
yet.
pump faked this. No, that's a fold.
That was okay.
I think you
I
will
hate those
consider that-
folds. I hate those folds where you just like drop your cards right in
You
front
just
of
don't
your
want to
like,
relinquish. You're just kind of
Is
like.
that a fold? I don't think it's a fold.
You kind of have like.
Or the
your
people
hand
that
moving
don't
on
draw
them,
it all
yeah.
the way in, they looked at it and they leave it hanging out there. And you're like,
Yes.
that's a fold. No, it's
Not
a
yet,
fold.
not yet. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
never
those
mind.
ambiguous folds can
I
be
owe
kind
you
of
one.
confusing to the dealer for the players too. But in that spot, it went 35 to 340. I think that's a big enough sizing that you can probably just stick to your pat hands and maybe the better draws, like maybe the 8 high draws or the best 9 high draws. So
You think you know Aaron? Or I think I know Aaron, and
yeah.
I
gonna
obviously
call,
you know
yeah.
him better. But
he
wow,
was
I
live.
really
He was
thought-
live there with the 9-8. It just facing that action, you could already be drawing dead, right? So I would also fold in that spot. So I definitely respect that. Yeah, a lot of spots are very variable. Like the 10-6 is obviously ahead of that spot, but 9-8 is very live against it. But you can bet so much that they don't have the right odds to call. They got to fold a lot of hands. But if they re-raise you there, like what's the play? Like you have to wonder what's like the plan B if they were to play back at you.
Right. Is it worth a call just to see where I'm at later?
Yeah, he's not in position to. So if Aaron, let's say 4-bets that hand, right? They were very deep, those two players, like 2.4k effective. So you would find yourself in a bit of a hard spot. But luckily, you didn't have to face it there for E. Looks like a double straddle on for this hand as well, so we might have some action
Alright.
here.
Raise. So, 24,
What are you doing tomorrow, Neil?
What is tomorrow? Tomorrow's Friday. Oh, I'm going to San Antonio for the
Oh
weekend.
darn! You know what we're gonna do here at Red Star?
No, what's that? What's that
I
tomorrow?
believe it's pizza night.
Is it pizza night?
I
Where's
believe it's
that?
pizza night, and it's a ladies' night.
That's
half
right.
Price. Half price on, I believe it's Sundays and Fridays, for all the ladies.
And pizza for everyone in-house at that time.
Everyone that's here, we're ordering
Awesome.
pizza. If you come in and play, we're gonna feed you pizza if you want, as much as you like. Even if you come at 4 in the morning, we'll keep it and we'll
Pizza
nuke-
all day,
we'll
24.
Not all day. I think it's only in the evening, like dinner time.
Probably for the best.
But if you're coming at 3
I do enjoy
a.m.,
good
you're
breakfast
like,
pizza,
I need
though.
a snack. I just left the bars. Hey, we have some pizza. We'll warm
This is
it
the
up
place to
for
come,
you.
for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go. Okay, we see Snag going for it again. This is going to be a good snow opportunity. I believe Victor will just find the fold, though. Yes, he's doing the Victor
Ace
patent
9-8.
fold.
The Victor
Yeah,
patent
which
fold.
everyone that has played with him will recognize. But yeah, like right here, Snag
And
had 2 pair.
And Snag
spot to go for it.
protects his image by just mucking and not showing.
Not showing, yes. Which
Mm-hmm.
is probably what you want to do. Like, I think after getting called that one big bluff spot for Snag,
You don't
you
show the
want
other
to
ones.
clean up your
Right.
image a little bit, so that's definitely a good call by him here. I'm still like that spot. He check raised a 600, targeting exactly a jack or a 10, but Don knew better and called with
Mm-hmm.
that. Like that again, very very cool hand.
All these stacks seem fairly even. Did you see that? It
Yeah,
looks like
they're
2.6 to 2. Okay, so they're all very similar.
Oh, they're okay, around the same amount. So pretty deep, around 2 to like 2k to 1k. So not like a crazy stack yet. That happens on occasion. Sometimes it's been more. Everyone's fluctuating between 1 to 2k as of so far. Okay, very next hand for Snag after his snowing, he has a Pat 10. So this could be a spot for him to get some value.
I can't wait to see everybody else's hands.
Yeah, hopefully he gets... Okay, we got E getting in there. And E's got a... Wow, he's got a book. He's got a very good book here, which I believe we will go
What?
for. Everyone else... Oh, Aaron's got a very good hand. He's going to 3-bet.
Right, I was looking
nice.
at Aaron's hand when he called E, but now I see it.
Great spot. So this could be a very, very good spot. So Seg's got another... We talked about convertible hands. He's got a convertible 10-8. So in this spot, he can go all in. He can call, knowing that if Aaron draws, he's ahead with his 10-8. If Aaron does not draw, he can draw to his own.
Okay, but
8-6.
Aaron just 3-bet to $350, and
Yes.
obviously Snag is in there.
Yes, so this
I
clear
feel like
continue for
he
Snag.
is in position to book, and he's going to be in there. 'Cause
Wow, so this
He
is so
loves
E is going to
money.
book, call $300 to book. We are definitely getting some action now.
And Adam, what does Adam do?
Adam
he
can
lays
find the
it down.
fold.
Yeah, found the fold.
I can definitely understand that. And we get the $300
Right.
into book.
And he books
Again, the-
into a King 10.
Okay.
No good.
No good. Aaron gets there,
Ooh.
and Snag decided to, of course, pat when he faced a book and a one draw. But now Aaron is gonna likely lead, and Snag's gonna be in a very hard spot. Yep, this is the kind of the risk.
Wait,
of
is E? What's E doing here?
E should just be checking, I believe. I don't think this is a hand you can bet for value or as a bluff in the spot into a one draw and a pat.
does check.
So Aaron should be going big here. I believe he will be betting here. He knows that there are a lot of checkbacks from Snag, and Aaron has the betting lead after 3-betting before the draw. I expect him to go 600. What do you think?
You know Aaron more than I. Well,
he went
yeah,
way
that's
bigger.
it's about 8, maybe.
That does look a little
875.
shy of 1,000. Looks like 9. Oh, it's over 1,000. It's 1,025. He goes pot. This is effectively all in for Snag, and then
Okay, putting both of your other opponents all in.
E does have 2.2k behind, but this is a good sizing. Aaron, I'm sure, will do this pretty balanced with some of his pairs and then some of his value as
What
well.
does Snag do here?
Unfortunately, this is a very, very hard spot for Snag. He knows that Aaron's very capable, so I unfortunately think Snag's going to call off here.
But he also knows Aaron hasn't played many hands. Is
That's
that
true.
going?
He's
Is that
been
going through his head?
relatively quiet. That might
It's like he's really
weigh a
quiet. He
little
finally
bit.
woke up to the nuts.
Oh, good, very good
Yeah.
fold by Snag. Very, very good fold by Snag.
You're
Of
like
course, he
either
can
he's
snap
getting
fold.
impatient and he doesn't have it, or he finally got a hand.
He finally got a
and
hand,
played it.
which
yeah.
was the case actually here. Very, very good fold by
Right.
Snag. Aaron played that, of course, very well. He went for, let's see, he went 350, he went $300, got called in 2 spots, and then he went full pot, which is probably the right sizing to go. Actually, I think 600 would be a little bit too little because his bluffs would be going bigger as well. So makes sense.
Okay.
That's a fun spot though, like those spots where you have to 3-bet a very good hand, and then the other person has to continue with his convertible hand, and then they find themselves in a spot where, do I call off the massive bet? Like that was probably the biggest bet we've seen all night, right? I think 900, and it was for value, but not a fun spot to be in with a 10 high or a jack high, of course. I think it's not been Snag's night so far. He's had some tough spots. Same for Pip and Don to some extent, but it's very early in terms of this game. This usually goes to the early hours of the night, or I guess the morning.
Right. It
So they can
hasn't
also-
gotten fully interesting yet.
Yeah, they can always
They're not
turn
sauced
around.
up enough.
They can definitely show us more. Okay, so we got no straddle here, and Victor's gonna be opening a 2 draw. He instantly gets 3-bet by saying with a 9-8 draw, which is fine. And yep, just them 2 heads up. Yeah, 2 draw, 1 draw. Of course, Snag is a very, very heavy favorite here.
9,
And
8,
he does get
6,
there.
5.
Yep.
Victor picks up a pair of 5s and he knows he's no good.
Yeah. I think Victor just gives up here. When he drew 2, he won't be bluffing all that much. And the saying goes for a slight over bet. I feel like, he can just release here. Unless he's got other thoughts. He does have 5-5-3 deuce in his hand, which is good for him. He's contemplating the big check raise.
It won't be good for him if he does it.
It would be a hard spot for Singh because he's representing far better than 9-8. And Victor, like you said earlier, he's got pretty quiet image. He doesn't. I guess he decides not to go for it in the spot.
He doesn't like it, but he has to
He
fold.
wanted.
He
He
knows
wanted
that.
to do it. Yeah, but the little devil on his shoulder was, talking to him, but
Right.
he ignored him. I think in that spot, Singh just folded to a big bet. He might not be in a mood to fold to another with a 9 high, so I think it might be for the best that he did go for that one. And we see Aaron finally cresting 3K, Don close behind. Actually, Don's doing fine then. I think he made a good comeback. He's up there as well. So still a lot of potential for a, I guess, 5K pot? Maybe 4K pot? But it would be a very big cooler, big bluff type of situation for sure. Okay, here we got... The straddles tonight have not been too crazy. I know some of the, maybe I influenced a little bit, but...
You do, but I think everyone else goes along with it as well. At least Snag is one.
Yeah,
Right,
it-
E
it
usually
gets
puts
up
them
there.
out. Adam usually does it.
Aaron
You're
does
right.
it,
No one's
yeah.
been really straddling
We've seen
tonight.
the 10,
So,
the 20 a couple of times. I'm not sure about the 40 yet.
but see, here's the thing with this game. It doesn't in our hold'em game. It must double like blinds, and we cap the under the gun beginning straddle at
To 10.
$10.
Yeah,
so you can
I know
the
that.
maximum, right? But here,
There's none
what
of that
y'all
here.
usually do is 10, 20, whatever. But you can literally do 50, 200, 400. There's no structure to y'all's
Oh, yeah.
straddlings here.
Some of us take full advantage of that.
Yeah,
We
I
start
think
off with
one
a
day it was like
$50,
10, 20,
$100.
and you were like, the 150 is on. 'Cause
Yes.
The other
yeah.
night,
That was
you're
that big
like,
hit. I
create
think.
some action.
And I got there.
Right. Okay, where are we at? Where are we at?
Looks like it went 50 from Don with a 9 high draw, and he got 2 calls. Looks like a book from Aaron, a very good booking hand, and he books it to a 9,
Oh,
8, 7.
wow.
And luckily,
Nine, oh,
or not luckily
Don
for
has
the
a pair of
others,
fives.
yeah, they both paired up 5s and
And
3s.
Aaron's got a pair of threes.
So I think I think he will probably check with the book, and unless Don decides to bluff, it'll likely check around. This is probably a good spot for Don to bluff, to be honest, though. He's into a
Is
2
he
draw
really?
and
Yeah,
a book.
you're right. Aaron just checked.
Yeah, I think when you book into a 1 draw and a 2 draw, you can probably check your range.
I feel
Don-
like I would rather, in that position, if that was me, I would rather bet right there.
You
Doing
might be.
that
I think
well
you
on
might
a
be
book,
right.
I would bet 50
You are
bucks.
absolutely. Yes.
You know what I
Aaron-
mean?
Aaron
Like,
decided to go for the bet.
because they have a 1 draw and a 2 draw, and you just booked it. And everyone's like, no way you booked. You have a pair, 4s. The only call he might get.
Yep, that
You know.
might be along the lines of what Aaron was thinking as well. He goes for value with his 9-8.
Right.
Maybe he didn't think they were going to bluff a check to, or maybe he wanted to
He
take
wanted to
advantage.
trap 'em.
Take advantage
Right.
of the book image,
check?
knowing that no one respects the book, so he goes for the value instead.
Nobody respects the book.
It's hard to think like the book hit like a 9 high, right? So usually,
Right.
like I love booking into a very big bet, both with value and with bluffs, because it puts them in such hard spots. Like they know that I know that I booked, and I probably don't have much.
They know that I know I booked.
Yeah, I could have phrased that better, but that's why overbetting is probably a good option there. I think did he overbet
And
that spot?
overbetting is so tough, and that's where I think I like the I like the part that brings in the no limit, because there's that.
That element
Again,
to
in
the
a
game.
limit game, it can be like, okay, 20, okay, raise 40, and then 60, and then 80. And
You
then,
get
like,
you
that's
get
all there
insane
is,
odds.
like,
Every bet you get great odds,
right,
and
be
that's
like,
a different
whoa,
kind of
I
game.
really got to risk all my chips or half my stack, and there's so limited information I have, and
Yeah.
it is who raised, who called,
What do they draw?
what did they draw, and that's all the information.
That's all you have to
have
go off of, yeah. And then you have to call off $2,000 or whatever, based off of that, which
Right.
is, I mean, pretty crazy when you put it that way. But that goes both ways, right? Like you can put them in that spot, they can put you in that spot. It is the magic of the game about how you can navigate those really big spots. Which this spot does not seem that big. Looks like it opened at 20 and just calls all around with not the best holdings for everyone. We got a couple 2 draws, a book. We got 3 2 draws and a book. So we're
pair of
gonna
threes,
find
pair of fours, pair
yeah,
of nines.
we're gonna see some very bad
pair of
hands probably
jacks.
by the end of this.
So pair of fours is pair of threes is a win.
Pairs of actually we got a queen jack from Aaron on the button.
Oh, they're already drawn. Now they're drawn. Okay, never mind. They had pairs.
Yeah, in the end, Aaron drew 2 into a queen jack, which might just take it down if they all just check it. Someone might take initiative here because with a lot of 2 draws, like this pot is pretty much up for grabs. Let's see if anyone bluffs. I can see Don going for it. He does not. And then Aaron's of course just going to check back the queen jack and take it down.
Shout out to our dealer Dan out there doing his best. He's been in there a while.
5 hours, right? I believe close to 5 hours. No breaks, just
Close to it. Killing it. Dan's the
break, baby.
best.
yeah. He'll go all night. Might be
You-
the case for this game too.
He is.
I'm considering after the stream ends. Do I jump in or not? I don't know.
Is this stream going to end? Because as far as I
You don't
know,
That's also might be the case. Yeah.
if I have to take over... Yeah, if the game goes, we're, like, first of all, yes, the club here at Red Star Social, just so you know, we have no official closing hours.
Oh yeah, we're 24/7 for
Yeah,
sure.
you've been on that
so-
side. I mean, it's not always the case at 5 a.m. you're going to find a game, but if there is a game at 5 a.m., we're open. And we're not going to close while there's... Look, I've dealt heads up for at least an hour before the end of the night. You think, usually it gets down to three-handed, four-handed.
Yeah,
and
then
you
it
think it's
usually
like,
breaks
okay,
up.
what are you guys doing? No, I dealt heads up to 2 people for at least an hour. I was like, all
was it
right.
that big O night? I remember. Were you doing
Not
that?
me, it was Hold'em.
Oh, it was Hold'em again.
And they
okay,
might
yeah.
have been, like, by that point, they're like, okay, let's do, like, a bomb pot, and then let's do hold. They were basically doing
Oh,
a
they're
round
doing
of
like
each.
random games. And then,
Yeah,
like,
just
the,
heads
the
up
races,
between
the
two of 'em.
racehorses, all that stuff.
Yeah, it only lasted about an hour, and then one guy stacked the other guy in a matter of an hour.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I think he started
Wow.
out under in what the
It's-
other guy
Oh,
like.
really? Yeah,
like
it's always
player-
funnest
yeah.
because the players that are remaining at that hour are there because they're both stuck and they're chasing usually. So at that point, everyone is trying to make back their money. So it's usually a battle of the tilted. Like who's gonna get
True.
back closest back
That's
to even.
me. It's like there's money in the game.
Yeah,
I'm
you
still
don't wanna
here.
leave
Either you're
stuck, right?
taking all of my money, or
Or
I'm
I'm gonna
taking
make
all
it
of
back.
yours.
Like that just it's like a I'm sure every poker player can relate to
How many
that.
friends are like, you're up, but go in. Why don't you go home? I'm like, now I'm having fun. This is why I
Exactly.
do
Also
this.
true, yeah.
It's like I'm either breaking the game or you're taking all my
You're
money.
taking all the
One
money
or
or
the
I'm
other.
gonna make it back. Like it's
Exactly.
one of two options are gonna happen. There's no in between. And I think a lot of us have been on that side. So luckily Red Star open 24/7. You can stay here until 6 a.m.,
Right,
7
but
a.m.
if this game goes all night, we're gonna keep streaming it the whole night.
Oh yeah, we'll keep going. We're gonna go
Right.
as long as it takes.
I'm
Dust-
looking at our
Dustin's down.
producer for the lead
Confirmation.
here, but I feel like if it comes to 4 a.m. and the game's still going, we're not gonna call it. We're just gonna watch these hands.
Yeah, we'll see what the players want to do. Some days you get more players that are gonna play later than others. Like last night we had a game running. Of course, it ran till I think it was 3 a.m. The game broke up.
Talking
last
about
night.
Monday?
No, this was this was a different card room we played at.
Yeah, and it wasn't here.
It was not here. Monday we
Because
played.
I was here
wow.
last night until 8 a.m.
Oh, you were.
Which is so funny because I don't normally work those nights.
Wait,
and
at
the night
Mondays
before
there
the last
were-
stream, I got called in kind of at the last minute, and I ended up being here till 11 a.m.
Really?
And I came into the stream
Wow.
with minimal sleep. And then last night I had picked up the shift, and I ended up here, and at 9 or 10 o'clock it just got a little slow.
Yeah.
And it was one of those, what's going on? Why is not many people here? And then before you know it, was full table.
Oh
almost
yeah,
second
yeah. It
table.
goes really fast when someone sees the
And-
game running.
yeah.
But so Monday I left at I want to say 4 a.m. when there was no games running. I remember you were like vacuuming at that
It
point.
was for you. Yeah, you broke when
Was
you
there a
broke the
game?
game.
Yeah, I did. I broke
there
the
was
game
a
that night.
Hold'em
Yeah.
game going, and it broke before Deuce to
That's
7
right.
did.
'Cause I want to do my patent. I wanted to get
You
that.
wanted to
Deuce-
go into Hold'em, and there was no Hold'em.
I
to
did.
go
But
to.
so was it did like a game sprout up?
No,
after that, or you
just
just stay
last
there till
night.
8 a.m.?
No, it was Hold'em that played until 8
I
a.m.
see.
last night.
Oh,
Well,
okay,
8
okay.
a.m. this morning.
Okay, I got you. So going to this hand right now, we see Snag's got a good hand with a pot-sized bet. I think we know where this is going. Unfortunately, they will
I
not
don't
be
think
able
he's
to call
gonna
him.
get ease money, and
Yeah.
I feel like he's not gonna get pipped either. Although Pip might.
No, Pip can't call it an ace.
Pip knows
They
he's
both
no
drew
good with
two
an ace.
into Snag, who either patted or drew one, I believe, and he's a three better, so I believe he's just going to ship and get two snap folds, unfortunately for him. And I'm very wrong. He does not ship. He just goes for
Value.
a small bet. Okay, wow.
Yeah, but they know they're no good.
They cannot call this. Yeah, I don't think Pip has 270 behind. He can't bluff. Can't call. That sizing, of course, is very suspicious. Looks a bit like a value, which is exactly what it is. So I think Pip's going to find the fold. Yeah, ace-high is not the greatest bluff catcher. Obviously, you beat all the pairs, though, which might be going through Pip's mind. And he's considering it. This is, I think, a testament to Snag's image right now. But I think he'll find the fold in the end.
It is getting a little warm.
Oh,
up
yeah,
here.
yeah. So Some fresher is nice as we see. Could consider. I would bet that he finds the fold though.
Do you have a nickname, Neil?
Me, honestly, no, I don't. I just go by Neil. I've had some nicknames through the years, but in this game, nothing special.
We gotta find
Huh?
you a nickname.
You can give me. I mean, I'm down. I'm open for nicknames.
I'm gonna have to think on this a little bit, or maybe
Big
we
Neil.
could open up the chat
Ed.
and see if anyone here can give us a nickname for my co-host,
Yeah, Steve.
Neil.
What do you got for me, Steve?
Yeah, what do you got for us, Beef?
Yeah. Oh, we got the. Of
Oh
course,
yes,
we mentioned once.
tomorrow is Friday.
It is
which
both
it is
ladies'
Conan's
night and
Pizza.
pizza night.
Yes, Conan's Pizza
That's a killer
and
combination,
ladies'
actually.
night. Yeah, pizza and ladies, guys,
What's
show
better?
up.
There's nothing better.
I don't think. I don't. Nothing that I can think of.
Okay, and here we go in this hand. We're gonna have Vicky.
I'm gonna read with this one hand with you, and then
Yeah,
I'm
let's
gonna
see
take
this
a
last.
slight break.
Take us out with this last one.
Are you gonna be able to hang?
Yeah,
You sure?
that would be good.
Oh, you're a professional, Neil.
I
You
can
know
do
what
this.
you're doing.
I'm really enjoying this. I can keep going.
Okay, he raises. So is he snowing here
Yes.
with 3 sevens?
So this is definitely a good snow opportunity with 3 sevens and a 3. He's gonna run to snags.
Pair of fours with
Pair
an
of fours.
8, 5,
a good.
4,
It's a
3
good
draw.
8
It's a
draw.
great draw.
Effectively, he's got the number 5 draw. So I think Adam can just give up here.
Yeah, he knows better. Or he could book.
He's gonna call. Actually, not a very big 3-bet sizing to be honest. It went from 50 to 125. So he's in position as well. But your hand is just so bad that you don't really want to book. You don't really want to call.
You don't
can't
really want to draw
snow.
3.
You don't really want to draw 3. So
not
he
folding.
decides to go for the snow. Okay, he says
He's snowing.
he's gonna keep snowing. He's gonna.
What do you go? What do you raise
This is
to?
definitely some props to him.
350.
Adam started the
Go,
story as
Adam.
snow, and he's going to maintain it. And now we're going to have snag, call, and draw 1. And of course, Adam's just going to pat and pretty much bluff check 2.
It'd be pretty hilarious if Adam booked, but he can't do that.
You
can't do that after
I would
4-betting.
recommend it when you 4-bet book is a very
Can't 4-bet book unless you
aggressive
feel it.
play. But this is a very good bluff by Adam. Definitely props to him for going through with this. We don't see many 4-bets in this game.
Okay, so Snag picks up a pair of 3s, which is gonna work.
So it's gonna,
in
she's going to
Adam's
check, and
favor.
then Adam's going
I don't
to.
think he's gonna check. I don't think Snag's gonna check here.
I think Snag has to check because Adam's 4-betting range is very, very like value heavy. So this is not a good spot to bluff in general. I don't expect him to bluff here, although this is a good card to go for it. And then he doesn't know he's got the best hand. He thinks he's going to try to bluff with 10 or 9 off, but of course he doesn't go for it.
Okay, you're right. He checks.
And Adam has to, of course, ship. And
DGAF 2.0. Yeah.
very, very good play by Adam here.
Oh, yeah. He shoves.
That's a great snow. A 4-bet snow with a very, very good
And
combination to
Snag
do it with.
folds? Can't wait till he
Yeah.
watches the live stream later.
I think he showed it. Did he show it to Snag? He did show. Like,
Okay, he
that's a really
did.
good bluff. Like, I think that's the best bluff we've seen all night
that
so
gets
far.
him paid next time because
it
he
gets-
got his bluff through,
Yeah,
and he better
exactly.
have it next time.
And now
Adam,
people know he's capable of this.
and
like-
Adam's image says,
Yeah, so Adam's pretty new to the game. He hasn't played as much as we, I guess, like the rest of the cast has.
he
but
picked up on it
he
pretty
is
quick
learning
though.
really fast. Like, that's a really
Yeah.
good play. Not many players are capable of 4-betting trip 7s and then, following through with that. So that's a very, very good play. And
Yeah,
of
that
course,
was
next
great.
time people know he's capable of that. Maybe he gets him paid.
That's always the worst. You're like, oh, you got one through.
Yeah.
Do you
now you gotta
have
make
it
a hand.
this time?
Now you gotta make a hand, yeah.
Do you?
Or you
'Cause
can
I
keep
feel
the guessing
like-
game up because again, like level war, they know that you bluffed last time, so
Yeah.
you should have value the next time. So you
Yeah.
can bluff again. Like that's of course it's an endless leveling war.
Absolutely.
Which is part of
And
this
on
game.
that level, I am gonna take a quick break.
Okay, I'll hold
I
down
will
the
be
fort.
back.
Pick me back very soon.
Can I bring you anything?
No, I'm good.
You good?
I'll do one more. Yeah, you're right. I just finished this. Thank you. Okay, and then back to this current hand, we have. Looks like Aaron is opening up the Queen 8-5 Deuce Deuce. I'm assuming he will snow this. He might go for the draw 2, depending on the action. Okay, he can. He faced a 3-bet from snag, and will likely just make the fold. E also in the middle of that will make the call with his 4, 5, 6, 7. So Aaron does fold, so we go heads up, and snag on the button with his jack pat will just take this down. I expect E to not bluff here. Yes, he just checks. Or let's see if he checks actually. I think he's considering. It is difficult to, bluff into a pat hand, and he decides to give up. Which I respect. As we said, Lee's night for tomorrow. Also pizza night tomorrow, so you can take advantage of both promotions. If you are a lady that does pizza, of course. I gotta make it out to one of those nights one day. Just for the pizza, if anything. And then to this hand, looks like we got a straddle from Aaron to 10. Okay, I'm getting word right now. We're going to see a very big hand between E and Victor coming up in about 15 minutes. So definitely stick around for that. In the meantime, we see Snag open it up with his 10-8 draw. And kind of a small open facing the $10 straddle. It's basically a min bring in, but he will get called in 3 seats, looks like. Yeah, E and Victor, I definitely enjoy that dynamic. I'm sure that hand is going to be, looking at the stacks, pretty big. They both are around 2K-ish, so definitely a lot of potential there. For this hand, though, Aaron has a good 3-bet candidate with his 8-7 draw. He was going to get called, actually, in 2 seats. E's going to, of course, call in. Oh, he goes for the 3 over the book. So 3 draw, and then Aaron, of course, has the 1 draw. Snag is going to go for, I'm guessing, a 1 draw. He does go for the 1 draw with a 10-8. Unfortunately, he's drawing dead to Aaron, who hit the 9-8. Yeah, 9-8-7-5-3. So he doesn't know it yet. But oh, that's not good for Snag. He actually hit his 10-8. That might be good for 1 bet from Aaron. So let's see how big he goes. E as well. No, E actually hit a pair of 5, so he'll be out. Victor probably wins, runs pure, says Steve. Yeah, I would tend to agree. But you never know. When E makes the 7s or the 8s, he gets all the value, so it could be a scenario like that. Wow, wow, not too bad for Aaron, actually. He decides to just check the 9-8-7, use as a bluff catcher, and they check back, excuse me, they check back the 10-8. Aaron's just going to take it down. Okay, here we go to the next hand. Looks like 5-5, no straddle, so is that pip with a bit of a shorter stack? We might see that going in soon. Got about 270 or so, so definitely ready to get in.
I mean, I don't know the brand or whatever, but
A bit weak from that position. Yeah, he will find the fold. Singh has a booking hand. He opens to 50. And we see Don with a 2 draw and E with a pretty good draw. Make the 3 bet. And I think it's just going to go full. A lot of good 3 bets from E so far. He definitely takes advantage of his good draws and some good snowing opportunities. Okay, we got the $10 on. We got the $20 on from Snag. Do I see 40? Don't think so. This should be good enough for some action, though. You ever have those nights where all your nights just seem to get beat? I have, yes. It's really rough. I think we all have that at some point, but I will say on average that shouldn't happen. You just gotta get back on the horse. Pretty much keep putting money in until you win. That's what I say. Speaking of which, we see looks like is that Aaron opening it up? He's got a 2 draw. He's gonna open for the minimum, looks like. For $40. And Pip has a very weak hand. So we see Snag defend and then open. Oh, he finds a 3 bet actually. He makes it one, kind of smallish, 135. I think Aaron can just find a fold here though. Actually no, 160. So I think pretty easy fold for Aaron. Snag had the 9-7-6 deuce. Yeah, makes sense. You didn't miss that much. I think we had like 1 3 bet, maybe 1 double straddle. Oh, okay. Okay, so Vicky's back in here with a fresh Pepsi for me.
Oh, what it was a Pepsi.
This is real Pepsi.
Name the band.
All I wanted was a Pepsi.
All I wanted was a Pepsi.
I have no idea
Just
right
one
now.
Pepsi.
I
Oh my
I
gosh.
feel like I've heard it before, but I can't
Showing your
have a
age.
good guess.
Or lack thereof.
My lack of age.
Your lack of age.
My lack of culture.
Do you give up?
I give up.
Limp Biscuit.
Ah, okay, okay. What's the song?
$3 bill, y'all. I think that was the album it came off of. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I
That was
definitely would
when
not
I
have
was
gone
in high
that.
Right.
I've definitely heard it. Okay, let's jump into this hand here. We could be seeing a big hand soon. Let's see if it's this one. We have Snag opening it up with a 9-8 draw.
We don't see anybody else's hand right now, though, right?
I think Snag is still, he's slow. What do you call it? The slow reveal, where he's like doing it one by one. the superstitious, you know, peek at
Oh,
the
that
hand.
one's good. Oh, that
I
one's
like that
good.
one.
That one's great. Like he looks
Yeah,
at
yeah,
the
you're
4,
like,
the
good,
6,
good,
the 8,
good,
the 9.
shit, good, you know, like
Uh-oh.
that kind of thing. But yeah, and he ends up with a good hand, good enough to raise to $20 at least. Oh, we have E with a far better hand, 85,
8, 5, 3.
number
dude.
5 draw, yeah. Aaron will find the fold, Tip will fold, and now we get to Victor.
OE raised him and 3 bet to
Oh, okay,
75.
so this is the same thing we saw from Victor earlier with a 10 pat. He uses that as a 4 bet.
And now Victor 4 bets to 275. And what does Singh do?
Sing's gonna call too. He's gonna cold call the 4 bet. And of course he has to make the call. We go 3 ways in a 4 bet pot. There's already $835 in the middle. We're gonna have Victor, of course. I'm gonna assume he's gonna pat that hand, and he's gonna face 2 1 draws, and that's when things can get fun for him.
I feel like E has the best draw here.
Oh, okay. So
Nope, he pairs
very
up.
interesting. So yeah, so Victor is gonna check, I believe, and then Snag actually hit the 9. So Snag is now in the lead.
All
He
right.
paired up, but he paired the deuce, which is a
But is
attractive-
Snag gonna bet here?
I think
He
if,
has to
if,
bet
if Victor
here.
checks, Snag will just go
Oh,
all
he's
in.
gonna hope E's gonna bet it, and E's gonna take the bait, and pops out what 200 there?
Looks like 500.
500.
Wow, so this is very cool. If Victor calls, Snag might fold because this is a very ugly spot to be in from Victor's or from Snag's perspective. He's facing.
All right,
a
Victor
one draw
did call,
betting 5,
and
then
it's
Victor-
all
Victor
in.
called. So Victor's call here might get the best hand to fold, and the worst hand he beats, right? So this is kind of could be an insane outcome for Victor here. Like if I was Snag with a 9, we can see that Snag's winning right now, but facing this action, you
It's
probably have
easy
to fold.
when you see the cards in the booth, right?
Yeah, you probably have to fold this hand facing this action. You can't think a 9 is good in this spot. So I expect Snag to honestly to fold here, and Victor will somehow win this pot with the second best hand. Unless Snag finds a really in this spot, good call. It's just a $500 bet, and a call is very, very strong from both of the other players. Yeah, Snag's in a very, very tough spot here. I think he could have let out himself.
He did, he found the
found a good
fold,
I mean,
wow.
I'm not gonna say good fold, but he's gonna get very tilted. Watch this. Yeah, there it is. Poor Snag. That is very, very hard to see. Like that's the worst case scenario for him.
That was a triple up he's been waiting
That
for
was
all
what
night
he's been
too.
waiting for all
yeah.
night. That's
Yeah,
hard.
that's tough.
Mentally, very hard to rebound from that. Yeah, there he goes. You can see in the top of the screen. I think I saw the F-bomb, maybe, which kind of sums
You're not
up.
gonna hear it from us.
Yeah. Which kind of sums up what happened that hand. Victor somehow got the worst hand to bluff and the better hand to fold. That's just the kind of craziness that can happen in this game sometimes. You can also tell that the timing of his call. In that pot, there was $35 in the pot. Check. E bets 500. Victor snap call. That looks extra strong from Snag's point of view. That makes a 9
But do
even
they
less
not know that
attractive.
there's a dynamic between E and Victor, I think.
There
There's a
is.
dynamic
So
between those two
I do agree.
specifically who love to get in it with one another and they hate to pay each other off. So the snap call, you're just stuck in the middle.
Yeah, so the dynamic that does come into play a little bit, but the sheer action that Snag is facing there, he's still, as you can see, he's still talking about the hand. It goes 500, snap call, and then you have a very weak 9. You have a 9-8-6, not a very good 9. You effectively lose to all 9s, so you know for a fact that if E is value betting, you lose. If he's bluffing, and of course Victor has a good hand since he snap called, you can lose it all with his 9s too. So the only chance you ever win is that exact scenario where it goes a bluff from E and then somehow a 10 that snap calls from Victor. So that was the perfect storm for Victor, but Snag has to recover from that mentally. That's pretty tough.
Yeah, I'm still talking about it. But I mean, I
Yo.
would be too if that was me.
Oh
I
yeah,
think.
like that was his pot. That he was back to even, I think, with that pot. That was gonna be what 2K, whatever it's gonna be in the end. But that is again, I don't fail to fold. I would have probably folded 2 in this spot. The one difference you can argue for is that when Victor checks, I've discussed this in the past that when you 3-bet and then you pan check, a lot of 10 and jack heavy, right? So you could go for the value yourself with a 9-8. and just go all in. You got about the pot size bet behind.
Yeah, it was him checking there
Let E
after
bluff, yeah.
Victor, right? Like,
Yeah.
had he had just bet, he would have been committed. Even if he'd bet like 150, or I think with his stack with like
I
400
think he would
left,
have gone all in.
he
I
has
think
to
that's the best
shove.
sizing. Yeah.
I almost would have rather seen him just shove there
Yeah.
and then see, which E probably would have folded with
E
the
snap
pair,
folds, of course, yep.
and Victor probably snap calls.
Yeah, I would
And
agree.
so
yeah.
I would have rather see it play out that way. And if I was saying, which I'm sure that scenario is running through his head too, but yeah, that's always tough. It's always tough when you know you were good and
When you see those hands, and it's just by far the worst case scenario. Yeah, very, very difficult.
but
In
he
his
knew
mind-
when he folded he was going to see the showdown.
Yeah,
That's the other
true.
thing. He
And
knew it
that's
was
also part
coming.
of why he might have
And if
folded.
he
knows
might
he
have,
doesn't have to.
if look in the
wonder.
next case scenario, if I do that, I'm the one that goes, turn around, and I don't want to see or hear it because I
You
don't
wanna be able to sleep
have
at
the
night,
right
though,
to that
right?
pot. It's like when I go into the casino
Yeah.
and I play a slot machine and I lose a bunch of money.
Mm-hmm.
The last thing I want to do is sit right next to it
Yeah.
because
And then
the
see the next
person that
person that
walks
comes has
behind
won
me,
the big
when
one,
they
yeah.
start winning, I'm like,
That's your
I
money.
gotta walk away.
Oh, yeah.
I can't watch this. It's
That's
not that it's
just-
my money. It's just, oh,
It
what
was
if I'd have
possibly
waited
your
and put
money,
another 20 in?
or could've been, yeah.
Right. So it's kind of like I don't want to know.
In that spot,
I
like
don't
you
wanna-
want to be able to sleep at night. Like that's a very hard decision in the game, and I think Snag made a very good fold. On average, if he's value betting, remember he had an 8-5-3 deuce, always value bets. Snag is going to lose too, right? And
Right.
then in the case that he's not value betting, what hands does Victor snap call with? It's going to be probably some tens, some weak nines, maybe, right? That he didn't bet out himself. So I don't fault him there. We have seen Victor turn 9 highs into bluff catchers before in the stream, so Snag knows he's capable of that. So as played, he got eat a bluff, but with that action, I think he made a good fold on long run. But obviously in the moment, in this exact spot, a bit difficult. Okay.
So, where are we at now? All right. Jack 7, 5 deuce.
Okay, yeah, we might see Sang make a final stand. He's down to $400, and then we have Adam, who bluffed his last hand he played, if you remember.
With
he
a
bluffed Sang.
pat 9. Is that what you call that?
That is a pat 9, exactly.
Pat 9.
Last time these players tangoed, I believe Adam snowed trip sevens and showed
He
it.
did, and he showed it.
And now that sets him up perfectly over here with a pat 9. But
And
okay,
Snag
he's not
might
against.
be a little tilty because of the hand
He
that
does.
just went
It's
down.
in the back of his mind. Also, the more recent hand is probably weighing him.
Oh,
more heavily.
man.
But they both hit queen.
Listen, even
Yeah.
if he had drawn a 9-8 here,
Yep.
he still wouldn't be good.
That's true. He is 9-8-7, perfect for Adam. So I don't think a queen eye is that good. So I don't think Snag can lose very much here. Probably goes check. Bet from Adam and then likely folds. But let's find out. Yeah, I don't think this is a spot for Snag to make a stand. Oh, he's okay. Good. He finds a good fold. First, dodge fold pretty easily with a king, queen, jack. Okay, nice little pot for Adam though.
DGAF 2.0.
What a name.
Wonder what happened to 1.0.
I think there's a
This is
DGAF
the new
from,
and improved
live stream,
DGAF.
maybe referencing the DGAF from a different live stream in Hustlers. Could be that one.
No, I'm not sure about that. I do know
Could be. I don't
there's
know.
a
It might be.
couple of them. I
Maybe
think
there's
there's someone
DGAF
else on our
here
Atlas.
that plays here. Okay.
Yeah, there's someone
There's
here
a
that's
that plays
DGAF,
here.
and he's like 2.0.
Okay, got it.
Adam's saying I'm 2.0.
Okay, that would make sense then. He definitely was living up to his name so far. I think that 4-bet Snowhand is the best bluff we've seen tonight. It's going to be very hard to top.
Yeah, if I just had an extra $500 burning a hole in my pocket, that is definitely. This is the game I would want to play.
Yeah.
Like, burning a hole, don't care. I'd like to sit and play for a few hours, but if it's gone in 10 minutes, it's gone in 10 minutes.
Oh, actually, so this is of course a very new live stream. This is our second stream, and I believe this is the first.
This is our first deuce to 7 stream,
Yes.
but I think we just hit 100 hands.
Oh, the first 100 hands ever.
We just
Deuce seven live stream.
hit
Yeah, definitely a big milestone.
100 hands in our live stream deuce to 7. Woohoo! I feel like I need a little
100 hands
firecracker or like
Yeah, something to
set it off.
They call it thing. Cheers.
Cheers. Knuckles.
100 hands already in about 5 hours of play. Definitely seen a lot of hands. Definitely seen a lot of unique spots for sure. Oh, this could be it for Snag as well. Around the 100 hand mark, he's made his stand. He's definitely ahead. Okay, so Snag just has to dodge the one drop
Okay,
from
he's
Aaron.
all in. He's all in.
And that's pretty good for Snag. Oh,
Oh my.
Aaron gets there.
87643.
Yeah, Aaron can only hit here Okay, so Jack 10-9, 3 deuce, so 5 cards. Because of course the 5 is not live, given he has a gut shot straight. But kind of how Snag's has been going, he will not hold up, unfortunately. Yeah, Aaron gets him with the 87.
So Aaron shows what he had, and now he's going to show what he drew, which was the 3, and it's going to be a heartbreaker.
Yeah, poor Snag. He's thinking now if he had drawn, what would he have hit? He's going to probably rabbit the first one.
I don't know if they allow rabbits here.
They do for this game. It's like
Right, but in the stream, I don't think they're allowing
they might not in
it.
the stream.
Right.
Yeah. It's a bit cathartic to know if like you made the right decision in that exact hand, obviously. But it looks like we're gonna be losing Sang. Yeah, that's his last hand. It seems kind of rough ones to go out on for him though. Pretty much all of his draws with his bluff's gonna go his way, and then that final hand with Victor and E definitely probably put a nail in the coffin for Snack session.
Unfortunate. But I think we're going to have a new player join. I think there's a list of waiting
Oh,
players.
there's still a list, so even at this time,
Right.
new players coming in, cycling in at midnight. Just
Is what? Yeah, it's going
yeah,
on
just how
midnight.
popular this game is right now. Like all hours of the day or night. Who would you guess that we have for these?
If I had to guess, I think I would guess Will.
You guess Will.
Yeah,
think you
Beef
might have
mentioned him
some,
in the comments. Will
You might have
sighting?
some inside information.
Will's just giving his water.
That's true.
Maybe it's going to be Will.
Yep.
Will, look, there he is right there behind Brewer.
Is
sitting
that
there
in
waiting.
the past?
That's
Or
Will.
in the
with his
back of
water.
me?
Will with his water burger.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we had
Will
Steve,
was supposed to be on our live stream last week, our first ever live stream, and I think he overslept
Oh,
and
okay.
did
so
not
he's gonna
make it. Right,
his,
because
redemption
remember
arc
the
right
night
now.
before I said I ended up coming in and dealing till 11 a.m.
That-
he
yeah.
was with us. So,
Oh, that was him.
Which I went home, but I live
Okay.
5 minutes away, and I came with limited sleep. But yeah,
So this
he-
Will, I don't think, have I played with him before? This is
I'm
not
pretty
I'm
sure
familiar with.
a few of the he plays Hold'em, but I want to say he has gone over to Deuce to 7 a few times.
I know
So it's not
the
going to be
other
his first
Will,
time.
basically, of course. The Will.
Right. Y'all's Will, the
But
Deuce to
that's
7
not
Will.
the Will that I'm seeing.
No,
so
this
is a newer
guy's.
player for
I
me.
think he's what is he 7'3"?
7 feet, you're saying?
What,
Wow,
like
okay.
7'3"?
I definitely would have known.
Oh yeah, you
I
would
played with this
know
guy.
Will.
I believe this player,
Sweet kid.
from what I've heard, he's very aggressive. He might have been in that hand I mentioned before, that 1-2 no limit hand, that AK pot. I might be right.
I think he
Same
his
player.
nickname should be DGAF 3.0.
Oh, he's one of those. Okay.
He
That kind of player.
He can run hot and
Oh,
he
yeah.
can make. I wouldn't say he's aggressive. I've seen him lay down some hands. I wouldn't say he's too aggressive.
Okay. We're going to find out very quickly, though, because
yeah.
in this game. Oh, actually, what happened here? I see 2 very bad hands.
Decent sized pot.
And
with
yeah, good sized pot with those holdings. How did it go? It went.
Queen 8 pair of 7s, 8 pair of 5s.
Oh, Pip. I think Pip bluffed, right? He
Looks
must
like
have.
it. Well, he had the
He
winner.
had the winning
and he
hand
was a pair
also.
of
He might
5s.
have
Yeah.
taken it down. But
He
props to
just
Pip
knew his
if he
5s were
went for
good.
the bluff. Or if he called there. Either way, the 5s were definitely good in that hand. Yeah, so I guess we're gonna wait for the new player to come in. Maybe he'll shake some things up in the game. But yeah,
And
so
he is
for
a
you-
relatively new player. I think that he ran it up at the Hold'em game and was like waiting for an Uber or a ride. And I think
Oh,
it
so
was
this
like,
is
oh,
last
let me
second,
go.
Like addition, like
No, I'm saying
something.
on a previous night a few weeks ago.
Okay.
I know he played. It was like he was waiting for something, and it was like either the Hold'em game might have broken actually.
Okay.
And everyone's like, oh, there's a seat over here. So I think
I
he
see.
might
That's how
have
we get
sat
most players.
down.
They come in once and then
Well, the
they're,
other thing
they're
is,
hooked.
I think he'd done well enough that it was one of those. Okay, if I'm gonna learn, I can come in
Oh,
relatively
play with the winnings.
small,
Play with the winnings. I
play
see.
with some jelly, and
Got it.
see what happens. So I know it's not his first time to play. If it is gonna be Will in that seat, and I have good,
On
have it on good authority,
Yeah, I see
it
that.
probably is. It's not his first time ever, so we'll see if he gets some beginner's luck.
New blood is always welcome. He'll not know how they play. They won't know how he plays. We'll see if there's a different dynamic with him joining. In the meantime, we have
I'm
Don.
telling you that new blood though, it can be. I mean, it can be beginner's luck all the way.
Oh,
I saw
yeah.
a guy never play Big O, show up one day into playing Big O, and ran up
And then
200
crush.
into like
And just
3
destroy
grand.
it. I've
Yeah.
seen that several times.
Exactly.
The beginner's luck. I think we have a bit of an issue. We're going to come back in a second. The stream may have just froze for a second, so we should be back soon.
I hope so.
But-
Are we still live or
I think the audio's still live. Just the visual might not be.
Beef? Can you
shown.
confirm if can you still hear us, Beef? He'll be
Beef,
quick.
are you there?
Beef, are you there? Where's the beef?
In the
Was it-
meantime,
show me that.
though,
No, show me the beef.
that's
Show
what
me
it
the beef.
is.
Where's the beef? Where's the beef?
Where's
Where's
I
the
think
beef?
Where's the beef? Yeah.
Where's the beef? Show me the money. Where's the beef?
In the meantime, what do you think? Top 3 hands for you so far, if you had to pick.
Top 3 hands that we've seen play
we've
out
seen
since
played out so
I've been
far.
in here.
Yeah.
I know there were a bunch before I came in. The Sang folds
That's
when
gotta be
he
number
had
one.
the nuts.
There's
that's,
no way. That's just such a.
That's top of my mind when I
heartbreaker.
rewatch this.
You got to feel for saying there. Yep. I think that's number one.
That's number 1. Gosh, I'm trying to think about the other hands.
In
I
my
think the
opinion, I'm gonna
snowing,
say
the
that
Adam
So for
snowing.
me, Snag was involved in all 3 of the hands. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, yeah, because
For
the other
better,
was
for worse.
Snag snowing
Yep.
and then Adam snowing is what I was going to say.
Yeah, I agree. So the Adam Snowing would be very close number 2. That's a very sick play in general. It's just that the sheer, I guess, result for Snag in the other pot where Victor won with a second best hand kind of edges it out for me to be in first place because of just how that ended up working out. Number 2, the Snow by Adam. Fantastic play. Very, very hard to execute correctly, but he definitely did it there. Number 3 was the $600 bluff from Snag, where he turned, I believe it was King 3, 4, 5, 6 into a bluff against Don's 20% pop bet. He bet $100 and $500 into.
Was I not? I
3
don't think I
people.
was here for that one.
I think you were. That was the one where you were wondering, is Don gonna call here? He's gonna go with it.
Oh, that's right, and he
Um,
folded.
No, he
okay.
ended up calling the 600 with a 10-9.
I
He
don't
called
think
Snag.
I was in that one.
It might have been earlier, but that hand for me
Okay.
was very good too. Okay, guys,
Okay,
we have
guys.
a bit of tech difficulties. We'll be right back as soon as possible.
Stand by.
Yeah.
Well, are we going to call it a night?
Oh yeah, we can. Yeah, guys, I think we've done at this point a little over 5 hours of the Deuce 7 stream for the first time. We hit the 100-hand milestone, which is pretty good. As of right now, we're going to call it a night. We had a blast doing this. I hope you guys enjoyed it too.
Yeah, I'm glad I got to come in here and hang out with you, Neil.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely want to do this again in the future. I expect more streams to come up. If not next week, maybe in the following weeks. But yeah.
This game is going to take off.
Oh yeah. This is
Even
going to
more
be
than it already
the
has.
the big craze. This will be the new PLO, hopefully.
Right.
It
Well,
is
it's been a
already in
lot of
Austin,
fun. It's been a
but
lot
for
of
sure.
fun. Signing off.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, everybody, for watching.
Yep. This is Neil and Vicky signing off. Thanks again.
Good night.